The Lost City, The Realms, Book 2, an epic LitRPG adventure. Written by C.M. Carney. Narrated by Armen Taylor. The Lost City, The Realms, Book 2, an epic LitRPG adventure. Written by C.M. Carney. Narrated by Armen Taylor. 1. The shrouded man crept through the crumbling archways and cobweb-filled passages in the ancient catacombs deep underneath the city of silven Anor. The air was heavy with the smell of age and rot, and cobwebs clung to every surface. A false sense of ease crept into the man's mind, like the most deceptive of lovers, almost convincing him that fear was foolish. After all, the thick layer of dust suggested that nothing had disturbed these hidden byways in untold centuries. No dangers could possibly lurk in these dead hallways. But the man knew different. He doubted that any of the thousands of people going about their business above him knew these forgotten tunnels even existed. They are unaware of the rot that grows right under their feet, the man thought. Part of him wished that he did not possess the knowledge that had sent him into these infernal catacombs, but he knew that was foolish, a wish brought on by fear. He eased his way through a partially collapsed tunnel, and, despite his careful movements, motes of dust drifted down upon him. His night vision extended well ahead of him, and his pointed ears detected only silence. He moved with silent grace, his hooded cloak melding into the surroundings with almost organic sentience. Several times he was forced to hold in a sneeze. Down here, the noise would carry, announcing his presence to those who crept in the dark, those with ears as skilled as his own. His enhanced vision spotted a dim glow ahead, and he dropped into stealth. He pulled a dagger from the sheath at his belt. Like all the metal the man carried, the blade was blackened so no light would reflect from its surface. He'd wrapped all the metal fittings on his dark green armor in black muslin. No errant glint of light or clink of metal would betray his presence. Nervous energy rushed through him. The bow that usually crested his shoulder had long provided comfort, but down here, in the cramp and the dark, the bow would have been more burden than boon. While his mind accepted the sound logic of leaving the weapon behind, he felt naked without it. Had he been the superstitious sort, he might have taken that unease as an omen. But he was not a man subject to either illogic or sentiment. Tools were tools, and whichever one was best for the job was the one he would use. Still, deep in the recess of his mind, he wished for the reassurance of the smooth grip of you in his hands. He pushed the foolish thought aside as he moved towards the light. As he approached the end of the tunnel, his ears picked up a low hum, a chanting that seeped into the deeper range of the man's hearing. His heart pumped in his chest, nearly drowning out the sound. He paused, steeling himself for what was to come as he reached the end of the tunnel. He looked down into a rough-hewn cavern about 30 feet to a side, where a thin staircase twisted down from the tunnel to the cavern floor below. Sconces of black metal and stone clung to the walls, glowing with flickering gray flames that both illuminated and stole illumination from their surroundings. The unnatural light made the man's skin crawl, but what it revealed was far more horrible. 6 robed and masked figures knelt before a statue carved from the naked rock of the cavern wall. A chill of fear flowed through him as he looked down upon the swaying figures and the visage of ancient terror they prostrated themselves before. Tentacles flowed from the beast carved into the wall, 2 large and 4 smaller, surrounding a large singular eye. The eye glinted with a malevolent glare of silver and sapphire, and the stone beast seemed to move in the flickering light. Arbaleth, the man realized in revulsion and horror, and took an involuntary step backward. He knew what he was seeing, but as he stared down upon the ancient enemy of his people, his mind screamed that it could not be real. How could any sentient being work towards their own enslavement? How could any of his own people wish for the return of the dark ascendancy? The dwellers in the dark are here, the man thought. Another man emerged from the shadows behind the stone abomination and walked past the undulating tentacles of immobile stone. The figure wore dark robes and a hood drawn over a mask of silver whose visage was nearly as grotesque as the arbaleth's itself. The eyes shone a cold blue, and a pair of gill-like slits split the cheeks. But it was the mouth that was most terrifying. A mouth full of razor-thin teeth was carved into the mask, and around that mouth protruded 4 barbed tentacles. Ilrith, the shrouded man thought, stunned. Like its master behind it, the limbs of the Ilrith mask seemed to move and flow in the spectral light cast by the braziers. Icy fear sunk into the shrouded man's chest as the masked figure raised its arms over its head. The cultists stopped swaying and ceased chanting. The air hung heavy in the oddly humid room, and the man forced calm into his thundering heart, fearing that it would betray his presence in the unnatural silence. "Brothers and sisters," the man said in a clear voice altered by the mask, concealing the identity of the speaker. "We, the faithful, the dwellers in the dark, have long awaited the day we would emerge from the shadows into the world above. That day is near. Silendriel, the diviner, grows more erratic as the visions of the true way tear at the lies she was taught, the lies we were all taught. The others may resist the future, but she senses our time of triumph lies just over the horizon, and when that last dusk falls, we shall return the realms to darkness. The last sunrise is nigh, and we will bring an end to the light." "Darkness is upon us," the other robed figures responded. "Rise," the dweller said, and bid his flock to stand. "We are few, but our tendrils have sunk deep into the stagnant society that slumbers in ignorance, in arrogance above us. We must show them the way. Our people were not meant to live under the burning light of the sun, but to relish the twilight and bring about the eternal night." The dweller motioned, and a feminine figure strode forward, carrying a tray laden with goblets of silver and sapphire. She passed a cup to each of them, and they held them reverently. The dweller took his cup, and the woman rejoined her brothers and sisters. The dweller raised his goblet, and 6 others followed suit. "Tonight we reaffirm our dedication to the darkness, and to be ever ready for the return of our masters." He raised the goblet high, and the others followed suit. After a moment, the dweller brought the cup to his mouth and the silver tentacles parted like liquid to reveal his lips. He took a deep swallow, and his fellows did the same. He turned towards the tentacled statue and poured the rest of the liquid into its cavernous stone mouth. The same woman that had distributed the goblets collected them, placing them aside. Then she rejoined her compatriots, standing rigid as stone. "Great masters, we await your return," the dweller said. He dropped to one knee in supplication, and behind him the others knelt. Then a most unexpected thing happened. A slow, mocking clapping filled the chamber, accompanied by a sardonic, even pained laugh. The twin sounds shocked the robed cult leader as much as they did the shrouded man lurking in the shadows above. The dweller stumbled to his feet and turned, a sputtering complaint dying behind his mask as he saw another hooded figure approach his cadre of followers. After a moment, the dweller regained some of his confidence. "Who are you that dares interrupt this holy ceremony?" the dweller said, but the tremble in his voice betrayed his fear. "I am the bringer of truth. I am the doom of your masters made flesh," the newcomer said in a voice that was both alien and familiar. The shrouded man eased back, all instincts telling him to run. The dwellers in the dark were fools playing at things they could not possibly comprehend. But this newcomer was truly dangerous. The shrouded man could feel it in every fiber of his being. Where the cultists were likely mere miscreants, fools with an axe to grind against authority, this newcomer possessed an aura of pure malice. With a Herculean effort, the shrouded man remained still. Whoever this newcomer was, he was the real danger. The dweller, in his arrogance, still clung to his air of superiority. He made a brazen move forward, a despotic fool too tied up in his small ego to understand what he now faced. He ordered his followers to their feet. The 6 hooded forms did as commanded and flanked their master. "You are a fraud and a fool," the newcomer said, and even from his high perch, the shrouded man could feel the otherworldly ice of the newcomer's voice bite into the depths of his soul. Something is horribly wrong with this creature, the shrouded man thought. "By the power of the Old Ones, I command you to stop where you are," the dweller said. To everyone's surprise, the newcomer did just that, stopping a half-dozen feet from the dweller. Arranged around him in a semicircle were the other cultists. The shrouded man had to admit the dweller's misguided courage impressed him. He must be a true zealot, his twisted faith clouding his judgment. That courage would soon fail the dweller, as his own had begun to fail him. Emboldened by his superior numbers, the dweller's voice rang forth with power and authority. "Seize the defiler!" the dweller raged, pointing a long finger at the newcomer. The cultists moved quickly, rushing forward, a dozen hands clawing and grasping for their prey. The shrouded man could not see the dweller's face due to the nightmarish mask, but he could see the shock in the man's body language as those dozen hands grasped him instead of the newcomer. The dweller sputtered in fear, but only one word formed. "How?" The newcomer walked up to the dweller, and, with a wave of his hand, the dweller's mask turned to silver-gray smoke and flowed away, taken by a non-existent wind. The shrouded man could now see the dweller's face, But he did not know the man. Hardly surprising, there were thousands of people living in silven anor. The newcomer moved closer to the cult leader and raised his head, giving the dweller a glimpse of the face hidden in the shadows. The dweller's body began to spasm as he tried with every bit of his might to pull away, but the 6 pairs of hands that held him were like chains of iron. "I will show you the truth of the masters you serve." The newcomer took the dweller's head in his hands, forcing his eyes to remain open. Static filled the air, and the shrouded man could feel the power of primal magic building. The dweller opened his mouth to scream, his eyes widening in horror and madness, but no sound came out. It was as if what he saw was so terrible that it had robbed him of voice and breath alike. The shrouded man recoiled as a rush of oily darkness, flush with madness, pulsed around the room. Every instinct told him to run, but he held fast and watched as the newcomer traced a claw-like fingernail down the side of the dweller's face. Tears formed unbidden in the cult leader's eyes, trailing rivulets down his suddenly ashen skin. "I must apologize for being rude," the newcomer said. "You asked me a question, and I did not answer." He turned from the dweller, now facing towards the shrouded man. The silver flames backlit the newcomer, cloaking his features. The shrouded man thanked the gods for small blessings and felt like a coward. After all, he was here to gather information, and what could be more important than identifying this demon on 2 legs? "It was the wine," the newcomer continued. "Why do you zealots always use wine in your ceremonies? It is so cliché. But I thank you for it. Your predictability was helpful. I had my servant spike your wine with a concoction of my own creation. It dulls your resistance to my abilities." The newcomer took the chin of one of the other cultists in his hand, as if he was telling the dweller which of his people had betrayed him. "And makes you more pliable." Behind the newcomer, the dweller looked at his betrayer and then began to spasm. His mouth opened and closed in a panic, like a man drowning. The newcomer turned back to the choking man and cocked his head to one side, a gesture of surprise and mild irritation. "Odd," the newcomer said. "Are you trying to fight it?" The dweller jerked violently and coughed. It was the first sound to come from the man's mouth since his desperate question, and this time it came with a spray of crimson blood. The dweller spasmed again as silent agony shook his body. The newcomer spread his hands apart in a casual gesture, and his new minions released the dweller. His body fell in a heap as blood gushed from his mouth in silent spurts. After a few moments, the twitching ceased. The newcomer nudged the corpse idly with his boot. "Well, that was unexpected," the newcomer said, and motioned to the 2 largest cultists. They dragged the corpse to the back of the chamber and dumped it in a heap. "It is time." The cultists scattered like insects, disappearing through passageways and doors the shrouded man had not even seen until the cultists ran through them. Alone, the newcomer turned back towards the one-eyed visage of the arbaleth. He held out a hand, and one of the braziers flew to him. After considering the flickering silver flames for a moment, he tossed the brazier at the tentacled statue. It exploded, turning the darkness into a raging flare of shimmering gray brightness. The newcomer walked up to the icon and traced a finger across the otherworldly beast's eye. The flames did not seem to harm him. "I am your reckoning," the newcomer said to the statue. "I will wipe your kind from all the realms and usher in a new era." As if to certify his vow, the newcomer thrust his hands outward, and a wave of barely visible force erupted from them and slammed into the stone aberration, splitting its visage in two before it crashed to the ground in a heap of broken stone. Then the newcomer turned, pulled down his hood, and stared directly at the shrouded man's hiding spot. An itch grew in the back of the shrouded man's head as oily tentacles of fear dredged through his mind. He tried to scream, but terror paralyzed him. For long moments, the horror transfixed the shrouded man as the spiny tendrils of the dread abomination's mind dug into him. Then he remembered who he was. A warrior of the El Edrin, whose ancestors had fought the Dark Ascendancy and pushed them from this realm. Through pure force of will, he tore his gaze from the dread creature, turned, and ran. He bounced off walls and tripped over loose rocks, each time getting up again and running. His ears thundered with blood, and he feared his heart would burst. But then, ahead, he saw the blue glow of the moon, a harbinger of safety, and he ran harder. He was so close to freedom. But then the chortles of the cultists' laughter flowed over him, and he knew he would not escape, knew the city of slumbering innocence would go unwarned. As his enemies closed in, a scream tore from his throat, one last desperate warning for those who slumbered above. In the city above, the solitary figure of a woman stopped and listened, imagining she had heard something. After a moment, she shrugged her shoulders and continued her journey home. "It was just the wind," she convinced herself. 2. The valley was wondrous. Verdant green grass flowed in every direction, spreading through a dozen varieties of trees that did not exist back on Earth. Some were silver-barked and tall. Others were thick-trunked wonders whose umbrella of colorful leaves blanketed the world in chromatic beauty. The chirps of birdsong flowed through the canopy. Griff felt at peace and inhaled deeply. His time in the Barrow made him see how precious something as simple as the sounds of birds could be. The valley reminded him of the Swiss Alps, if the same mind who'd created the wondrous land of Oz had painted the Alps. After the horror of the Barrow King and the humbling shock of facing Alaron, it had been a welcome salve to Griff's mind and his soul. Wick and Tifila were inseparable, reminding Griff of the reunion of a soldier and her husband after the war. As he had then, Griff smiled, his heart filling with both genuine happiness for his new friends and profound sadness at how alone he felt in this world, despite his new friends. "Where are you, Bryn?" Griff's mind flashed back to his arrival in the realms. He had come to find his sister, to save her from a tech billionaire turned despot. He had known next to nothing about MMORPG, gaming in general, or the tropes of fantasy when he'd entered the game that had turned out not to be a game at all. Everything had gone to crap from the moment he'd landed face down in this odd universe of magic and possibility. He'd lost Lex, his only guide. He'd faced off against demons, lizards that walked and talked, and long-dead men. He'd died not once, but twice. And I learned and leveled and made friends, and we made it here. Despite all odds, they'd escaped the Barrow and all lived to tell the tale. Even that damn imp Zeg had made it through. It was an outcome that defied logic, and a part of Griff, who had never been a religious man, felt the hand of Providence on him. As if sensing his mood, Ovrim clapped a firm hand onto Griff's shoulder and squeezed. The look the men exchanged was one of relief and surprise. "I cannot believe that idiotic plan worked," Griff said. "The realms are a strange place, my friend," Ovrim said, "and you made a good plan. We all played our part." As if sensing Griff was uncomfortable with the praise, the tall, gray-skinned Zaidai looked up to the sky, where the sun had just dipped towards the horizon. "This is a good place to make camp." Griff almost protested. He wanted to find a farm or a town, someone who could tell them where they were. How close are we to Bryn? Griff thought. He looked back at the adjudicator with the piercing yellow eyes he now found oddly comforting, and he nodded. "You're right. We need the rest, and this place is beautiful." "It is perfect. So different from where I come from." The Zaidai's lips curled up into a sad smile, and he walked to the edge of the small clearing. He sat atop a moss-covered boulder, eased his crimson metal saber from its scabbard, and tended to the weapon. Precisely what it was made of and what it did was one of the 1,000 questions that burned at the back of Griff's mind, but he knew the answers could wait. "Wick, Tifula, we're going to camp here for the night." Wick gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. "The lady and I want our own tent. We have some, urgent business that needs tending to." His grin did not fade, even when Tifula punched him in the gut. Griff smiled and said back, "We have tents?" "Shit," the blue-haired gnome said, and Griff had to laugh at both his friend's adoption of Earth swears and the genuine sullenness that crossed his suddenly youthful face. "We have something better," Tifula said, and she closed her eyes and began a low, murmuring chant. Her hands and fingers moved in intricate patterns as she began to cast. Watching Tifula cast made Griff's eyes go wide in joy. He still hadn't got used to the fact that the realms was a place built on magic. As he eased himself down, back to a tree clad in unearthly silver-blue bark, he pondered this strange universe. He'd been under such constant and horrifying attack since entering the realms, he'd had no time to consider the wondrous insanity of it all. "I am in another world, another universe," Griff thought to himself. "It doesn't seem real." He looked about him, drinking in the beauty of the world. Not only were the trees more magnificent than any he'd seen on Earth, but the small creatures flittering among the branches were equally strange. Despite the trilling birdsong coming from the tiny flying creatures, he discovered they were not birds at all, or at least not like any birds he'd ever seen. One of the sing-song creatures landed on a branch near Griff and stared down upon him. It looked for all the world like a small blue salamander had taken the bipedal form of a man. It stood on the branch, large eyes staring unblinkingly at Griff. It shook the 4 clear wings that sprouted from its back, and Griff got the impression that the tiny creature was both curious and irritated. The light passing through the wing membranes shimmered all the colors of the rainbow, reminding Griff of a dragonfly. He used Analyze. Blue-skinned luttin, level 3, H23, S17, M33, SP0. Blue-skinned luttins are distant relatives of pixies, and, like their cousins, are fond of mischief. While they lack the mental faculties, culture, and intellectual capacity to be considered truly sentient, they are lovers of the wild places of nature, and consider the sentient bipedal races to be irritating pests. Most sentient races have the same opinion of luttins, who have been known to steal the hair from man and beast alike. Strengths unknown. Immunities unknown. Weaknesses unknown. Griff pulled his dagger from the sheath at his waist. The luttin jerked backward, hiding behind a branch. "I'm not going to hurt you," Griff said, having no idea if the creature understood him. He moved his dagger slowly up and cut a lock of his long silver hair. He returned the blade to its home and tied a small knot, securing the individual strands. He held the bunch up to the flitting creature. It stared down upon him with an unmistakable look of greed and jumped from branch to branch, coming ever closer to Griff. It cocked its head from side to side, its wide green eyes hungry, and its tiny 3-fingered hands grasping. "It's okay," Griff said with a nod and a smile. The creature took to the air, hovering a few feet above Griff. Its eyes went from him to the strands of hair and back to him. Griff nodded again, and then, in a blur of motion, the luttin sped down, grabbed the bunch, and zipped back to its branch. A trill of pure pleasure erupted from the small creature, and it flitted off faster than Griff could follow. "You're in for it now," Wick said, with an undertone of laughter. Griff turned towards his friend. "What do you mean?" With a grin and a nod, Wick sent his eyes skyward. Griff looked up to see a cloud of luttins looking down upon him. He smiled at the group of multicolored, flying little men for a moment, but then they swarmed. Griff was suddenly surrounded by a haze of trilling song and lightly humming wings. His hair moved up and around him in a halo of silver as the cloud of luttins pulled his hair to and fro. "Ah!" Griff screamed in panic, feeling mildly claustrophobic as dozens of the tiny creatures snipped strands and flew away with their prizes. He swatted at them, but they easily dodged his clumsy attempts to defend himself. Griff's mind flashed back to a time when he was in his teens and Bryn had wanted to play hairdresser. The haphazard chopping his sister had given his hair had taken weeks to grow out. This time, Griff somehow knew it would be worse. Wick was laughing at him, and he decided that the pesky gnome deserved a thrashing if he ever extricated himself from this rainbow cloud of amateur stylists. Just as Griff started to panic, a warm pulse of air flowed over him and pushed the luttins away like tumbleweeds in a breeze. "Oh, Tiff, you couldn't give him a few more minutes," Wick said through his chortles of laughter. Griff stood, rage battling embarrassment as he flitted away a few more imaginary luttins. His heartbeat calmed, and his eyes snapped to Wick. The gnome couldn't contain himself, and his laughter forced him to bend over, one finger held aloft in a "give me a moment" gesture. "Dickhead," Griff muttered as his eyes spazzed back and forth, seeking the cloud of miniature enemies. Wick fell over, unable to control his laughter, and even Ovrim grinned at him in mirth. Tifila walked up, a sympathetic look on her face. "How bad is it?" Griff asked. "It looks good," Tifila said, and held her laughter for a whole 4 seconds. "It's very fashionable," she sputtered between chortles. "Perfect," Griff grumbled, and he felt a tickle on his neck and spun spastically around, looking for more luttins. "Don't worry, they won't be back for a while," Tifila said. "How can you know that?" Griff sputtered, still swatting phantom luttins away. "I cast Heart of the Home, a life spell that creates a safe haven we can camp in. It is a sphere about 30 feet in diameter that will shield us from all but the most powerful of creatures. From the outside, it will look like more forest, and it'll subtly suggest to any beast we are likely to encounter that food, shelter, water, or whatever else they seek is in another direction. It isn't a perfect defense, but it'll feel more like home. Come, we all need to eat and rest." She gave Griff one last grin and tried to hold back her mirth. She almost succeeded. They ate and rested and laughed. To Griff's relief, the laughter wasn't all directed at him. After dinner, Griff decided it was time to look at the prompts he had minimized while they were still in the barrow. You have learned the skill Leadership, level 1 to 3, level 1 plus 2 GH level bonus. Skill type, passive, active. You have stepped up to the plate of leadership multiple times and have shown the capability to lead. A perk point has been spent on Adventure Party. You may now organize your fellows into an adventure party. Members of your adventure party benefit from your leadership perks. All followers now have the secondary stat Morale. Morale increases by 1 point per 10 levels of leadership skill. Be warned, your decisions as a leader have consequences and can increase or decrease the morale of your followers. Adventure Party max members, 5, including leader. Griff scowled at the prompt, not because the skill wasn't useful, but because it dredged up unpleasant memories. Back on Earth, in the army, he'd been the leader of his squad. It had been his respect for the chain of command that enabled the massacre that had led to his court-martial. He had been a scapegoat for the actions of his lieutenant, but it was also true that Sergeant Finn Caldwell should have done more to prevent the massacre. Ever since then, Finn, and now the elf who called himself Griff, had done all he could to refuse the mantle of leadership. Life sometimes had different ideas. Maybe it was time for Griff to leave Finn's ghosts in the past. Easier said than done, Griff thought with a sigh. He thought it was odd that the prompt said he'd earned leadership as opposed to having learned the skill. If he ever saw Lex again, he'd have to ask the curmudgeonly banner what that meant. He was also annoyed that the game mechanics had spent one of his precious perk points without his consent. But then when he saw the benefits, his frown turned into a smile. Adventure Party. This perk allows a leader to form an adventure party. There are 5 tiers of adventure parties, and each increases the number of followers able to gain all boons and XP bonuses. Adventure Party, 5 max members, including leader. Adventure Group, 6 max members, including leader. Adventure Troop, 7 max members, including leader, plus mantra. Adventure Company, 8 max members, including leader. Adventure Guild, 10 max members, including leader, plus charter. Boon. A boon is an automatic bonus given to all members of an adventure party upon that party's formation. Boons are created using magic spells, as well as some abilities and perks already known by their creator. Once a boon is chosen, it cannot be changed. Boons remain in effect as long as the adventure party is active. Boons are stackable. Experience bonus. A bonus to experience gained and shared by an adventure party. Note: the leader of an adventure party can gift all members with any defensive spells they cast at the cost of 1.25 mana per member. Griff already knew the power of Adventure Party. Ovrim had activated it during the battle against the Barrow King, and the Zydai's Adjudicator's boon had been invaluable, perhaps the key to their survival. He was a bit peeved that there was no explanation for mantra and charter, but imagined it was another must-be-discovered type of knowledge the realms seemed so fond of tossing his way. Warmth rushed through his body, and he sensed the new perk hovering at the edges of his awareness. He tagged it, and another prompt came up. Do you wish to start an adventure party? Available members: Wick, Tifala, Ovrim, and Zeg. Maximum members: 5, 4 plus yourself. Duration: until cancelled. Griff loses consciousness, is mentally controlled, or killed. Cooldown: not applicable. Available boons: none. XP bonus: 0. Yes or no? He wasn't a fan of the phrase, until Griff is killed. It suggested such an eventuality was inevitable, despite his ability to respawn and the apparent immortality it granted him. He'd also forgotten all about Zeg, but his option to add the irritating imp suggested that he was lurking somewhere close. Hopefully he's met the luttins, Griff thought with a sly grin that quickly turned to a frown as his hand moved unbidden through his badly shorn hair. With a grunt of annoyance, Griff tapped no. There was no point in starting an adventure party now, but he wanted to be familiar with the interface when the time came. He dumped another perk point into Boon 1. You have created Boon Level 1. You may create a boon to be shared with your adventure party based upon your current skills, spells, perks, or other. Boons will last as long as the adventure party to which it has been granted. Do you wish to create your boon now? Note: choose wisely. Once created, Boon 1 cannot be changed. Note: if applicable, the boon power level is determined by either the level of the skill the boon is derived from or the leadership skill, whichever is higher. Yes or no? Griff was stunned. The freedom and potential power of boons were incredible. There were so many options for him to choose from. Halo of Air had saved his bacon several times, but that seemed to have limited effectiveness for an adventure party. Ovrim had taught him telepathic bond, and he'd already seen its power. But choosing that as his boon seemed short-sighted, as Ovrim could already grant it to the group. Yet the Zydai had ceded the leadership role to Gryph, something Griff was still not comfortable with. They could also be separated. What happened if Ovrim was knocked out, or, worse yet, killed? He put a mental check next to telepathic bond, but then cycled through his other spells and powers and found his mind drawn to his divine perk assimilation. His finger trembled at the idea. Assimilation was a powerful perk. Once a week, it allowed Griff to assimilate one skill from a defeated opponent. He had used it to assimilate soul magic from the Barrow King Utserio. Not only would assimilate allow his adventure party to learn new skills, but it would level commensurate to a third of the defeated enemy's level. Killing the Barrow King had granted Griff level 25 in soul magic. Without hesitation, Griff mentally moved the divine perk into the Boon 1 slot, and a prompt leapt into his vision, all red and angry. Error. You cannot use a divine perk to create a boon. Figures, Griff muttered. With a frown, he cycled through his other options. I guess that would have been too easy. He considered Mind Shield, but decided that because it only worked against people and beasts capable of using thought magic, it had limited use. Another option was the Chthonic spell Demon Scales that he'd learned from Zeg, although learned was not an accurate description of how that had gone down. The imp had jumped onto Griff's head and forced knowledge of the spell into his mind. Despite the rude delivery method, Griff was excited to cast the spell and quickly saw the benefits of the Netherworld incantation. It provided a bonus to armor class without taking away any mobility. It would currently only provide a 10% boost, but that would grow as either his leadership or chthonic magic skill leveled. Nearly every option was tempting, but he knew that information and coordinated action in battle could mean the difference between life and death. He pushed telepathic bond into his Boon 1 slot. Congratulations! You have created Boon 1 telepathic bond. Whenever you form an adventure party, all members will receive the ability to communicate mentally over distances up to 200 feet. Any member can detect the relative location of any telepathically bonded member of the adventure party by concentrating. This ability is effective up to 500 feet. Additional benefits will be revealed as Griff's leadership level advances. Duration. Until cancelled, Griff loses consciousness, is mentally controlled, or killed. Well, huzzah, Griff thought, pleased with his choice. He shifted focus back to the leadership perk tree and eyed the experience bonus perk. The realms thrived on power, and to get power, you needed experience. Without hesitation, he dumped a third perk point into the first level of experience bonus. Now, any adventure party he led would gain a 25% bonus to any experience they earned, whether it was from quests or slaying monsters. Griff closed down all the leadership prompt windows and smiled to himself. He might look like a 5-year-old had played dolly with his hair, but he and his people had just become a bit more badass. And that matters much more than looks, doesn't it? He pulled a hand through his once long and lustrous hair and grimaced. A few other prompts blinked, begging for his attention. He tapped the one that seemed to be related to his leadership skill prompt. You have unlocked the secondary stat, Morale. Morale is a measurement of the trust your followers have in you and your ability to lead. Morale is measured on a scale of -100 to +100 and always starts at 0. A leader's leadership skill will add 1 point for every 10 levels. The events and course of the battle and decisions made outside of battle will alter the morale positively or negatively. Exactly how events affect morale must be discovered over time. -100. Surrender. The follower drops their weapons and surrenders. -75. Cowardly action. The follower has a 50% chance of fleeing the battlefield. -50. Decreased attack speed, half times attack speed. -25. -50% to stat regeneration. -10. -25% to stat regeneration. 0. No bonus or penalty. +10. +25% to stat regeneration. +25. +50% to stat regeneration. +50. Increased attack speed, 2 times attack speed. +75. Heroic boost, +5 to all attributes and +50 to all stats. +100. Invincible. Damage taken by followers reduced by 50%. Damn, that is cool, Griff said aloud. What's cool? Wick said. You cannot be talking about your hair. Griff gave him a 2-fingered gesture that the gnome could not possibly understand, but whose meaning was obvious. Well, that seems unfriendly, Wick said. Shush. Grown up at work over here, Griff retorted. You sure look the part, Wick said, dripping sarcasm and earning another glare from Griff. Children, don't make me come over there and spank ya, Tifila said. Promises, promises, Wick said with a wink. Behave, Tifila said. You're no fun, Wick mumbled under his breath, but he leaned back and closed his eyes. Despite the ribbing, Griff smiled. Wick snuck a peek at Griff and grinned. Overham seemed oblivious to the whole exchange as he sat cross-legged in meditation, but Griff knew that the warrior monk had heard every word. It had been a long time since he'd been able to call someone a friend. The fact that he now genuinely considered all 3 of his odd companions true friends both warmed his heart and made him wonder just how much weirder his life would become. Griff returned to his prompts with a chuckle. You have reached Apprentice tier in Soul Magic. With this tier boost, the skill has gained a new ability. You can now use the tier ability Soulbind. Soulbind allows you to engage in a battle of wills with a creature or beast. If you win, then you can bind that creature or beast to your will, effectively making it your pet or servant. The creature will fight alongside you and take basic directions. The complexity of those directions is limited by the creature's inherent level of intelligence. Control limit 1. Note: you can release control of any soul-bound creature at any time, but beware, they may turn hostile. Note: each successive tier of soul magic enables you to soulbind an additional creature to your will. Note: the binding of a sentient creature is considered a corrupt use of soul magic and may push you down a dark path. Griff's eyes went wide at the possibility. He'd fought some insane creatures in his time, and the idea that he might turn one from enemy to ally was perhaps the best news he'd received since leaving the Barrow. It almost made him forget about his hair. Almost. A deep yawn overtook him, and Griff realized just how exhausted he was. He looked over to see that Wick and Tifila had lain down, cuddling each other. Overham was still meditating. Guess I should get some sleep as well. He laid down, used his arm as a pillow, and closed his eyes. A prompt filled his vision. Due to the El Edrine racial trait soul revery, you cannot sleep. The elvish races do not sleep like the shorter-lived races. Instead, when in need of rest, they will enter a trance-like state where they will experience snippets of past lives lived by their immortal souls. Elves must enter soul reverie at least once a week or have all stats and attributes negatively affected due to exhaustion. Do you wish to enter soul reverie? Yes. No. What the hell? Soul reverie? Past lives? Griff had known people back on Earth that claimed to have memories of past lives, but he'd always thought of them as unhinged wackos. After all, not everyone could be Caesar or General Patton or Joan of Arc in a past life, and nobody ever claimed to have been a gutter rat or a slave or a drunk. But here, in the realms, it was a real phenomenon. A bit nervous, Griff mentally tagged the yes button, and his eyes closed. The sounds and smells around him grew distant, and he found he was floating on an endless sea of silver. Spheres rose in the reflective surface, expanding like soap bubbles. Images of places, people, and events flowed across them, touching the edge of Griff's awareness before popping and disappearing like an ill-remembered dream. Griff focused on the closest and saw himself as a child that was not Finn Caldwell, but a young girl, smiling, her face stained by mud. She wore a basic linen dress and ran through tall reeds along the bank of a wide river. A voice raised in joy flowed over the water, and Griff was happy. Then the bubble popped, and he was back floating on the silver sea. Another bubble expanded right in front of him, and part of him wanted to back away. I do not want to remember this life, a distant part of his mind warned him. But the bubble of thought stuff burbled around him, and once again he was elsewhere. He was tired, and he was far too low to the ground. Where the last memory had been sharp and vibrant, this memory was dull and clouded, as if he remembered it through a fog of alcohol or anesthesia. He was in a massive underground chamber, and someone was yelling in a violent and angry tone. He blew off the voice and focused on a massive cube of silver-gray metal. It reflected a distorted face back at him, a face he knew was his own, but one that he did not recognize. It bore a ragged beard, a broad nose, and a furious scowl. A band of dull iron and shining jewels crowned his head. He placed both hands upon the metal cube, but unlike the joy he'd experienced as the child running along the river, he felt a grotesque rage of helplessness burn through him. He screamed from deep within as he sensed another mind, a horrid, singular alien presence blocking him, and he knew that he was but a passenger in this body. The crown grew warm on his head, and one gem, a large, clear diamond, glowed with internal light. He placed hands that he did not control atop the cube, and the metal bubbled and flowed. The fearful and angry voice that begged for his attention grew louder, tinged with desperation. Griff tried to call for help, but the other presence controlled his every move. The metal of the cube parted, and a rumbling buzz built in his ears. Griff heard one last desperate plea, but the entity controlling his body paid the speaker no heed. Silence reigned for mere moments before the blade of a sword exploded from Griff's chest. He felt his heart puncture and heard a terrible yowl of anger as the presence became fully known to him. Prime, Griff thought in shock. I am prime. Something soft and moist smacked him upside the head, and the vision faded. He was back on the sea of silver as thousands upon thousands of bubbles rushed to the surface before popping like boiling water. Griff started to panic when another wet, slurping something smacked into his head, and he was back in the forest. A piece of ripe fruit, similar to a peach, dripped down his temple and onto his lap. Griff stared up in irritation to see Zeg hanging from a tree branch.
"Get up, uglies! Big Harry coming!"
Griff tried to process what he had just seen, while simultaneously wondering what the hell the irritating imp was blathering about, when an unearthly howl split the night, and his irritation, like the memories of his past lives, faded. Three. Another howl tore the air, this one much closer. Griff had no idea what kind of beast made that noise, and since it made the Balgroth he'd slain in the barrow sound like an overly aggressive rabbit by comparison, he had no desire to find out. Griff hefted his spear, forcing his mind to leave the horror he'd relived in his soul reverie behind. Ovrym stood to his left, his sword held in the two-handed grip so reminiscent of the samurai from Earth. Wick's hands were pulsing with red-black chthonic energy. Griff turned to Tifila, whose own hands glowed a pale green. "Will your spell hold?" As Griff understood it, the Hearth of the Home spell that Tifila had cast acted along the same principle as a citronella candle to bugs. She claimed it would mess with the senses of most animals and monsters, turning them away from this home. He had faith in the gnomish Life Master's abilities, but one look at her face told him they'd best prepare for a fight. "I do not know," Tifila said, grim-faced. Griff frowned and prepped for battle. He activated his new Adventure Party perk, and all four of his companions looked at him in mild surprise. But then, one by one, they accepted his leadership. "You sure you're up for this?" Griff asked himself. "Wick, Tifila, Ovrym, and Zeg have accepted the invitation to your adventure party. All members now share a telepathic bond, Boon 1. All members will now split all XP generated by the actions of the adventure party. An XP bonus of 25% is applied. The morale of your adventure party is currently 11. 10 for escaping the barrow, plus 1 for leadership level 3. You and your followers are rewarded with a plus 25% regeneration to health, stamina, mana, and spirit." Griff opened his mind to the others. "Be ready, but stay quiet. Hopefully Tifila's spell will convince whatever that is out there to keep on moving." Griff held out little hope that that would be the case, though. "I'm thinking at you, Zeg." Griff heard what must have been the imp's version of an old man's harumph.
"Zeg most quietest, unlike big noisy stomps."
"By Garneth, I am cursed," Wick sent. "You sent that to all of us, honey," Tifila thought.
"Shit. Zeg show tiny goober what real cursed be. Zeg very most good at cursing."
"Let's focus, kiddos," Griff thought, and gripped the war stave of the Eladrin King in his hands and pumped mana into its storage function. The artifact was immensely powerful and could act as a magical battery, storing upwards of 200 points of mana. But he had to fill the weapon himself. He cursed himself for not doing so earlier, as his mana stores sunk to less than half. Griff stared into the trees, and a sudden flurry of motion announced the flock of luttins. They swarmed up and over the sphere of Tifla's spell, and Griff could have sworn he caught glimpses of silver strands wrapped around waists and heads. He had no time to further lament his hair, as several trees in front of the dome parted and fell. The Big Harry had arrived, and even though the trees and undergrowth still shrouded the beast, Griff knew it was huge. It uprooted a tree that crashed near the edge of the invisible dome. Then another tree fell, and Griff saw the beast. Balgroth? Griff thought in astonishment. This one was larger than the one he'd killed in the barrow, and something was definitely different about it. Its gray skin was mottled through with violent streaks of dark orange. The streaks pulsed, and Griff realized that they were the beast's arteries and veins. What the hell? He used Analyze. Corrupt Balgroth, level 36, H 560, S 620, M 0, SP 0. Balgroth are not natural beasts. They are the product of ancient magical experimentation, which combined the ancient race of worm lizard people with mountain trolls. Balgroth are not the most intelligent or cunning of creatures, but they are tough and difficult to kill. Their extensive regeneration abilities allow them to heal nearly any wound given time. Balgroth are omnivores, but rather enjoy feasting on the smaller sentient races that live on the surface. Solitary creatures in the wild, their worm cousins often keep Balgroth as pets. This Balgroth has been corrupted by some nefarious and infectious force. All of its natural abilities are increased, and the beast is in a near-perpetual state of rage. Strengths unknown. Immunities unknown. Weaknesses unknown. Well, that is just perfect, Griff thought, sharing his Analyze window with the others. The entire group stood absolutely still, even Zeg. The Balgroth paused and sniffed the air through its massive nostrils. Balgroth were subterranean creatures, so what the hell was this thing doing topside? As the beast slowly moved its head side to side, searching with its incredible sense of smell, Griff noticed its eyes. Small, beady, and near useless underground, they had to be absolute torture in this light. They were red and swollen, and a thick black ooze leaked from the corners. Blood, Griff realized in shock. "Don't let it bite you," he heard Tifla say in his mind. "It is corrupted." "So, it'd be okay to let it bite me if it weren't corrupted," Wick sent with definite snark. By what? Griff thought, ignoring the pulse of irritation Tifla sent through the link. "I do not know. I have never seen anything like that," Tifla responded. "Do you recognize it, Zeg?" Griff asked.
Zeg no ever see such corruption, and Zeg see lots of everything.
A wave of terror flowed from the small demonling. "That doesn't bode well," Overim sent, his mental voice tinged with anxiety. The dual onslaught of fear coming from both the imp and the Zaidai chilled Griff. He felt the gnomes' minds grow cold at the revelation. "Demons are not supposed to feel fear," Wick thought, with an undercurrent of burbling panic.
"Zeg no afraid,"
came the imp's irritated reply, but everyone in the link knew the demonling was lying. "Calm, everyone. Let's see what it does, Gryph sent. Griff heard mental grumbles, but his crew stayed calm. The Balgroth scrunched its nose up, inhaling deeply. It cast its head back and forth, listening and smelling. A few tense seconds passed before the beast turned left and walked slowly around Tifla's dome. 5 pairs of eyes followed it closely, their owners standing rigid and unmoving. They held their breath until the beast disappeared into the woods, but the sound of falling trees marked its path. Behind him, Griff heard Wick exhale. In the silence, the sound was as loud as a strong summer breeze. Griff looked at his friend and nodded. That was close, Wick sent. Griff smiled at the gnome. Do not waste your energy celebrating just yet, Ovrim sent, and shared the image of what he was seeing. A massive wolf stood just outside the barrier, its eyes staring at something that it could not see but somehow sensed. It was an odd sensation. He was still looking at Wick, whose eyes had gone wide, but he was also seeing the beast that confronted them through Ovrim's perception. It was a strange, double image, like a fade in a movie if the scene had become stuck mid-transition. Slowly, Griff turned himself towards the beast. It stood chest high, and its mottled gray fur was stained with dry blood. The eyes swam with the same dark orange pulses that had discolored the Balgroth. It was closest to him, and had it not been for Tifla's spell, the wolf would have been on him before he'd even known it was there. Griff analyzed the wolf. Corrupted direwolf, level 13, H 220, S 320, M 0, SP 0. Direwolves are larger and more vicious cousins of ordinary wolves. They are pack hunters and are never alone. Direwolves have mastered the tactic of showing one pack member to distract potential prey from sneak attacks by the rest of the pack. This direwolf has been corrupted by some nefarious and infectious force. All of its natural abilities are increased, and the beast is in a near-perpetual state of rage. Strengths unknown, immunities unknown, weaknesses unknown. Griff's eyes slowly looked to the left and then to the right. Could these things see through their defenses? If it could, then the rest of the pack was likely flanking them at this very moment. Watch your flanks. These things are pack hunters, Griff sent. He could sense more than see his crew turning away from the direwolf in front of Griff as they eased into a defensive circle. Griff kept his eyes locked on the beast in front of him as it continued to sniff the air. It eased slowly forward, its muzzle encountering the invisible edge of Tifla's sphere, and the wolf growled, as if some unseen force was irritating the beast. As its muzzle touched the barrier, red-orange flashes of energy pulsed up and around the dome. "Get ready! The field is coming down!" Tifla sent. A moment later, the field shimmered and fell. Then the world became a swirl of gray and orange as the wolves launched themselves at the group. Griff became a blur of motion as the first direwolf lunged at him, orange ichor dripping from its slathering jaws. The beast was upon him so quickly that Griff barely had time to activate his parry perk. The wolf brought its jaws down upon the haft of his sphere as Griff pushed upwards. The beast snarled and slobber sprayed across Griff. He twisted the spear, satisfied to hear teeth crack as the white mithril of the spear crushed and tore at them. The wolf howled in rage and agony and fell back. Griff wasted no time. He pumped half of the stored mana into his weapon and activated his Impale perk with a powerful thrust. The tip of the spear entered the beast right below the collarbone, and Griff triggered Penetrating Strike, pushing mana through the spear tip and into the wolf. The wolf's eyes widened in shock and pain, but the madness that held its mind drove it towards Griff, rabid jaws snapping as it got close. Griff adjusted his grip on the spear and heaved with all his strength. His strike toppled the wolf off its feet, and it landed heavily on its back. Griff pushed and twisted the spear, and the wolf went limp, twitching the last few moments of its life away as it bled into the forest floor. Griff tugged the spear free and turned just in time to see a second wolf leap at him. Without being conscious of the thought, Griff pumped mana into his boots, and a surge of speed and agility flowed through him. He activated Dodge and sidestepped the wolf's attack. As the beast soared by him, he pumped stamina into his counterattack perk and spun the spear in a tight arc. A spray of blood and a squeal of pain were his rewards, as the adamantine tip of his spear sliced through the wolf's neck, earning him a critical hit. The wolf stumbled, blood pumping vigorously from its sliced jugular. He eyed the creature as it stumbled towards him. Griff had landed a killing blow, but until the beast was dead, it was still deadly. It eyed him warily, a guttural choking rising from its ruined throat. "Behind you!" Tifila sent to him, and Griff ducked and rolled as another wolf surged through the space he'd just left. Griff felt the hot breath on his neck as the beast's snapping jaw missed him by the slimmest of margins. He rolled back to his feet as a small form eased up to him back to back. Griff didn't have to turn to know it was Tifila. "The others?" Griff asked. "Holding their own for now, but the ruckus is bound to draw more of these foul creatures," Tifila responded. "Then it's time to end this," Griff said with a scowl. Griff dumped more of the stored mana into his spear and advanced on the wolf. He spun the shaft of his weapon in furious arcs as the wolf regained its feet. It backed up under the spinning fury of his assault, but then bared its teeth and stood its ground. The look in its corrupted eyes sunk tendrils of fear into Griff's soul, and for a moment Griff sympathized with the beast. Then the wolf launched itself at him again, moving with insane speed. Griff tried to dodge, but this time the wolf somehow predicted his motion and turned with him. His dodge attempt had left his spear in the wrong position to bring to bear on the wolf, and Griff panicked as the ichor-covered teeth filled his world. Desperate, Griff punched forward with his free hand. His fist entered the wolf's ravenous mouth, which was the last place any sane person would have put their hand. The wolf seemed shocked by the silver-haired elf's stupidity, and its eyes narrowed to slits as it prepared to savor the free meal. It had no time to wonder what happened as its head exploded outward in a hail of bone, brains, and gore. Griff held his fist for a moment as the blue light flared from the ring on his finger and then dimmed again. The ring of air shield had quickly become one of Griff's favorite tools, and he wondered if whoever had crafted the useful trinket had imagined it would one day be used as a weapon. Tifila sent a bolt of green energy towards a wolf facing off against her, and the beast dodged aside. If it had been human, Griff was sure the creature would have laughed at the purple-coiffed gnome woman. That laughter, would have been short-lived, however, as a tangle of thick green vines exploded from the spot the spell had hit and wrapped themselves around the wolf. Thorns dug into thick fur, and Griff could see yellowish sap leaking from their tips. The wolf howled in anger and pain as the constricting vine stole both its mobility and, slowly, its life. Griff saw Wick and Ovrim standing back to back. Ovrim's saber was a blur of crimson, and Wick's staff pulsed with the reddish hell light of the chthonic realm. Both men surged forward at the same time. Ovrim's blade sliced through the forelegs of the closest wolf as Wick's charged staff exploded into the chest of the beast, leaping to tear away his throat. Wick's wolf died with a smoking crater of singed fur in its chest, and Ovrim quickly ended the crippled wolf's misery with a downward thrust of his sword. Even Zeg was surprisingly effective. Griff watched as the diminutive imp leapt from a tree branch. He landed on a nearby wolf's neck and pumped crimson chthonic energy through both hands into the animal's head. Pain caused the wolf to snap and snarl as it ran and bucked like a bronco at a rodeo, trying to hurl the tiny demon aside. It failed, and the wolf's legs collapsed and its eyes turned blank as its face hit the ground, digging a rough furrow in the soft leaves and earth. Its tongue lolled from its mouth as its last breath left it. Zeg leapt up, landing on a branch a dozen feet above the ground. He looked at Griff and made a gesture with two of his fingers. Damn it, the little bugger must have seen me flip Wick off. Does he see everything? Griff shook his head in bemused irritation and looked to Tifila. Only one wolf remained, and Tifila claimed it. She yelled in a language that sounded like the wind and breaking branches, and a sphere of earth pulsed upward from the ground like a boil. It pulsed as if something inside it was desperate to be born. And a moment later, the moist soil and grass split. A squat creature made of earth and vegetation erupted from the ground and launched itself at the last wolf. Almost unbidden, Griff's curiosity activated Analyze, and Griff learned that the beast was a minor nature elemental. It looked for all the world like a small, roided-up chimp made of dirt, sticks, and grass. True to the image, the elemental pummeled the wolf with powerful overhand blows. After several thunderous attacks, the final wolf joined its fellows as a ruined corpse. A surge of pride in his team filled Griff as he surveyed the bodies littering the ground. In the back of his mind, he noted that a prompt had not come up when Analyze had triggered. Can I control how my prompts appear and when? He had no time to dwell on the concept, as another wave of wolves entered the fray. Blades spun, spells cast, and soon another half-dozen wolf corpses bled into the grass. Ovrim and Wick had one last wolf cornered. It bled from a shallow gash in its foreleg and had backed itself up against a tree, fangs bared. Wick began to cast another spell. Wait, Griff yelled. I want to try something out. His team looked at him, but they all nodded. Griff pulled the coil of rope from his waist and tossed it towards the wolf. Then he cast Animate Rope and pushed his mind into the length of spider silk. It slithered its way at the wolf like a hunting viper. The wolf eyed it warily, lips curling up around ichor-laden teeth. The wolf snapped at the rope, but it moved with preternatural swiftness and wrapped itself around the beast's legs. Soon, it had the creature immobilized. Griff approached the creature with caution, nodding at Tifla's reminder to stay clear of the wolf's corrupted bite. He knelt and took the trapped beast's head in his hands. He pushed his will into the rope's compel ability, and the beast calmed. Griff then sent mana pumping into his mind and activated his newest perk, Soulbind. Suddenly, he could feel the beast, not just its mind, but its very soul, the anguish that the proud animal suffered. Griff searched for any evidence of how the beast had been corrupted. But the animal's brain did not hold memories the way a sapient being's did. Instead, he eased his will through the maelstrom of anger, pain, and confusion swirling in the animal's mind and found the core of its being, the small fragment of eternal all that was its soul. It appeared as a small sphere of golden light, but an alien presence writhed across the surface, staining its purity. Griff felt a moment of sympathy for the beast. Even though it had just tried its damnedest to kill him, nothing living deserved this fate. Griff sensed the dual surges of resistance. One, the animal nature of the wolf, and the other, a malevolent intelligence behind the strain of corruption. He forced all his will into the battle, and his soul screamed. Bits of the beast's soul grasped for Griff, while the stain assaulted him with psychic spikes. Griff could not say how he knew, but he now understood that Soulbind was as dangerous as it was powerful. It could allow him to tame and control a creature. But if his concentration slipped for even a moment, the beast, or worse yet the corruption, could take him. He wanted to vomit as the tainted knives of the otherworldly energy spiked at him, but he blocked and pushed back each and every one, while slowly easing his own tendrils into the wolf's soul. The wolf's own essence fought against the infection, leaving Griff alone. Perhaps the beast knew that Griff's domination would be better than the corruption. Griff pushed himself into the center of the sphere of soul light, and the wolf gave itself over to him. United, man and wolf turned upon the infection, unleashing the pure power of life and sentience upon the twining tendrils of burnt orange. They slowly burned away under the combined might, and soon no trace of the stain remained. Congratulations! You have soulbound a direwolf to your will. This soulbound creature will serve you faithfully and respond to your mental commands. Over time, your bond with the soulbound companion will grow, as will the beast's intelligence and power. He had done it. He had soulbound this wondrous beast to him, and somehow had cleansed it of the corruption. Griff's eyes snapped open, and he fell to his knees. Wick rushed to his side. "What the hell was that?" Griff quickly explained what he had done. All three of his friends stared in wide-eyed amazement, and perhaps a bit of fear. Tifla noted that Griff had somehow cleansed the creature.
"That may be a much-needed ability," Ovrim said as he grimaced in pain. He removed his left bracer to reveal several inflamed puncture wounds on his forearm. Necrotic stains of deep orange had already spread outwards from the bite. Tifla rushed up and took his arm in her hand. She hummed in a low murmur, and golden light flowed from her hands and into his wound. The holes closed and the bleeding stopped, but the orange corruption remained.
"Will he be okay?" Griff asked, concern digging at his gut. "I don't know," Tifla said. "I've healed the wound, but the infection is a total mystery to me. I believe it is under control for now.
But if it spreads, then we're in a world of shite, Wick finished.
Griff wanted to uncover more about this new danger, but the question forming on his lips was silenced by the roar of the corrupted Balgroth, a roar that was far too close for comfort. "4. The Balgroth roared again, and this time the sound was much closer. Griff helped Overham to his feet as several trees crashed to the ground. The sounds of other beasts joined the Balgroth's horrid chorus, and Griff knew if they didn't leave now, they'd be surrounded.
Time to go,
Griff said.
It must have heard our fight with the wolves,
Wick said, and kicked one of the dead beasts. Zeg jumped down and did the same, moving from one corpse to another, kicking them as he passed. He walked close to Griff and kicked the soul-bound wolf. The tamed creature growled, but Griff held it in check. Griff stared down at Zeg. Cut that out. The imp tossed a rude gesture towards Griff's way, showing him exactly what he thought of him, and Griff made a mental note to watch his language around the infernal pest. It's like being around a child, Griff thought. An obnoxious spawn of Satan child, but still a child. The Balgroth's head poked above the closest copse of trees and spied the group. It roared and ran towards them. Its strides were much longer than Griff's, but its size and lumbering clumsiness forced it to smash through or bounce off of trees.
Run!
Griff yelled, and all his companions sprinted away from the corrupted beast. Branches whipped at Griff's face, leaving tiny wounds that did little damage but seriously irritated him. As they ran, Griff saw blurs of motion from the right and the left. He didn't get a clear view, but they were larger than the other wolves they'd slain. They crested several hills, crossed a small stream, and finally emerged into a clearing. Had Griff not been running for his life, the ruins that surrounded them would have wowed him. Crumbling walls and fallen remnants of 2 large towers lay before them. Griff had seen enough ruined castles during his youthful travels in Europe to recognize that this structure had once been a mighty fortress. Vines and moss covered the scattered stones, suggesting that whatever had destroyed this once mighty defensive edifice had happened a long time ago. I wish that made me feel better, Griff thought. He weaved through several downed bulwarks. Behind them, the snarls and roars of a variety of beasts were getting closer. We need to find a defensive position, Griff sent through the group's mental link. Ahead and to the left, Overham sent. Griff turned that way without looking, trusting Overham's instincts. As he got closer, he realized that his trust in the Zaidai had been well placed. Overham had spotted a ruined tower. Its rounded walls were mostly intact, at least at the back, where a crescent moon of ivy-covered wall would provide excellent protection. Griff got closer and skirted between a pair of stone walls he imagined must have once been part of the tower's internal support. They provided some protection and would force most of their pursuers into a bottleneck. Griff sprinted through and turned. He quickly assessed the position of his friends and the enemies bearing down upon them. The Balgroth was loping towards them in a clumsy and ungainly fashion, and remained the greatest danger. But a host of other beasts sprinted in front of the massive creature. Griff recognized the bears, stags, and wolves, but the others were mysteries. A large leopard creature with tentacle-like appendages sprouting from its shoulders slunk towards them from the right, A disgusting two-headed flying beast that looked like the product of a psychotic child's imagination flapped overhead. The beast was covered in scales, and the talons on its feet could rend a man from belly to neck. Something else that may have been a shambling mass of trash came toward them from the left. Griff had no clue what the hell it was, and had no time to use analyze. Wick, get behind us and summon Avernerius. Tiff and Ovram, you're with me. Create a defensive perimeter around Wick until help arrives. Zeg, go high and be my eyes.
Zeg ain't no ugly haircut elves servant.
Griff sighed in annoyance when Tiffila's sweet mental voice chimed in. Please, Zeg, we need your help.
Fine. Zeg help, but only for pretty lady. Zeg no help blue-haired midget.
I really need to find a way to send you back to Bixrithigal, Wick sent.
Ha ha! No can send Zeg back, but maybe Zeg take you back. Fun be it to hear screams from you.
Enough,
Griff sent.
we are out of time.
Griff sent mana down his right arm, and it became as heavy as a stone before a 2-foot-long spike of rock flew from his palm and impaled a stag that had lowered its antlers to gore him. Flying Stalactite had been his first offensive spell, and it remained his favorite distance attack. The stag stumbled as the stone split its skull. As it fell, its legs tangled up with a corrupted wolf that was hot on its heels. The wolf stumbled and fell with a crack of bone and a howl. Griff's wolf leapt over the stag's corpse and tore a ragged chunk from the other wolf's throat, ending its life. On his right, Ovram unleashed a glowing arrow at the tentacle panther. Just as the arrow was about to take the creature between the eyes, it suddenly stood several feet to the right.
Phase Panther,
Ovram sent.
Are those snakes protruding from its shoulder?
Griff sent in a panic.
Yes, Zeg find funny. Very poison is those snakes. Maybe Silverhead Goober should let snakes bite.
Griff wondered how Zeg knew so much about, well, everything. But his annoyance at the imp's jacked-up sense of humor pushed that thought away. He fired several more flying stalactites into the fray, dropping several more beasts. To his left, Tifila was battling the two-headed bird monstrosity. Griff's analyze skill clicked into gear, and he knew the beast was a vulture harpy. She sent life bolts skyward, but the bird evaded most of them. Then it opened both mouths and screamed. Griff couldn't see the sound waves that pummeled Tifila, but he could see the wake they left in the air. Tifila brought her hands to her ears and her mouth opened. She looked to be screaming, but whatever noise those screams made was drowned out by the foul creature's sonic assault. Griff stabbed his spear point down into the dirt and grabbed 2 throwing knives from the bandolier at his chest. He pumped mana into his bracers and threw 2 of the knives, using the magnetic properties of the bracers to provide extra oomph to his throws. The thin slivers of metal bore serrated edges that would cause extra bleeding damage. The missiles impacted the flying beast below one of its 2 necks and tore into the scaly flesh. The beast's sonic attack ceased, and both heads reared back in shock and pain. One head turned towards Griff, and he saw the same dark orange corruption coursing through its eyes. It howled in rage at him and prepared to unleash another sonic attack. But Griff was far from done. He pushed more power into his bracers and pushed with both hands. Inside the avian monster's body, Griff felt the serrated knives force deep. The harpy screamed again, But Griff had no sympathy and pulled and twisted his hands back towards him. The metal blades twisted again, forcing their way through more flesh, ripping and shredding as they tore free of the creature's body, tearing away one of the wings as they did. The harpy squealed in agony as it spun and fell. It hit the ground with a wet thud, and Griff smiled. He would have cheered, save for the thundering stomp of the Balgroth's foot as it came down hard on one of the harpy's skulls. The avian beast twitched and died. The Balgroth swung a fist at Griff, who jumped back a second too late. The meaty fist, the size of a bowling ball, smashed into his breastplate with sternum-cracking force. The crushing blow knocked the air from Griff's lungs, and he wheezed in agony. His health dropped by 25%, and, worse yet, he was prone on his back, suffering from a debuff. Debuff added, you have been stunned. 50% penalty to movement speed for 10 seconds. Confusion for 10 seconds. Griff coughed as his entire world turned to pain. He knew he should do something, should be worried about something, but for the life of him, he couldn't remember what that was. Then he was lifted off his feet, and he had his answer.
Oh, yeah, Balgroth,
Griff thought with an odd detachment. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew he should care more about the massive beast and the decreasing distance between him and its rancid maw of jagged ichor-covered teeth. He grinned stupidly, and a wolf's jaws clamped down hard on the Balgroth's arm. The meaty fist holding Griff released, and he fell to the ground in a heap. He looked up to see a wolf, his wolf, the wolf he had yet to name, digging its jaws into the Balgroth's arm. The stupid reptilian troll was spinning and flailing with its other arm, trying to detach the fierce wolf. It was only mildly successful, as the agile wolf used its claws to find purchase in the Balgroth's back and side. Griff stumbled to his feet and saw Tifila do the same. Whatever sonic attack had devastated the gnome woman abated. She looked at him with concern, and Griff gave her a foolish thumbs up. She clearly did not buy his assurances, because a scowl crossed her face and she ran towards him, golden light infusing her hands. Griff fell to his knees and resisted the urge to vomit. But then Tifila was there, and the warm glow of her healing magic surrounded his body. He instantly felt better as the debuffs faded and his health crept back up to 90%. She tugged on his arm. "You need to get up!" she yelled, rather more loudly than was necessary. Griff realized she was still suffering from the sonic attack the harpy had hit her with. He nodded and stood, shaking his head to clear the last of the debuffs. A high-pitched yelp caught his ears, and his eyes snapped up barely in time to push Tifila out of the way of a flying wolf. She sprawled safely, if painfully, to the ground. Griff wasn't so lucky, as the full weight of his soul-bound pet slammed him in the chest. He crashed to the ground again, and his eyes met those of the wolf. Its breath was ragged, and hot blood leaked from its side. With a shudder, the wolf died. Griff was pissed. He'd always been a dog guy, and while this wolf would happily have torn his throat out had it not been soulbound, he still felt the loss of the beast. After all, it had saved his life. Griff stood in time to see the Balgroth's fist flying towards him again. He dove and rolled aside, reaching out to snatch his spear from the ground as he came back to his feet. Griff thrust upwards with the spear, catching the Balgroth in the side. Black blood flowed from the wound, and the Balgroth swung again. Griff dodged, and the beast exposed his back, but Griff lost his grip on the spear. I need space. He climbed onto the beast's back and activated Push Off. Griff somersaulted head over heels and landed gracefully 5 feet away. The perk also pushed the Balgroth off balance, long enough for Griff to recover. There was only one problem. His spear lay lost between the legs of the Balgroth. Griff pumped mana into his bracers and tried to pull the spear to him, but the dumb creature had stepped on the spear as it stumbled back to its feet. It was momentarily disorientated, and Griff chanced to look around. Ovrim was battling the Phase Panther and faring none too well. He sent a message to Tifila to go aid the warrior monk. He saw dozens of other corrupted beasts waiting just out of reach. What are they waiting for? Griff wondered. Wick, now would be a good time, he sent to the Thonic summoner. Almost there, came the strained reply. The Balgroth had recovered and turned towards Griff, throwing its arms wide and roaring. Shit, Griff thought as he stumbled backwards. He reached for the throwing knives, but remembered their lack of effectiveness against the other Balgroth. His mind cycled through all of his new powers, and he held his left arm up, palm out. Mana surged down his arm like a swollen river right after a torrential rain. A jet of water flew from his palm, smacking the bewildered beast in the face. It was the first time he'd cast Water Blast, and while it staggered the Balgroth, he suspected that was due more to surprise than actual damage. He knew the beast would soon recover, especially with its irritating ability to regenerate. Suddenly, the jet of water surged sideways, digging a furrow into the ground and sending a sheet of muddy water onto the pack of nearby wolves. The water spun upwards and cascaded down, drenching Griff. He quickly cut the mana feed to his out-of-control spell and added Waterlogged to his list of fashion crimes. The Balgroth rushed forward, but it slipped in the muck and flopped onto its back, buying Griff the time to complain viciously. What the hell was that?
Ha!
Zeg's laugh came through their mental bond.
Dumb Silverhead have magic twisted all back and forth.
What do you mean?
Griff asked.
What mean? You don't have eyes? Big water splash turn and go splooge all over. Make Silverhair look much more nicer. And very much funny.
I understand what happened. I was asking why, Griff raged.
Oh, Zeg no. Wait, Zeg might know. Just no wanna tell. Zeg know lots of stuff.
I have seen something akin to the phenomena,
Ovrim sent, his even tone bringing a bit of calm to Griff's frayed nerves. In the Outer Realms, there are areas known as bleed zones, where magic runs amok, often with unpredictable results. You think that's what happened here? Griff sent. They are corrupted by the bleed? Doubtful, the Zidai responded. I have never heard of a bleed zone on the surface of a world, but it seems that whatever force has corrupted these creatures also messes with magic's normal behavior, and it seems to have a sense of humor. A desperate idea came to Griff. Stand back. I'm gonna try something here. He thrust his hand out, summoning more mana, and a mini tornado formed around his arm. As the spell Halo of Air left his hand, he sent a silent prayer to the universe. This better work, Griff thought. Halo of Air had saved his ass on many occasions. It provided a sphere of fresh air centered about one's head. This would be the first time Griff had ever cast it on anyone or anything other than himself. Usually the spell would expel liquids, foreign gases, or anything else unwanted, and provide the user with breathable air. This time, Griff hoped for another outcome. The spell appeared as a slight shimmer around the Balgroth's head, and for a moment the moronic creature seemed happy with the fresh smell. After a few moments, however, the slow inrush of air built to hurricane force. The Balgroth squinted, and its mouth expanded like a dog hanging its head out the side of a fast-moving car, all teeth and slobber. As the air pressure increased, bits of dirt and twigs got sucked in, soon followed by rocks, clumps of grass, and a small bird sucked from a nearby tree. The rush of air became so fierce that it tugged at Griff, slowly drawing him towards the monstrosity. Griff started to panic, but then the spell reversed itself, expelling all the air inside the halo. The stupid creature took several seconds to process that its head was now surrounded by a vacuum, and then the beast began to suffocate. It grasped feebly at its head, trying and failing to swat away the porous halo. It stumbled back and forth, smashing into trees and crumbling walls alike. Several times it punched itself fully in the face, desperate to dislodge the invisible grip of doom that had it. Griff watched as the vacuum sucked the air from the Balgroth's lungs. Griff smiled. "I cannot believe this is working," he sent. Then the dark orange corruption leaked from the Balgroth's eyes, nose, and mouth, and it crept up the inside of the invisible sphere like an infection. Griff saw his magic blink and falter, and the spell failed completely. The Balgroth fell to its knees as it sucked in heavy gasps of air. After a moment, it looked up, eyes filled not just with corrupted rage, but with awareness.
"Nice try,"
the Balgroth said in an otherworldly voice, and it stood and smiled at Griff with more keen intelligence than the beast could possibly possess. Laughter that sounded like the slow movement of tectonic plates rose in the wood, and a cold tingle of fear trickled down Griff's back. "5." Griff stumbled back in shock. Something that wasn't the Balgroth had spoken to him, and it was none too pleased. The Balgroth smiled a wicked grin at Griff and charged. Panic took hold of Griff, and he thrust his hand out, mana filling his bracers. Behind the rumbling Mack truck of the Balgroth, his spear came to life and zipped to his hand. He stumbled to his feet just in time to raise the spear in a lame defensive posture. The Balgroth's fist came crashing down upon Griff's upraised spear, and he barely kept his grip as it crushed him to his knees. It pushed down with much greater power than it had previously, and Griff knew his strength would soon fail him. And that's when help arrived. "Avernarius!" Wick bellowed in the otherworldly timbre his voice possessed whenever he summoned the abyssal terror. A rift opened, and hot, sulphurous winds flowed over him. The Balgroth's eyes widened in hatred, and the beast forgot all about Griff as it bull-rushed the incoming demon. The Balgroth was a tough opponent, But the Abyssal Terror was a lieutenant in the armies of the Chthonic realm and one of the deadliest beings Gryph had encountered since entering the realms. The Balgroth's meaty fist connected with the side of Avarnerius's face with a crack of bone. But the demon just grinned and swung its massive sword of flame and brimstone upwards, severing the Trollkin's arm at the elbow. The possessed Balgroth howled in rage more than pain and brought its head crashing down into the demon's face. The hell beast's wide nose split, gushing hot black blood across both creatures. The demon stumbled backwards and the Balgroth leapt. Griff gripped his spear and backed away from the battle of titans. He glanced towards his friends to see Tifila holding her hands above her head, a shimmering golden shield protecting her and Ovrim, who knelt by her side, blood dripping from several wounds. The phase panther moved in and out of existence, trying to push through Tifila's defensive protections, but having no luck. However, Griff knew her mana had to be depleting at a staggering speed. It was only a matter of time before her shield failed. Griff gave a quick glance to Wick, who still sheltered behind the wall he'd been casting behind. His face was ashen and covered in sweat. Griff often failed to recognize how much summoning the Abyssal Terror cost his friend. "I'm fine. Help them," Wick sent. Griff nodded and turned back to his other friends. A plan formed in his mind. "Tifila, on my signal, drop your shield," Griff sent. Panic shot through the link, but he sent her his plan, and she nodded her approval. Griff pumped all of his remaining mana into the storage batteries on his spear. He knew the resultant headache would be more crippling than the worst migraine, but he saw no other option. As his spear greedily drank in his arcane power, Griff sprinted towards Tifila and Ovrim. Griff crossed the space between them in seconds, and as he got close, he sent "Now" through the link. Tifila's shield dropped, and the phase panther mewed in excitement as it phased towards its prey. It popped out of this realm, and a moment later returned directly over its prey. The look of shock and pain in the panther's eyes almost made Griff feel guilty. Almost. It had phased back into reality with Griff's spear inside its body, and as it materialized, Griff had forced all the stored mana into a penetrating strike. It earned him a critical strike, and the phase panther shuddered and died, its body fading away in a gray mist and fading back to whatever realm it called home. Griff's eyes snapped back to the battle between the Balgroth and the Abyssal Terror. He expected the demon would slay the Balgroth quickly, but the corrupted beast was holding its own. Was the corruption making it tougher, or was the alien presence possessing the beast's small mind somehow empowering the monster? The Balgroth moved with purpose, pummeling Avarnerius mercilessly with its remaining fist. One blow knocked the hellspawn back. The Balgroth howled and leapt at the demon, but Avarnerius whipped his hand out and caught the Balgroth by the throat. The demon squeezed, and bones crunched. Avarnerius started to chant in its infernal language and pulled the Balgroth in close. Griff recoiled from the putridity of the hellspeak, and his mind twisted. Then, blessedly, the words stopped, and a corona of flame erupted from the demon's hand, roasting the corrupted monster's head and neck. The Balgroth grinned and opened its mouth, not in pain, but as if it were preparing to feed. A tendril of glowing magma-orange energy exploded from the Balgroth's mouth and snapped down Avarnerius's throat. Unearthly laughter chortled from the Balgroth's throat as the orange energy flowed through Avernerius. A moment later, the Balgroth's head exploded in a halo of gore and bone. A low chuckle rose, somewhere at the edge of Gryph's hearing. It flowed over him and disappeared as the Balgroth died. The now headless corpse slithered to the ground, and the demon fell to one knee. An odd silence fell over the woods. Tifila was helping Ovrim to his feet as Wick walked up next to Griff. "What are they waiting for?" the gnome whispered. Griff gazed towards the woods, where dozens of corrupted beasts waited, staring and snarling at them. "I don't know, but we better be ready." Avernerius stood, and the same stone-crushing laughter that had come from the Balgroth chortled from its teeth-lined maw. It was clear the demon's mind was no longer its own. Now something else possessed it, something older, something far more dangerous. It held the demonic sword of flame and ash over its head and slashed it down, pointing it right at Griff.
"You are mine, little godling."
Dozens upon dozens of wolves, bears, stags, and other forest beasts, driven mad by the corruption, stampeded towards the group. Griff launched himself towards the corrupted demon. He pumped what little mana he had left into his spear and looked for an opening. He knew he was about to die, but maybe, just maybe, he'd be able to take the demon with him. The demon swung its sword, and Griff raised his spear, a pathetic shield against the otherworldly destruction about to come crashing down on him. Suddenly, from behind and above them, several dozen flashes of brilliant emerald light exploded downwards. Each perfectly aimed flash found a target, and a cacophonous boom filled the forest as the missiles exploded simultaneously. Arcane energy tore limbs from running bodies, shredded chests and torsos, and ruptured skulls. The first wave of attacking beasts fell, most dead on impact, while those unlucky enough to survive whimpered in agony. A powerful and commanding voice yelled, "Move forward and draw!" All around Griff, dozens of tall, regal eladrin, clad in dark green leather armor, flowing with intricate scrolling of leaves and vines, landed. Each hit the ground silently and drew an arrow from a quiver at their back. As one, the elves knocked their arrows, and mana flowed down the arrow shafts, coalescing at the tip. A hum rose, along with the bright green light. Avernerius stumbled back to its feet, the bright magma orange of corrupted rage pulsing in its eyes. It opened its mouth, ready to cast another spell, but the commander of the Eladrin spoke first. "Loose!" The twang of several dozen bows merged into one, and another volley of the devastating missiles flew towards the abyssal terror. The impact made Griff's teeth ache, and the flash blinded him. He fell to his knees in shock and confusion. When his vision cleared, he saw Avernerius. The demon's body was smoking from a dozen ragged, smoking holes. As Griff watched, the abyssal terror choked his last breath, and his body imploded into a red and black singularity. Griff stumbled to his feet as the cadre of elves moved past him and drew their bows again. There was no time to wonder who these newcomers were, as the next wave of corrupted beasts rushed from the woods. The elves loosed another volley of arrows, but unlike the first, these were not glowing with imbued energy. Still, they were devastatingly effective, and a dozen of the beasts fell to the earth. Then the rest of the corrupted animals were on them. Griff ducked and spun his spear as the slathering jaws of a wolf snapped at his neck. The blade punched through the beast's neck, and Griff spun again, yanking the weapon free. He ended up back to back with one elf as a pack of wolves surrounded them. Griff thrust forward, stabbing a wolf through the eye. It spasmed and fell, and one of its fellows leapt over the corpse. Griff yanked his spear backwards, but the next wolf landed on the shaft of his spear, its weight tearing the weapon from his grasp. In a smooth motion, Griff pulled his Ordonian ice dagger from its sheath, ducked, and stabbed upwards. He only had a few points of mana left, and he held them in reserve, hoping his thrust was true. The dagger impaled the wolf in the neck, barely stalling the beast's snapping jaws from closing on his neck. Griff could smell the corruption oozing from the beast as the stench of week-old meat flowed from the beast's mouth. Griff forced himself not to gag as he twisted the dagger before yanking it free. The wolf collapsed, unmoving, and Griff backed up, returning to his defensive position at the elf's back. Another wolf yelped in pain as the elf leapt forward, sword flashing through the air with an audible hiss. The other wolves stood back, warily eyeing Griff and his spike of mystical ice. He felt naked with the small weapon, and his eyes snapped to his spear, just out of reach behind the 3 remaining wolves. He took a second to gaze at his flaring mana bar, the blue light mocking him. It would be several more seconds before he could cast even the most rudimentary of spells. Another wolf lunged, and he swung the dagger in a tight arc, catching the animal on the foreleg. It yelped and hobbled backwards as one of its fellows took its spot. Behind him, more arrows loosed and flashes of light and explosions presaged further squeals of pain. The elf at Griff's back grunted and fell to one knee. A quick look back showed Griff the man had blocked a wolf's bite with his bracer-armored forearm, with only partial success. Blood flowed down the man's arm and dripped off his hand.
Shit,
Griff thought.
This is about to get bad.
Griff forced his mana into his bracers, and, with a flick of his wrist, he summoned his spear to him with a mental tug. The magnificent weapon flew to his outstretched hand, and he spun and twirled, slicing and stabbing. Several more wolves fell to his whirlwind of death, and then, finally, there were no more. Griff stumbled, exhausted and covered in blood and ichor. He snapped the spear tip back into its housing in the base of the spear and leaned on the shaft as he extended a hand to the elf that had fought at his back. The man stared at him for several moments before reluctantly accepting the aid. An eerie quiet had overtaken the clearing, and Griff looked up. A dozen knocked bows pointed in his direction.
"Drop your weapon, demon lover,"
said a tall elf with eyes of silver. Griff saw the determination and forcefulness in the Eladrin commander's gaze, and he eased his spear to the ground. He raised his hands above his head and scowled as the full force of a mana headache punched him full in the brain.
Any of you guys have any Advil?"
Griff asked with a grin. He barely saw the flash of movement as the Eladrin commander lashed out with the butt of his spear, cracking Griff in the temple. He fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Six. Griff floated on his back in a calm ocean. The slow up and down of the swells eased his body and his mind. He felt calm, at peace. Then the horrid stench of smelling salts assaulted his nose and brought him back to the world, head pounding from within and without. His eyes opened, and he saw one of the green-clad El-Adrine standing over him. The elf capped the vial of smelling salts and extended a hand to Griff. He grabbed it, and the surprisingly strong elf yanked him to his feet. Griff nodded in thanks and dug a thumb into his temple. The sun had dipped further towards the horizon, and Griff wondered how long he'd been unconscious. "You, okay?" he heard Tifila ask, with a slight quaver in her voice, and he glanced to his left to see the gnome woman looking up at him with concern.
"I'll be fine. Wick, Overdum?"
Griff followed her nod and saw both of his friends bound and on their knees.
"What is the meaning of this?"
Griff said, forcing more bravado into his voice than he felt. He instinctively tried to form another adventure party, but received an immediate error prompt. "Your ability to form an adventure party has been blocked."
What the fuck?
The El-Adrine commander turned and marched up to Griff, his steely gaze potent and deadly.
"You do not ask the questions here. You answer them, and answer them well, or you'll join your friends in their doom." "Let them go,"
Griff said.
"Are you a fool? Do you not understand simple instructions?"
Griff took stock of their situation and realized he was in no position to make demands.
"I apologize,"
Griff said.
"I'm tired, and the battle was tough."
The elf captain's eyes eased slightly, and he nodded.
"Now, tell me who you are and how you got here."
Griff eyed his bound friends for a moment, and then looked back at the elf commander. The man was even taller than Griff, and his potent gray eyes were the color of spring storm clouds. They held his gaze with unflinching intensity, and Griff realized they would see through any subterfuge.
"I am Griff, and these are my friends and compatriots. Thank you for coming to our aid." "We did not come to aid you, but to fight the corruption. Now, perhaps, we know the source of that corruption."
He gazed back at Wick, and Griff understood the precarious situation his small friend faced.
"We are not the source of the corruption."
"The gnome," the elf commander said in anger, pointing at Wick, "is a chthonic summoner. We witnessed it ourselves. Such magics are against the oldest of laws. He has doomed himself."
"And Overdum?"
Griff asked.
"He is one of the lost. They are aberrations, cancers. His very nature condemns him. But you are the bigger mystery. You are El-Adrine, but you are not of silven anor." "I do not know what that is,"
Griff admitted, desperate to keep the conversation on him, hoping the time would let his mind discover an escape for him and his friends.
"Silven Anor, the city of emerald twilight, is the last bastion of the El-Adrine on Corinne. We have guarded this valley since the Exodus, and will guard it until the return."
The elf stared at him, eyes growing slim as he realized that Griff still did not understand.
"So tell me, El-Adrine, who are you, and where do you come from?"
Griff considered lying, but could not risk further irritating the elf. With a sigh, he told the man the truth.
"I am Griff, a player from Earth, and these are my friends."
The elf's eyes widened in surprise.
"A player? I have heard of your kind. Souls from another realm animating flesh in this one."
"Accurate, if grim," Griff said with a nod.
Why are you here? We didn't even know where we were until you told us. We escaped from the Barrow through a portal a few miles back. The elf's eyes flashed wide again, and Griff somehow knew the man was rarely surprised. We will take you back to Silven Anor. The regent will know what to do with you. He snapped his hand up, and the dozen elves surrounding Wick and Ovrim drew their bows. Wait, Griff said, and lunged towards the elf captain, grabbing him around the arm. Several other elves moved to drag Griff away, but the elf captain held up a hand to stop them. Please, they are good men. I do not claim to understand your laws, but you cannot just murder them. He is right, noble El-Adrin, Ovrim said. I have heard the stories of your kind, my ancestors, since I was a boy. This is not the way of the High Elves. I call on the ancient right of conclave. The elf captain's eyes snapped to Ovrim. You have no right to call conclave! The venom in the elf's voice dug into Griff's gut. Perhaps not, Ovrim said calmly, but he does. Ovrim nodded at Griff, and the elf captain glared, neck twitching in anger. After several thunderous heartbeats, the elf captain waved his hand sideways, and his men lowered their bows. Take them! The elves nearest Wick and Ovrim pulled them roughly to their feet, and the elf captain motioned for Griff and Tifila to join their friends. They were relieved of their weapons, and Griff reluctantly handed over his satchel. The bag was soulbound and could not be opened or pilfered without Griff's consent. Its contents were safe, for now. In the distance, ragged howls pierced the air, and all eyes snapped towards them. It is time we return to Silven Anor, the elf commander said. The elves moved as one, and the leader turned to Griff. I am Barendiel, captain of the Rangers of Silven Anor. You will obey my commands until you are brought before the regent. He will hear the truth out of you at conclave, and he will decide your fates. Say you understand. Say you agree. I understand, and I agree, Griff said with a sigh. Barendiel spun on his heels in a maneuver as polished as any military man Griff had ever seen. Rangers, move out! Several of the elves dropped into flanking positions around Griff and Tifila, and a dozen more took positions around Wick and Ovrim. Both of his friends were still bound. Zeg was nowhere to be found. I'm not sure if that shows intelligence or cowardice. They moved through the forest as the sun dipped lower towards the horizon, casting long shadows through the woods. The elves moved silently and with surprising quickness. Wick was having trouble keeping up and caught a toe on an exposed root, pitching forward onto his face with a pained grunt. One of the rangers yanked him none too kindly back to his feet and smacked him in the back. Wick shambled forward again. Griff moved closer to Barendiel, aware of the many pairs of eyes watching him for any attack. I humbly ask that you remove Wick and Ovrim's bonds. They will abide by my wish to do as you command, and will make better time with them unbound. Barendiel eyed Griff for several moments before nodding over Griff's shoulder at another elf. That elf cut Wick's bonds and then moved to Ovrim and did the same. Griff saw a small trickle of blood well up on the Zaidai's wrist and knew the elf had cut the warrior monk on purpose. Why do they despise him? Griff shelved that question and looked back to Barendiel. The man was waiting for Griff to complain,
but Griff nodded his thanks. They jogged for an hour as the sun dipped behind the mountains, casting a scarlet hue over the valley. Ahead of them, other mountains soared skyward. They emerged from the woods into a wide, grassy area. As they entered the clearing, Barendiel snapped and held up 2 fingers on his left hand. The rangers fanned out, knocking arrows, and turned to guard their rear. Griff was impressed. The rangers were as efficient and disciplined a fighting force as he, or Finn, had ever seen.
They may be the equal of the U.S. Army Rangers,
Griff thought, a stab of pain digging at his heart at the thought of his former brothers in arms. Across the open area, clinging to the sides of a sheer cliff, were 2 tall, thin towers. Between the stone edifices was a gate of metal trussed wood. The gate was unlike anything Griff had ever seen. It was a mere 20 feet wide, but it soared 150 feet skyward, taller than all but the grandest trees in the valley. Atop the gate was a battlement, manned by several armor-clad eladrin. From this distance, the men guarding the parapets looked like painted miniatures.
"Wow,"
Wick said, his exhaustion forgotten in his wonder.
"Welcome to Baron Theral, the Moon Gate,"
Barendiel said, with well-deserved pride.
"It has guarded the eastern end of the Serpentine for millennia, since the Age of Terror, when the Dark Ascendancy stained most of Corin with their foulness and evil. It has never been breached."
"I believe you," Griff said. Barendiel held a fist up, and the company of rangers all stopped on a dime. Barendiel looked up, drawing Griff's gaze upwards. From here, he could see that the bottom of the tower, hewn from the living rock itself, was at least 75 feet above them. At its base was a wide balcony protected by thick stone walls. Arrow slits and murder holes adorned the outcropping. A quick glance at the northern tower showed it too possessed the safe protective bulwark. A figure stepped onto a balcony at the bottom of the southern tower, and then a clear voice called down to them.
"Who approaches Baron Theral?" "Barendiel, captain of the Rangers of Silven Anor and humble servant of the light. I come with a warning of corruption, and I have prisoners," Barendiel said loudly. "I greet you, Barendiel, captain of the Rangers. Welcome back. Before I grant you access, answer me one question," the voice said, turning icy and cold. "Of course, Watcher," Barendiel said with a slight bow. "Is that one of the accursed with you?" "It is, Watcher. I also have a pair of gnomes and an eladrin unknown to us. He has claimed the honor of conclave." "Conclave?" the voice said in shock and surprise, but then recovered. "Very well. The ancient laws still hold sway among the Watchers. You may enter. But know this, Captain. I am holding you personally responsible for the actions of these prisoners." Barendiel breathed deeply, accepting the immense burden. "I am honored by your trust and your faith. I swear on the blood of my ancestors that these 4 will bring no violence to Silven Anor." "See that they don't, Captain," the shadowy Watcher said, and disappeared. The sound of well-oiled winches surged to life as the massive gates eased open. Barendiel walked up to Griff. Abide by your vow, or I will personally stain the ground with your blood." "I understand," Griff said, locking eyes with the captain. After a moment, the man grunted and turned away. "Rangers, embark! It is time that we returned home." The rangers who'd been guarding their flank flowed back into a marching column. Griff quickly realized that he and his fellows were neatly tucked at the center of that column, surrounded on all sides. "Message received, Captain," Griff thought. The column passed through the gates and entered the thin mountain pass Barendiel had called the Serpentine. It was not much wider than the gates themselves, and as Griff gazed upwards, several sentries looked down upon him. He knew the elves he saw were the ones that wanted to be seen, and he suspected that many more lay in hiding. It reminded Griff of the pass at Thermopylae in Greece, where the Spartans had fought to hold the massive Persian army at bay until reinforcements arrived. It was considered one of the most important battles in the history of Western civilization. "That pass has nothing on this one," Griff thought. Behind them, the gates swung closed and clanged. A half-dozen metal-sheathed timbers eased from both towers, reinforcing the gate. Griff could imagine nothing in this realm capable of breaking down such an impressive defensive position. Griff turned his attention back to the path and jogged up to Wick, Ovrim, and Tifila. "Everyone okay?" "I will live. For now," Ovrim said. Griff looked to Tifila and Wick. "He is exhausted, but should be fine," Tifila said. Ahead of them, a ranger stumbled, caught by his fellow, who looked at him gravely. Griff recognized the man who'd been bitten by the corrupted wolf, and he looked down at Tifila. She nodded and moved towards the injured man. "My name is Tifila, and I am a master of life magic. Please let me tend to your wound." The injured man looked to his fellow, and then back at Tifila. He nodded, and the small gnome woman, who looked like a child among the statuesque elves, laid a hand upon him. Griff turned to Ovrim, and in a low whisper asked him why the Eladrin hated him so much. "I am a member of the Fallen, the Accursed," Ovrim said, but knew that meant nothing to Griff. With a sigh that suggested he was about to open an ancient wound he'd rather not expose, the warrior monk told his tale. "Millennia ago, while Corin was still reeling from the devastation of the ruin, we were invaded by the most alien beings ever encountered in the realms. The Arbaleth came in flying craft from the deepest reaches of the outer realms. Nobody knew their true origin, but they claimed to be the first sentients in all the realms. They called themselves Prime." Griff's mind reeled at the name Prime, and the fact that the Arbaleth and the Prime were the same beings. If what I experienced in my soul reverie was true, then I was Prime in a past life. Ovrim looked sideways at the Eladrins surrounding them and knew they were listening. "They brought with them the Ilrith, fierce lieutenants possessed of potent mental abilities corrupted from other sentients, using the eggs of the Arbaleth. Vast swaths of the planet were quickly conquered, and the Prime created an empire of linked minds my ancestors called the Dark Ascendancy. The Prime wished to bring order to a chaotic universe, and they believed the only way to achieve this goal was to enslave or eliminate all who were not Prime." Griff hung on every word and noted that Wick was equally enthralled. A threat so terrible united the once warring people of Corin and the Eladrin, the Nemerians, or High Men, the Talmir, the Elder Dwarves, and the Ral Zanag, the First Orcs, came together to form the Alliance. The war turned in the favor of the Alliance, mostly due to their superior numbers. The Dark Ascendancy was losing, slowly and at the cost of many Alliance lives, but they were losing. Ovrim sighed, and Griff could sense the Eladrin closest to him tense. The Arbaleth hatched a new tactic, and during one particularly bloody battle, they captured several thousand Eladrin, who were cut off from the main army after the Talmir failed to reinforce their flank. One of the Eladrin spat and muttered something about Talmir traitors. Ovrim looked at the man with a pained expression. They took the captured elves and tortured them, corrupting them into the fallen, the accursed. These were my ancestors. Griff saw the pain this tale held for the Zaidai, and he now understood why their initial meeting in the Barrow had gone down the way it had. Griff had killed an Arbaleth, but was attacked by one of its offspring. The larva was attempting to assimilate Griff by consuming his brain when Ovrim had killed him. The adjudicator had prevented Griff from becoming prime, but it still wasn't the best way to start a friendship. Griff glanced towards the ranger who carried his satchel and thanked whatever force had gifted him such a wondrous and rare item. Tucked inside the bag, held in a stasis field, were 2 Arbaleth eggs, a reward for his defeat of the ancient evil that had slumbered in the lake chamber of the Barrow. Now, knowing the devastation the Arbaleth had wrought, he wondered if the potential reward for claiming the eggs would pale compared to what it could cost him. Best not mention them until I have to, Griff thought. We're already on thin ice as it stands. The ranger closest to Griff eyed Ovrim with barely restrained venom. Your ancestors should have killed themselves, saved their souls and the innumerable lives they took. The man spat at Ovrim's feet and moved off several paces. Griff wanted to call out the elf, but decided now was not the time to play at being a social justice warrior. And besides, he still knew too little of the history of the realms to make an informed judgment on ancient feuds or hatred, no matter how much the explicit racism rankled him. That is a battle for another day. Griff walked up to Ovrim and put a hand on the man's shoulder. Ovrim looked at him and nodded, a small smile crossing his lips. You told me once that you were from the Outer Realms, Griff said in a low voice. What exactly does that mean? Ovrim cast a nervous glance at the nearest elf and then turned back to Griff. Corin is but one of many realms. When the Dark Ascendancy was driven back to the empty spaces between the realms, many of the Alliance followed. Their aim was to hunt down and exterminate the Arbaleth for good. It is a battle that has waged for many millennia. Ovrim looked up at the sky, where the first of the stars were twinkling in the dim light of dusk. He's talking about space, Griff realized with a shock. Griff had assumed that the realms, despite all the wonders of magic, was a backwards place compared to Earth. Now, he wondered if that cultural arrogance was misplaced. Ovrim noticed his wonder. Perhaps I will take you there someday, my friend, assuming we live through the night. Ovrim gave him a strained smile and walked ahead. Griff could tell that his taciturn friend desired privacy, and he fell into silent thoughts all his own.
Some time later, they came to another fortress, nearly identical to the one at the far end of the Serpentine, and, after similar pleasantries, they were allowed to continue their journey. As they passed through the mighty gates, Gryph's eyes widened in wonder. They were in a verdant valley of lush green forests and beautiful fields, revealing a stunning city that reminded Gryph of those hidden in the Swiss Alps. Rows of homes and buildings flowed across the valley floor, some built of stone, while others seemed to have sprouted from the trees themselves. Further afield was a large forested area, and below them lay a thin lake whose blue-black waters suggested to Gryph that it was as deep as any Scottish loch. Soaring above everything was a tall tower that had not been built, but grown. It appeared to be the remains of a massive tree. Gryph's mouth hung agape at its sheer size, and a part of him, buried deep down, felt a profound sadness he could not explain. Barendiel grabbed Gryph by the forearm, pulling him from his reverie. He followed Gryph's gaze to the tree, and for a moment the captain showed sympathy.
Arvendiel, the twilight tree. Once she bloomed, and her light shone across the valley, bringing ease to all who basked in her glow. What happened to her? Gryph said, a tear forming in the corner of his eye. She was poisoned by the dark ascendancy as they fled this realm. He looked at Gryph with regret. Imagine what she was like in her prime. We, the last Eladrine, remember her here. He tapped Gryph on the chest, right above his heart. We remember what the Primes stole from us. Can anything be done for her? Some can no longer say her name, referring to her simply as the Spire. Others believe that someday she will be rejuvenated, and that day will mark a new epoch in the history of the realms. But you do not believe that. I am a realist. Losing Arvendiel was a terrible blow to our people. Without her light, the Eladrine devolved into the various elven races that populate the rest of Corin. We who live under her shadow still cling to who we once were, but soon we too will no longer be Eladrine. I am sorry, Gryph said. So am I, Barendiel said, and then pushed his pain from his face and looked at Gryph, once again all business. I have sent a runner ahead. We are expected. Prepare for conclave. Be honest with the regent. He will know if you are lying, and if you are, your life will be measured in hours regardless of your mysterious status as Eladrine. The dour captain stared at Gryph for several moments, and then walked to the front of the column. Gryph took a deep, cleansing breath. There was so much about him that he needed to keep hidden, and any one of those secrets could get me killed. For the first time in a long time, the man who had been Finn Caldwell felt true fear. Seven. The journey through the city started peacefully. Common folk meandered around the bustling streets, going about their evening business. Families and friends dined and laughed. The sounds of commerce were everywhere. Most of the residents were other Eladrine, but Gryph spotted a few humans and several squat, bearded men whom he guessed were dwarves. They were the minority, to be sure, but all three races seemed amiable, despite the rangers' spitting hatred of the Thalmir traders.
As the troop approached, greetings rang from the streets. Children ran up to them, and men and women alike smiled, greeting the returning warriors. It seemed a joyous occasion, and then eyes grew wide, and gasps of shock led to silence and whispering. It took a moment for Griff to realize that the townsfolk were reacting not to him, but to Overim. Children hid behind parents, faces went pale, and eyes sparked with anger.
"Accursed!"
Griff heard someone say in a tone that suggested they did not believe their own eyes.
"Fallen!"
Another voice said.
"Demon!"
Came a third. Barendiel held up a fist, and the rangers closed ranks on Overim.
"There is no reason for alarm, my friends,"
Barendiel said in a strong but calm voice.
"The regent will know what to do."
The sounds did not abate, but the tone of the shocked and surprised voices took on a more confident sound. Whoever this regent was, he seemed to have the faith of his people. The rangers led them through the town without incident, and they passed through a gate in a low wall onto a large green area. Arvendiel dominated the space. Up close, she was even grander than it had seemed from the edge of town. What was she like in her prime? Wick walked up to him and whispered, "I don't know what this conclave thing is, but I'm pretty sure my life and Overim's are in your hands. Don't screw it up." Griff scowled and muttered,
"Great.
"Not filling me with confidence." I don't even know what the hell conclave is.
Conclave is an ancient privilege granted to any member of the four peoples who formed the alliance," Overim said. "It grants you the right to present your case before an authorized representative of the alliance. It was one of the few fair tribunals in all the realms."
"Well, that sounds okay," Wick said.
"However, my small friend, you stand accused of one of the Alliance's high crimes, and I am, by my very nature, a high crime."
"My father always said I'd get myself into trouble," Wick said. "We'll figure it out," Tifila said, gripping her love's hand, and Griff almost believed the sincerity in her voice. "Can I go back to the Barrow now?" Wick asked.
"Don't worry, my friend. I'll get us out of this,"
Griff said, feigning a confidence he did not feel. Wick looked at him, and then to the towering dead tree above them. They crossed the green area and came to a large door in the base of the tree. A part of Griff wanted to scream at the heresy of cutting into such a magnificent entity, but then he realized that the entrance had been grown, not cut. Several Eladrin stood rigid, holding tall elvish war spears. Unlike the dark green leather worn by the rangers, these sentinels wore armor of shining metal. Another elf, this one taller than any other Griff had yet seen, stood in the entrance. He wore resplendent robes of silver and blue and held a war stave in one hand. He strode forward and greeted the captain.
"Welcome back, Captain Barendiel."
"Thank you, Prince Regent," Barendiel said with a note of cold respect. The other man noticed, and a small smirk turned up his lip.
"These are the strangers you sent word of?" "Yes, my lord,"
Barendiel said, and held his left hand up. His rangers parted like a living sea, leaving Griff and his three companions alone at the center. The Prince Regent walked to Tifila. He donned his head to her.
I hear we have you to thank for arresting the corruption of young Farangir, the Prince Regent said. My thanks, life mistress. A flush crossed Tifla's cheek, and she curtsied at the tall elf. I fear my treatment is likely only temporary. Left unchecked, the corruption will spread. It may be beyond my ability to heal. A scowl of worry painted the Prince Regent's face. Have you been able to identify the infection? No, my lord, Tifla said. I have never seen its like. That is unfortunate. If you would, I'd like for you to speak with our healers and see what your combined expertise can come up with. I will be glad to do so, my lord, once I am assured of my companion's safety, Tifla said, showing the tall elf the toughness that Griff had seen from her many times since the day they met. The Prince Regent was taken aback, but then smiled and nodded. Then he turned to Wick. Is it true what they have said? You are a summoner of chthonic demons? It isn't like I asked for that affinity, Wick retorted, more harshly than he should have. We cannot determine what we are at birth, only what we become in life. A flush of shame crossed Wick's face, and he muttered, I've only done it a couple of times. My father is a just man. Be open and honest with him, and he will treat you fairly. Wick nodded at the man and seemed somewhat relieved. Griff wasn't so sure. He'd known charming talkers like the Prince Regent, and they almost always used that charm for their own ends. Next, he stood in front of Ovrim, and his face turned to a scowl. Ovrim, to his credit, held the man's gaze. Several moments passed before the tall elf spoke. By all the stars in all the realms, you are one of the fallen. I am, Ovrim said, but we now call ourselves the Zaidai. The free, the Prince Regent translated. Father told me our ancestors wiped your species from the face of Corin long ago. Ovrim said nothing, never taking his eyes from the Prince Regent. After a few more tense moments, the elf warrior smiled. Apparently, he doesn't know everything. Finally, the Prince Regent came to stand before Griff. Eyes locked and wills battled, and then the Prince Regent smiled. I love what you've done with your hair. Shit, I forgot all about that, Griff mentally grumbled to himself. Have a fight with some luttins, did you? He said, and grinned. Don't worry, I've had a run-in with the little beasts. Between you and me, I'd rather face off against a Balgraf. Get your head looked at if you think that's true. The prince laughed. You're probably right. Then he cocked his head and stared at Griff. You are a player, aren't you? I met one of your kind a long time ago. She was feisty too. Perhaps it has something to do with your ability to respawn. Death has less meaning, but then so does life. Perhaps. With that, the Prince Regent turned and motioned for Griff and the others to enter. After a moment, Griff crossed the threshold into the tower proper. Barendiel and several of his rangers followed, but most of the large troop remained outside. The hollow interior of the tree-turned tower was massive. Griff noted that it could have held an entire football field in it and still had room left over for spectators.
The roof extended a good 50 feet above them, and he could see wide stairs grown from twining vines winding along the walls leading to the higher floors. As Griff and his escort entered the chamber, dozens of tall Eladrin paused to watch. Among them were a handful of dwarves and a few humans. The Prince Regent led them towards a half-moon-shaped dais. At the center, on a further raised platform, sat a resplendent throne made of tightly woven vines. Multicolored flowers grew from the back of the throne, backlit by a dim silver light that cast a wondrous multicolored halo around the room. Griff noted the throne sat empty. A smaller, less noble chair sat lower and to the right of the main throne. A man of great bearing occupied this one. Griff noticed the familial resemblance to the Prince Regent. On his head he wore a simple band of shining silver. It bore no jewels and lacked intricate scrollwork. This was a symbol of authority that clearly stated, "I am not a king." Surrounding the entire dais were armored guards. Like their fellows at the entrance, they bore spears, and Griff could tell from their bearing that they were experts with the weapons. 2 other figures stood behind and to the side of the regent. One was an older and shorter elf clad in simple robes. He carried a ledger, and a quill and inkpot sat on a desk of wood that resembled a tabletop, but hovered in midair, unsupported by legs or a stand. The other was a lithe woman with piercing blue eyes. She seemed tired, and her clothing was far less ornate than the others in the room. Her near-black hair seemed more disheveled than Griff would have expected. While almost every eye in the room was on Overham, her gaze stayed on Griff, eyeing him warily with something verging on the edge of fear. As they got close, one guard stepped forward. His armor was the same as the other guards, except it had intricate jade scrolling on the pauldrons. He held out a hand, and the Prince Regent and the others stopped.
Who approaches the low seat of Lassendir, High Regent of Silven Anor, Lord Protector of the Twined Throne, devoted servant to the true High King until his return?
"Until his return!" came a chorus from all those around the room. "I, Mirthendir, second son of Lassendir, bring forth the strangers found in the blighted ruins. Their leader, a player named Griff, has called conclave." Sounds of shock filtered through the room. While Griff knew that the regent must have already been aware conclave had been called, he still eased forward, feigning surprise.
Then come forward, Mirthendir, son of Lassendir, and take your place at the regent's side.
Mirthendir walked up and stood at his father's left, next to the odd woman. Griff saw her shoulders tense and noted that Mirthendir did not even glance her way. A deep voice that demanded notice boomed from the regent.
"You know that by calling conclave, your fate, all of your fates,"
he said, and let his gaze pass over the group to settle on Griff,
"are now entwined."
"We only just met," Wick said in a low voice, and got a quick kick from Tifila. Griff stepped forward, feeling odd that they had introduced him as the leader of their group. As he considered it, he realized that there was truth to the statement. He had taken charge during the battle against the corrupted creatures, and it had been his plan that had won them escape from the Barrow. It was no longer a role he relished or even wanted, but, for now at least, it was too late to belabor the point.
"I am Griff, and I understand,"
Griff said, realizing that, in fact, he did not understand. He imagined that conclave was like a trial by jury, and hoped that this assumption did not prove a fatal mistake. The regent nodded and motioned to the man with the book. The man slowly descended the dais towards Griff and the others, and the disc holding the quill and ink pot followed. He came to a stop in front of Griff.
I am Garthaniel, steward of silven anor, and first counselor to his lordship regent Lassendir. The questions I now ask you must be answered truthfully, or those crimes will be added to those that you are already accused of. Do you understand?
I do, said Griff.
Place your hand on the book. It will know whether the words you speak are the truth or falsehood.
Griff did as bidden, and felt a warmth spread through the scaled leather cover as it pulsed with life and purpose. A golden light flared around his hand, and then faded. The steward nodded and opened the book to a fresh, unmarked page and dipped the quill into the ink.
What is your name?
The steward asked.
I am known as Griff,
Griff responded, realizing that the name still sounded odd, somehow foreign to the man who had once been Finn Caldwell. The steward wrote his name in the book, and golden light flared around the letters, leaving the ink dry. The steward went along to the others in the group, repeating the ritual. Both Tifila and Ovrim gave their names without incident. Despite the dire circumstances they found themselves in, Griff could not help but grin when Wick told the steward his full name. Dinkwick Flintspanner did not seem to amuse the dour steward as much as it had Griff.
Maybe I'm just an immature idiot.
The steward did not seem aggrieved by Ovrim's existence, and Griff noticed, unlike every other elf he'd seen to date, the shorter steward bore the hint of a 5 o'clock shadow, and his ears were more rounded than the other elves. He activated Analyze and learned that the man was a half-elf. The steward's eyes snapped up, and Griff had the distinct impression that the man knew he'd been analyzed.
It is considered uncouth to analyze someone without permission, the steward said to him in a low voice. I would strongly advise you not to take such liberties with the regent. The man whispered the last phrase again. I strongly advise. Griff gave the man a nod that was part apology and part understanding, and the steward nodded back in apparent acceptance of the apology. The steward turned back to the regent. They are who they claim to be, my lord. He brought the book up to the regent's chair and placed it at his side. The regent laid his hand on the book and looked at Ovrim.
Adjudicator Ovrim Nightslayer, the regent said. You are of the accursed, the forsaken, the fallen. We wiped your kind from the face of Corin many thousands of years ago. Come forward and explain how you come to stand before me.
Ovrim took a step towards the dais, and every guard seemed to grow tense. Griff hadn't thought that was possible, and feared that the rigid guardsman would pull a muscle. Ovrim bowed ever so slightly to the regent. My lord, you are correct. I am not of this realm. I come from the outer realms. I am a descendant of the Lost Thousand. Gasps of shock flowed through the chamber, and even the stoic regent seemed caught off guard. He leaned forward, pain battling serenity in his eyes.
Impossible,
the regent whispered, and then caught himself. Griff did not understand what the Lost Thousand were, but the mention of them had caught even the regent off guard.
"Quite possible, my lord," Ovrim stated. "The 1,000 Eladrin children taken by the Dark Ascendancy suffered the same fate as all High Elves taken by the Arbaleth. They were tortured and corrupted, both mentally and physically. They became the fallen, the last of my species, and the most powerful. I am a descendant of those poor souls."
Gasps of horror passed through the bystanders, who had forgotten whatever tasks they'd been about to listen to the claims of this demon of yore.
"But after millennia of forced servitude, one among us rose up and freed our people from the shackles of that oppression. This leader discovered she was immune to the mental conditioning the Arbaleth used to control us, and, over time, she taught the rest of us to fight back. We became the Zaidai, the free, and we are still out there today, on the front lines, fighting to hold the horrors of the Arbaleth and the Ilrith at bay." "I have heard no such tales, Zaidai," the regent said.
The word Zaidai seemed to catch on his tongue in irritation.
"Much has occurred in the Outer Realms since the Exodus, and, due to the Accords, none of this news would have reached you or any other being on Corrin." "Explain these Accords," the regent said. "As you are no doubt aware, my lord, the Exodus was to be the final assault against the Dark Ascendancy, designed to push them from this realm and hunt them wherever they fled. However, when your ancestors and mine pursued the abominations to the Outer Realms, they could not know what they would find. There are many peoples and creatures who call the planets, moons, and even the empty spaces of the Outer Realms home. Some of these peoples are as noble as your lordship, and some others are near as terrible as the Arbaleth themselves. The Alliance realized that they needed to protect this realm from all the dangers that lay above us."
Ovrim looked skyward, and, despite themselves, many others in the room followed suit.
"To that end, they signed the Accords, a blood oath treaty designed to prevent anyone or anything from ever setting foot on Corrin again, on pain of death. They believed that this realm needed time to heal and develop, free of the old influences that had nearly destroyed it." "Yet you are here," the regent said. "I am," Ovrim said. "Not only did I violate the Accords, the highest law of all the free peoples of the Outer Realms, but I also broke my vow as an adjudicator to uphold and defend the Accords." "You realize that you have just admitted to a capital crime?" "I do, your lordship, but I must point out that since you are not a signatory of the Accords, and until this moment you were unaware of their existence, you have no authority to lay down any punishments listed in the Accords." A gasp of surprise moved through the crowd, and Griff wondered if Ovrim's tactic was the wisest of courses. "You have an agile legal mind, adjudicator, and you are, of course, correct that I have no authority to enforce these accords of yours. However, as you likely know, we," the regent opened his hands to encompass all of those around him, "are the last defenders of the Alliance, and we take all oaths sworn to defend this realm, even those not sworn to us personally, as blood oaths. And that is a crime I do have the legal authority to punish. By your own admission, you have proven your guilt."
"I have," Ovrim stated, never taking his yellow eyes from the regent.
"Would you care to explain why?"
"I came to Corin in search of my old master, a man as much father as a teacher. A man driven mad by his desire to protect this world and those that lay beyond it. In an ancient tome, he found the locations of the lost prime godheads. He came to believe that by finding and bonding with one of the divine artifacts, he could protect the realms." The regent's face seemed to turn pale at the mention of the divine artifact, and more murmurs of shock flowed through the room. Wick cast a nervous glance at Griff.
"The Pantheon has claimed all the lost godheads,"
Mirthendir said, stepping forward.
"I have seen these new gods of the Pantheon myself. They came by their rule through conquest given them, in part, by the beings known as players."
Mirthendir lowered his gaze to Griff.
"There are no more godheads unaccounted for."
He returned his gaze to Ovrim. "I do not know the truth of that, my lord," Ovrim began. "What I do know is that my master was already a powerful adjudicator, perhaps the most powerful the Order had ever produced, before his mind turned to his dark obsession. If the rumor was even a possibility, I owed it to him, and to the people whose lives my vow was intended to protect, to do all in my power to see that he did not fall further into darkness." Mirthendir grew quiet, and the regent turned his gaze inward, deep in thought. "He speaks the truth, my lord," the elf woman said. The regent turned to her with a look that lay somewhere between concern and inquiry.
"Are you sure?"
the regent said. "The Zaidai speaks true," she said. Then the odd elven woman eased her way past Mirthendir and slowly descended the stairs of the dais towards Ovrim and Griff.
"Daughter, my ward,"
the regent said, his voice a mix of curiosity and alarm.
"I beg you, stay next to me where it is safe."
"I will be fine, father. This is the man I have foreseen." She walked past Ovrim and came to Griff. She held up her hands wide, as if seeking permission. Griff did not know what to make of this gesture, but her warm smile somehow eased his concern, and before he realized it, he had lowered his head to her. Her small hands cradled his head, and she closed her eyes. "A player this man may be, but he is of the realms, and has lived many lives both here and in a faraway place outside all the realms. I can feel the wisps of his soul, who he once was, and what he may become. He is now a man of infinite potential."
"Shit,"
Griff thought. Can she feel the godhead? But he was many people before. Among many others, he was once the Thalmir king who lost his mind.
"You are saying that in a past life he was the last Stone King?"
Lassindir said, his voice quavering. "The Stone King? Can it be?" Griff remembered the odd, uncontrolled visions he'd experienced while in the soul reverie.
That was real.
Yes, and he is a harbinger of both dark and light times.
She opened her violet eyes and stared deep into Griff's.
He brings with him the key to an ancient secret. His arrival hearkens a time of doom or a time of renewal. Our fates are now entwined. He...
She paused, and her eyes filled with terror.
The dwellers in the dark have come. Their time is at hand.
Griff felt the hands at his temples waver, and then the woman collapsed. Griff caught her before she could fall to the floor.
Silendriel!
Yelled Barandiel, the captain of the Rangers, and he rushed to her, pushing Griff aside as he cradled her head. Both the regent and Myrthendir also rushed to her side, the regent casting aside his formality to check on his adopted daughter. The prince regent kept a respectful distance. Griff could see she was still breathing. The captain realized the same and leapt to his feet, a flash of steel announcing the sharp dagger at Griff's throat.
"What have you done to her?"
Barandiel said, and Griff could see the fear animating the man's anger.
"Sheath your weapon, Captain,"
the regent barked in a voice that could not be ignored.
"He did nothing to your sister. It is her own accursed ability that she is a victim of."
Barandiel scowled for a moment, but then pulled the blade from Griff's throat, drew it along his own hand, drawing a thin line of blood. Then he wiped it clean on his cloak and returned it to its housing. Barandiel backed away, never taking his eyes from Griff. The other guards had their spears lowered at Wick, Tifila, and Ovrim, ensuring they stayed put. One of his rangers handed him a strip of cloth that he wrapped around his hand.
"Once a ranger draws his weapon, it must taste blood,"
Myrthendir whispered to Griff as the other elf stood.
"You are lucky my father intervened."
Several elves rushed to Silendriel's side, and the regent allowed them to help her to her feet. Her eyes seemed glazed, clouded over by some terrible vision she could not explain. She grabbed Griff's hand in a fierce grip, and her mouth dropped. She looked down at Griff's soul-bound satchel in alarm, reaching a tentative hand out to caress its leather surface. Strong hands pulled her away from Griff, and the regent took her into his arms. She looked up at the regent, eyes pleading,
"Please, you must believe me. This man from a realm beyond the realms is the key to all our survival. You must help him."
"Hush now, my child. Rest,"
the regent said. Silendriel's eyes came to Griff's, and then he heard her. No, felt her in his mind.
"I know what you carry, the seal and the eggs. You must keep them safe. You must let no one acquire them, or I fear doom and destruction will claim us all. If anyone opens the city, death will follow. Promise me you will keep them safe."
You have been offered the quest Silendriel's Plea. Silendriel, the ward and adopted daughter of the regent Lassendir, has asked you to protect the seal of the Dwarven King and the Arbaleth eggs. The dwellers in the dark have long haunted the dark recesses of Silven Anor, and the seal and the eggs could allow them to bring about a second dark ascendancy. Difficulty, incredible. Reward, increased reputation with Celendriel and safety of the realms. XP 20,000. Do you accept this quest? Yes or no? Griff didn't know what to make of her plea. Her mind was more present than Ovrim's and the others had been when he'd heard their thoughts. It was times like these that he missed Lex. He still didn't understand all the rules of the realms, and while he understood the word incredible, he didn't quite know what to make of the sliding scale of difficulty regarding quests. This was also the first quest that had mentioned reputation. Just another thing that he didn't understand about the realms. Her intensity, the power of her need, seeped into Griff, and he found that he believed her. Is this a trick? Some part of her ability? Griff saw her intense eyes staring at him, and he finally nodded and accepted the quest. He felt a surge of warmth move through his body and knew in the back of his mind that the quest had somehow melded with his soul. Where the hell are you, Lex? Then Celendriel lapsed into unconsciousness, and Griff saw a moment of pain cross the regent's face before his role as leader took over once again. The regent stood and stared at Griff, and his eyes were deep pools of suspicion. Never taking his eyes from Griff, he held his hand out.
Bring me the player's bag.
Barendiel handed Griff's soul-bound satchel to the regent. The regal elf closed his eyes as if sending his will into the bag.
A soul-bound bag,
the regent muttered, and then looked up at Griff.
A rare item indeed. What is it you are trying to hide?
He closed his eyes once more and concentrated.
The Journal of Jebus,
the regent said aloud with little interest. Wick's eyes snapped up to Griff at the mention of his dead cousin's journal, and his eyes seemed to beg the truth from Griff. Griff's expression was one of regret. Wick's first action upon meeting Griff had nearly led to the player's death, and this had been before Griff had known he could respawn. In his anger, he had decided not to give the journal to Wick, and then, later, the heat of battle had forced the journal from his mind. Seeing the pain in his small friend's eyes, Griff knew the gnome saw his withholding as a betrayal.
The seal of the Dwarven King,
Lassendir said, and gasps flowed through those assembled.
Who are you?
Barendiel said, advancing on Griff, hand on his dagger once more. Mirthendir placed a hand on the irate captain's forearm to stop the man from drawing his weapon again. Lassendir's eyes widened, and his head snapped up at Griff. The elder elf stood and crossed the distance between them quicker than Griff would have thought possible, and then the regent's own blade lay against Griff's throat.
Not one, but 2 arbaleth eggs,
the regent hissed. Gasps of shock rose to squeals of horror at the mention of the eggs. Griff's eyes followed these gasps and discovered that several of them had come from his own friends.
Damn it,
Leprompts warned you how dangerous those things were, Griff thought.
Are you the dweller in the dark?
The regent demanded.
Eight.
All eyes and a dozen spears were pointed at Griff. His mind raced as he tried to figure out what to say next. He knew his life rested on a razor's edge, and his answers could well determine which way he fell. In the end, he decided the simple truth was the best path.
I have no idea who or what that is.
Murmurs of doubt flowed through the crowd. Lassendir held his gaze, and Griff felt as he had every time the colonel had stared into his eyes when he was a boy who had just lied, a boy who was very aware that he could not pass any lie by his father.
It's a good thing I'm not lying now,
Griff thought.
Then explain how you came by these items and why you brought them here,
Lassendir said, barely reining in his anger. Griff took a deep breath and told the regent the tale of the Barrow, his battle with the arbaleth, the quest he was given to harvest the eggs, even his death at Ovrim's hands.
You died?
Lassendir said, and glanced sideways at Mirthendir.
So, what they say about players is true. You are immortal. I do not know, my lord. I know that I died and that I returned, but I do not know if it will always be so, or if there is a limit to that ability. I am new to the realms, and there is much I do not understand. That is, in part, why I took the eggs. I had no knowledge of the pain the vile creatures they contained had brought to this world, and the quest I received suggested that they could craft powerful defenses. Or bring about great destruction,
Lassendir countered.
They also mentioned that,
Griff said reluctantly. More murmurs, these distinctly angrier, filled the chamber. But the steward raised his hand, and the room grew silent.
And the seal? It was part of the reward for cleansing the Barrow and killing its master,
Griff said. More rumblings.
The Barrow is far from here,
Mirthendir said.
And your tale does not explain how you found your way into this valley. It is shrouded by powerful and ancient magics. There is no way in or out that we do not have guarded,
Barendiel said.
We came through a portal, an ancient archway of stone. It brought us to the woods beyond the Serpentine. Not long after, we were attacked by those corrupted beasts,
Griff said.
Impossible,
Barendiel said.
My cousin speaks true,
Mirthendir said, and gazed at his father.
The ancient portal gateways have long lain dormant, and the icons used to power and access them were long ago lost.
Lassendir looked from Griff to his companions, and every one of them stared back, letting the regent see the truthfulness of the claim.
You have many explanations and excuses, player, and I sense you bring a great change,
the regent said, his hand stroking the cover of the book.
But I sense no deceit in you.
Uncle, Barendiel said, anger bubbling out of him.
You cannot take this man at his word.
The ranger took a step onto the lowest step of the dais, and Lassendir's eyes snapped to his nephews, and the powerful warrior stopped and lowered his head. Lassendir returned his gaze to Griff.
You and your companions have proven the truthfulness of your words, so I am inclined to spare you. All of you.
He looked at Wick and Ovrim.
From the punishment the old laws demand.
Wick visibly relaxed, and Ovrim bowed his head in thanks, but Griff suspected that the other shoe was about to drop. The glance that Tifila gave to Wick confirmed that she too was worried. One ranger carried a large form wrapped in a tarp up the steps and placed it between the regent and Griff. He peeled back the layers of the oiled cloth to reveal one of the corrupted wolves the ranger had slain with their massive volley of arrows.
"But there is the matter of this corruption,"
Lassendir said, and stood, walking towards the wolf corpse.
"Somehow the corruption infected the blighted ruins just as you appeared. Can you explain that?"
Griff exchanged looks with his companions and saw the deep worry bubbling just underneath Wick's calm exterior. Griff turned his gaze back to the regent.
"I cannot." "It is the work of this demon sorcerer,"
Barandiel said, pointing at Wick.
"Quit blaming everything on me,"
Wick whined. Lassendir crouched down, hovering a hand over the corrupted wolf. Gasps and warnings of, "My lord!" rippled through the tower as the ancient elf touched the dead creature's fur. He grimaced as if in pain as he ran his hand along the length of the beast, and Griff saw a pulsating light the color of magma flow through the body.
"This is no chthonic corruption,"
Lassendir said.
"It is the taint of chaos."
Gasps filled the room. Griff saw the shock on both Tifila and Ovrim's face. It shocked even the ever-stalwart steward.
"Are you sure, my lord?"
"I am,"
the regent said, and for a moment Griff could see the burden of innumerable centuries weigh the elf down.
"But that is impossible,"
the steward said, the shock and fear in the stalwart man's voice digging into Griff's soul.
"Apparently not,"
Lassendir said, and he stood. He swayed, and Mirthendir rushed forward to give his father support.
"Somehow the princes of chaos have punctured the veil between their realm and ours. We must find the source of the corruption and seal the breach."
Lassendir eyed Griff.
"You will give us access to your bag and hand over the seal of the Dwarven King and the Arbaleth eggs."
The regent's intensity and Cylindriel's warning flashed through Griff's mind again. He took a deep breath and gulped down a bit of rising bile. How do I know the elf woman speaks true? Griff thought, and though he had no evidence to back up her beliefs, he somehow knew she spoke the truth. He stood tall and placed his hands behind his back.
"I am sorry, but I cannot do as you ask."
Lassendir's lips turned to a frown.
"Have you lost your mind?"
Wick said, shock filling his voice.
"They'll kill us all and take the bag."
Griff looked into Wick's eyes. What he said next was not meant for the gnome who had become his friend, but for the man who held all their lives in his hands. Perhaps, but I am a player, and my bag is soul-bound. Nobody can open it without my permission. If I am killed, I will respawn far from here, and the bag will respawn with me.
"You bastard!"
Wick growled and launched himself at Griff. Ovrim grabbed the gnome by the arm, arresting his attack. The Zidai's eyes were hard as steel as they fell on Griff, and he knew the warrior monk agreed with Wick's sentiments. Barandiel walked up to Griff and spoke to his regent.
"My regent uncle, you have the power to compel this man to give us the seal. Take it by force, and let us open the ancient Dalmir city." "You cannot be serious,"
Mirthendir asked, a tremor of shock tainting the Prince Regent's visage. Barandiel turned on his cousin.
"I have never been more serious. We all know the legends, The Thalmir left fantastic weapons locked away in Dar Thorim, and now this stranger shows up with the key to the ancient gates just as the taint of chaos returns to the realms. It cannot be coincidence. We need the ancient weapons to defeat the corruption. It is as simple as that. You cannot know what you say, young ranger, Lassendir said, hunched and almost in pain as the steward helped ease him back down onto his chair. The Thalmir did not seal their ancient city to hoard their wealth, but to protect all the realms from a terrifying power they lost control of. Pah! Berendiel spat. Old wives' tales designed to scare children. We must use the seal to protect not only ourselves, but all the realms. No threat hidden in the Thalmir city could be more ruinous than an invasion from the realms of chaos. Voices rose in assent, and Griff felt the tide turn against him. Force this impostor, this false Eladrin, to give the seal to us, Berendiel said. Conclave was never meant for the likes of him. Perhaps he is right, father, Mirthandir said. Berendiel's eyes snapped to his cousin at the unexpected support. No! Lassendir raged, and his voice echoed around the massive chamber. You cannot know what you ask. I will never allow the gates to that city to be opened. It was an oath promised by my father's father to the last High King, and only the High King can release us from that bond. But the High King will never return, Berendiel spat with barely controlled anger, and he pointed at Ovrim. We all heard the words from the accursed's lips. If the High King still lives, he cannot return. He is bound by a blood oath. Everyone in the room knew the truth of the ranger captain's words as surely as they knew their own names. Lassendir suddenly looked exhausted, and Berendiel's gaze softened. He walked the several steps up the dais and knelt at his uncle's elbow. They abandoned us, my lord. You are the greatest man I have ever known, and only you can lead us through this. It is time for you to take the twined throne. It is time we had a High King once more. No! Lassendir snapped, and all the pain and exhaustion Griff had seen in the regent disappeared. No man shall sit on the twined throne until the High King returns. Berendiel stared at Lassendir in shock, and both men's eyes locked in a fierce battle of wills. After several tense moments, Berendiel stood and spat at Lassendir's feet. You are an old man and a fool! You will bring ruin to us all! The captain stomped down the stairs of the dais. Cousin, Mirthandir said, and reached a hand out to stop Berendiel, but the irate elf slapped the hand off and strode towards the exit. Rangers, to me! Berendiel yelled, and uncomfortable glances passed between the rangers. They looked to the regent and to the retreating back of their captain before they fell into formation behind their commander. Lassendir looked at Griff and said, I ask you one last time. Give me the seal and the eggs. Wick's eyes stared at Griff, hovering somewhere between anger and pleading. Tifila was fighting an internal battle between the trust Griff had earned and the betrayal over what Griff had hidden from them. Ovrim simply stared, the implacable Zaidai's expression impossible to read. I'm sorry, my lord, but I cannot.
Heads hung low, and Lasindir sighed.
Take them into custody,
the regent said in a strong voice.
I will deliberate on conclave and decide their fates in the morning.
The armored guards surrounded Griff and his fellows. Mirthendir walked up to Griff.
Not really what I meant by truthful cooperation.
Griff said nothing, and Mirthendir stepped aside, extending his hand to indicate Griff should follow the guards. Griff did as asked, and the guards surrounded he and his friends. Wick glared at him in anger.
You've just killed us all.
Nine. Mirthendir escorted them from the throne room and up several winding staircases to a well-appointed floor. Heavy bars guarded the windows, and the doors were girded with thick bands of metal. It was opulent, but also clearly a prison, and sent a very definite message. We'll play nice, for now. Their prison was a suite of rooms that dominated 1/4 of the round tower's 5th floor.
Baths have been drawn and fresh clothes left for you. The cooks will send up food and refreshment. Get some rest. Tomorrow, you face conclave,
Mirthendir said, indicating that they should enter. Ovrim crossed the threshold without looking at the Prince Regent. Wick scowled at Griff as he entered. Only Tifila showed any grace, with a slight nod of appreciation to Mirthendir. Her glance at Griff would have done a disappointed mother proud. It seemed odd on her youthful face, but it hit Griff with all the fury of a punch. At the door, Mirthendir put a hand on Griff's shoulder.
I would speak with you.
Griff nodded and stepped aside with the tall elf as the guards closed the door behind the companions he'd come to think of as friends. Friends I may have already lost, Griff thought.
You would do well to obey my father's requests, Mirthendir said. He is an honest and fair man, and while Celendriel's words on your behalf hold a great deal of weight with my father, and with me, they will not save you if my father decides you are a threat.
Griff nodded at the warning.
Why would Celendriel vouch for me?
Griff asked. Mirthendir sighed, and his shoulders sunk as if Griff's question had raised old and unwanted memories.
I have known Celendriel my entire life. Once we were close. Then her ability took control of her.
What ability? Griff asked.
She is a diviner, one gifted, many would say one cursed, with visions of possible futures. It has always been a rare skill in the realms, one that normally takes years of study to gain and decades to master.
But Celendriel is different? Mirthendir paused, as if pained, then nodded.
She was born with her abilities fully developed, yet without the lifelong wisdom and discipline to tame those abilities. The poor girl could see future events without being able to understand them or stop them. As an infant, she saw the fates of many of those around her. The first was her nanny, a wonderful and kindly woman who adored Celendriel and was likewise adored.
Mirthendir paused as the emotions of the moment fought within him.
Celendriel was barely a year old when a vision of the nanny's death filled her young mind. She wanted to warn the nanny, to save her, But how does a child bereft of language or understanding warn anyone? That final night, Celendrio cried and cried as the nanny said good night and was handed off to a mother. They summoned healers, but none of them could find anything wrong with her. Griff felt a knot tie in his stomach at the thought, and his heart thundered in his chest as he let Mirthandir tame his emotions. The next morning, they found the nanny, face down in the deep water. She was fond of taking nighttime strolls by the lake. Nobody knew how she fell in or why she didn't swim to safety. Griff met the Prince Regent's eyes and saw a strength of purpose. We learned later, much later, that Celendrio felt the whole thing. She was there with the nanny as she died. She knew who had committed the murder, but it took years before she could tell her tale. Turns out it was a lover's quarrel gone bad. To make matters worse for Celendriel, the lover was a palace scholar, a man Celendriel would see almost daily for the next few years. When Celendriel could finally tell her tale, the man was confronted. Upon learning how he had been caught, he wept and confessed. At his sentencing, he said he was most sorry for the burden that Celendriel had suffered under. I agree with the man. Murder, even accidental murder, is a horrific crime. But to force that terrible burden upon someone, especially a child, is a far more heinous crime. The knot in Griff's stomach tightened upon hearing Mithrandir's story, and he felt a deep sympathy for the waifish elf woman. Her desperate message surged back into his mind, and he found that he believed her warning just as much as he had Bryn's. You must keep the seal and eggs safe. Celendriel's words flowed from the back of his mind. The question is, safe from who? And why do I trust her? Is that part of her gift? Her curse? Griff looked at the closed ironwood door. He knew what he had to do, but he also knew the people who would most likely pay for that were behind the door. He turned back to Mirthandir and looked the man in the eyes. I will think on what you have said. It is all that a man can ask of another, Mirthandir said with a small bow. I will take my leave of you. Griff watched the regal elf walk away, and then the guards opened the door for him, and he entered, ready to face the ire of his friends. For a prison, the suite of rooms he found himself in were comfortable. But a prison it was, as evidenced not only by the heavy bolts that slid into the doorframe as the ironwood door closed, but by the magical protections placed upon its surface. As the clang of the bolts fell into place, a glow of brown and green energies flowed across the wood. Arcane runes appeared from nowhere, as if scrawled by an unseen hand bearing a quill of pure energy. They moved too quickly for Griff to make any sense of, and then faded to nothingness. That didn't stop Wick from kicking the door in frustration. Its wood seemed as unfazed as the pair of heavily armed guards that stood outside their prison. Only Wick's foot took umbrage at the assault, which only further soured the gnome's mood. Tifala put her hands on his heaving shoulders and eased calm into her love. Wick relaxed for the briefest of moments before his shoulders tensed in rage again and he spun on Griff. Just how many lies have you told us since we met you? I'm sorry about Jebus, Griff said, regret digging into him. Jebus was Wick's cousin, brutally slain and then eaten in the barrow by a Balgroth.
Imagine a massive and idiotic reptilian gorilla, and you'd perhaps begin to understand the foul creature that had nearly added Griff to his diet as well. Only quick thinking and a bunch of luck had saved Griff from joining Jebus. "How could you hide his journal? That he was dead!"
"You didn't make the best first impression," Griff said by way of apology. "And then after Tifla was taken, I didn't know if you could handle more bad news. I am sorry. I know I should have told you."
Wick's nostrils flared, and Griff knew only some of the gnome's anger was directed at him. From reading Jebus's journal, Griff knew Wick blamed himself for getting Jebus into the situation that led to his death. Griff also knew Jebus did not share that feeling. Griff berated himself for forgetting about the journal, but realized that, despite the pain it would cause, his small friend deserved to know the truth of his kin's death. Taking a deep breath, Griff told Wick what he knew.
"If it helps, he did not blame you for his death."
Tifla held Wick as the small gnome shuddered, his emotions leaping from guilt to anger and back to guilt again. Periodically, Wick's tear-laden eyes would come to Griff's, and Griff did his best to hold that gaze with warmth and compassion. "I think I need a bath," Wick said, and looked to Tifla. She led him into an adjoining room where several large tubs sat on tiled floors, wisps of steam spiraling towards the ceiling. A sideways glance at Ovrim told Griff that the Zidai was giving Wick's emotions the respect they deserved, but that his anger at Griff was even fiercer than the gnome's. Griff noted this and went over to the ash-skinned warrior monk. A vein tensed in the man's temple as Griff stared him in the eye.
"Say what you have to say," Griff said. "I am trying to be logical," Ovrim said. "I know that you cannot have known of the past of my people when you claimed the Arbaleth eggs, so my logical mind is willing to forgive your ignorance." "But," Griff said, "however, you had just faced the beast and knew the danger it represented. I would have to guess that the prompts you received stated as much." Griff nodded, but did not let his eyes fall from the Zidai's penetrating gaze. "Yet you still claimed the eggs. The arrogance of that action concerns me. It suggests a lust for power that must be fed no matter the cost." Griff sighed, and he knew there was truth in Ovrim's words. He may not have known just what the hell an Arbaleth could unleash, but upon learning of the potential power of the eggs, he had ignored the danger. It had been a risk. Even then he'd known it. Perhaps that risk had been unwise because he had no current ability to make use of the eggs. Yet he had been taught to use every weapon that made itself available to him. Mind you, from what Ovrim had told him about the Arbaleth, the eggs in his soul-bound satchel were more nuclear than conventional. "You are right. I could claim ignorance in my defense, and that defense would have some validity, and yes, the eggs can be used for great evil, but they can also be used to fight and protect against that evil. I promise you, if we live through tomorrow, I will consult you on any use of the eggs. I will listen to your wisdom and consider it well before deciding. Is that acceptable?" Ovrim hesitated for several moments, ancient fears chipping away at the logic and self-control. Griff felt like he needed one last push of assurance. "For now, they're safe. No one can access my satchel without my permission. It is soul-bound, locked to all but me." Ovrim stared into Gryph's eyes for several moments. I will trust you to do what is right, but I will never be happy with this. Gryph gripped the man by the shoulder and squeezed. I understand, and I cannot ask more of you than to be true to your feelings. Ovrim took a deep breath. And do not put too much faith in the wizardry of things. All locks can be broken. All doors can be opened. With that, the tall Zaidai turned and walked into the adjoining room. There he stripped off his tattered and filthy clothing and eased himself into one of the fragrant, steaming baths. Griff sighed. Our jailers are living up to their promises, Griff thought, hoping it was not an ill omen of what was to come. Experience had taught him that such things could shift like the winds. With a sigh, he made his way into the room. Out of respect for his fellows, or perhaps fear of their reaction, Griff chose the tub furthest from the others. The hot water eased his sore muscles and cleansed grime from him, creating a halo of muck and dirt. The tub sucked the muck away. It is filtering the water, Griff thought in wonder. He closed his eyes and drifted into his reverie. As his mind dipped into a recuperative state, Griff felt, for the briefest of moments, another mind touch his own. It felt both familiar and utterly alien, and Griff could not help but feel as if he was somehow being analyzed. But his exhaustion dragged at him like the moon to tide, and he embraced his reverie. Lassendir knocked lightly on the ironwood door, and then opened it. The room was airy and well lit by glow globes. The healer who had been tending to Celendriel stood and made a small bow to the regent. He waved a hand that showed this was no time for formality.
I have given her essence of moonflower, the healer said. She is calm and should rest well.
Thank you. Please give us a moment. The healer bowed and silently walked to the door. Lassendir watched her leave, and then the aged elf sat at the dark-haired elf woman's bedside and looked down at her. Her eyes were closed, and her chest rose and fell with a calm breath. He smoothed her raven hair with a light touch, and she stirred, glazed eyes looking up at the regent. I am sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. Celendriel smiled and took his hand in her own. How are you, my child?
My mind is awash in possibilities, Father. I feel both great fear and great potential, she said in a lethargic voice. Lassendir smiled down on her, but his mind was an uncontrolled cauldron of fear and worry. He wished he could let her sleep, but he trusted in her visions, despite their erratic nature.
Tell me what you have seen,
he said, hating that his role as regent took precedence over his role as a father. The dwellers have always been here, Father, but now the time of darkness has come. This man, Griff, will heighten it, but he is also the only one who can stop it. Too many strands of possibility swim in my mind, and I fear that if I tug too hard on one, the whole tapestry will unravel and leave us all in darkness.
Celendriel gazed deep into the eyes of the man who had raised her.
There are more paths ahead of us than there was the day my parents died, and I could not prevent that.
Tears came to her eyes, and the regent bent to kiss her on the forehead.
Anything you can tell me, Sil, will be of great help,
the regent said, using the pet name, the private name, for the adopted daughter he loved as much as his own children. Celendriel swallowed and looked into the regent's eyes. Her gaze focused as she looked at him, and then she said,
"Trust in Griff."
Then her focus dimmed, and she closed her eyes and slipped into her reverie. Lassendir sighed and leaned forward to kiss her lightly on the forehead. Then he sat back and watched her.
Be at peace, my child. You deserve it.
How is she? A warm voice asked from behind the regent. The older elf turned to see Mirthendir standing in the doorway, his eyes on Celendriel.
She rests, son,
the regent said, and he indicated an open chair. Mirthendir patted his way silently over to the chair and sat. For a long moment, both men just stared down upon Celendriel.
What happened between you two?
The regent asked, and he suddenly seemed every one of his 2,000 years, as if his previously powerful demeanor had been an act of will. Mirthendir sighed, never taking his eyes from the slumbering woman's face.
After my journey to the outside world, I was a different man. I had changed and was no longer worthy of her.
Mirthendir's face was calm, but his eyes cast a light of loss and perhaps regret.
She does not feel this way,
Lassendir said, looking at his son.
Nor do I.
But I do, father. Mirthendir looked into his father's eyes.
I was not meant to be your heir. That was Orthendir's path. Your brother's death was my fault, not yours. As was your mother's, and Celendriel's mother's and her father's,
Lassendir said, looking down upon Celendriel.
She saw so many paths that I can be forgiven for not understanding which one would come to pass. But I should have done more. It is my fault that they died.
Mirthendir rested a hand lightly on his father's shoulder. You are no more at fault than I, or her, he said, nodding down at the sleeping woman. When Berendiel and I left the silven anor to find our purpose, we felt free. We believed that we could choose our destinies, but both of us were soon disavowed of that notion. Mirthendir looked up at his father. We are not the masters of our own fates, father. We all walk the paths the realms choose for us.
And what path do you walk, my son?
Lassendir said, and a look of concern crept into the older elf's eyes. Mirthendir looked down on Celendriel as love battled purpose within him.
I can see that I can't see what is to come as she can, but I know this. My path will take me through the darkest of nights, but if I can find my way to the other side, I will change the realms as we know them. The burden of a new age weighs on my shoulders.
Lassendir gripped his son's shoulder.
How can I help you with this burden?
You cannot, Father. I wish that you could, but this is a journey I must make on my own. The regent sighed, knowing his son spoke a deeper truth. Then he nodded and stood.
Ultimately, we all walk our path alone. I wish it were not the way of the realms, but it is. Yet know this, my son. I will aid you in any way that I am able, no matter the cost.
Mirthandir looked up at his father, and tears sat in the corners of his eyes. I know you will, Father. With a squeeze of his son's shoulder, Lassendir turned and walked to the door. He turned back to his son, whose eyes already drifted to the woman he had loved and lost.
Walk your path, my son, and find your way back to us.
He turned and exited the room, closing the door behind him with a small click. Mirthrandir reached a hesitant hand out, ready to stroke an errant hair from Celendriel's brow. As he came close, his hand shook, and he pulled it back, forming a fist. After a moment, the shaking stopped, and the tall elf stood. He looked down upon Celendriel and said, "I'm sorry," in a barely audible voice. Lassendir entered his chambers to find the steward waiting for him. The half-elf stood and bowed. The regent waved an irritated hand at the steward.
How many times have I told you to dispense with the formalities when we are alone, Gartheniel?
Many times, my lord.
Yet you seem incapable of remembering so simple a command.
Yes, my lord. I do not know what has happened to my memory,
the steward said with a small smile.
Your memory is as perfect as it was the day I made you steward, so stop playing coy. I have so few that treat me as a man and not a lord. I do not need less, so stop being so damn formal.
As you command, my lord,
Gartheniel said. Lassendir laughed and indicated the steward should take a seat. Reluctantly, the man sat, and the regent sat opposite him.
What have you found?
The steward opened an ancient tome, crusted with dirt and yellowed with age.
This is Kurgan's History of the Alliance, the last known testament of the Thalmir before the Alliance took to the skies and the outer realms. In it, he relates the last conversation he had with Grimlir, the chief artificer of Dar Thorim.
The steward cleared his throat and read,
Grimlir came to me awash in fear. He told me the Stone King was dead by his own hand. It shocked me to my core, and I prepared to have my old friend arrested for regicide. But Grimlir told me a tale of the madness that had led our liege to unleash the Kaz Aram, the final weapon. Grimlir told me to evacuate the city. He and his team would stay behind to ensure that they contained the weapon. He told me no matter how the final battle against the Dark Ascendancy went, Dar Thorim was forever lost. To open its gates once more would mean the end to all the free peoples of the realms. Gartheniel snapped the book shut and placed it on the table between the two men. Lassendir rubbed his temples, trying to ease the tension that was ever present these days. After several moments, he looked up at the steward.
So it is settled. The seal must be destroyed.
Gartheniel nodded and reached down, placing Gryph's worn satchel on the table between them.
You will force this player to give you the seal?
Lassendir nodded.
And the eggs. I do not relish the sentence I may have to pass, but if this Griff does not heed the demand, then Conclave gives me the right to force him to do so. I hope he is smart. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
The steward nodded and stood.
Then I will take my leave of you. Get some rest, Lassendir,
the steward said. But Lassendir was lost in thought, and noticed neither his steward's use of his common name, nor the slight click as the door closed behind him. Minutes dragged by as the regent pondered his options. No obvious answers were forthcoming to the morass of decisions and choices that confronted the elder elf. Not for the first time in his life did he wish that the burden had fallen on another's shoulders. The revelation that the High King would never return to relieve him of the burden only heightened that feeling.
No point in tossing useless wishes into the ether,
Lassendir thought. So absorbed with his worries was the suddenly old-looking elf, he did not hear the soft footsteps that approached him from behind until the last moment. A soft whisper of a boot on stone reached his ears, and he turned with a small jump. The startled look turned to horror, and then pain, as the sharp blade of a dagger found its way between his ribs and into his heart. The knife wielder held the regent as his life ebbed from him. Blood dripped down the blade in a slow trickle and seeped over the sapphire eyes of the dragon that formed the guard and grip, staining the black leather of the gloved hand that held it. The older elf's eyes were wide in shock and pain, and he opened his mouth to speak. His voice was thin and low. A single word fell from his lips as his eyes went blank.
Why?
The figure with the knife eased the regent's body to the ground and closed the eyes that no longer held the light of life. The murderer wiped the blade against the regent's robes, cleansing it of blood, and spun it into a waist sheath. The figure grabbed the satchel that belonged to the player named Griff and placed it on the floor. It was a plain thing, with a strap and a clasp that held it closed. Leather-clad hands tried to pry open the clasp, but despite the strength applied to the seemingly simple task, the bag would not open. "Guess that would have been too easy," a strangely altered voice said. If there had been another person there to hear the voice, they would have been hard-pressed to identify it as male or female, and certainly could not attribute it to anyone, even a loved one or trusted friend. Hands widened, and low murmurs rose from behind the mask that shrouded features and voice alike. Gray light flowed down the arms and into the bag, snapping and writhing across its surface. A muffled grunt of pain burbled forth, and the outstretched hands shook with exertion. A drop of sweat fell onto the bag. The hands shook violently as the pain rose in the figure. Every nerve ending screamed for release, but the murderer could not, would not stop now. Heat charred mind and body as more of the silver power pushed into the clasp. The figure turned its head towards the ceiling, and a roar of agony burst from lips hidden behind the mask of silver terror. The noise pulsed through the tower, only partially muffled by the mask. The figure collapsed forward, the scream and the flow of silver light stopping abruptly. Ragged gasps bent the murderer over. And after a few moments, the sound changed to the sound of frustrated weeping.
No. Damn it, no!
The figure picked up the bag and smashed it to the floor as the last bits of silver energy sparked across the bag's surface. The figure caught its breath and was about to stand when a nearly inaudible click drew his attention to the bag. The clasp flipped open, and the figure laughed in triumph. A gloved hand opened the bag and reached in, pausing for a moment as it searched a mental inventory of the bag's contents. Thunderous heartbeats pounded inside the figure's chest, and slowly it pulled the hand back out of the bag. It held a 5-inch diameter circle of metal and stone, intricately carved with ancient Thalmir runes. A laugh of relief and joy emerged from behind the mask as the figure tucked the seal of the Dwarven King into the folds of the robes it wore. The hands moved towards the bag again, but the clasp of the soul-bound satchel snapped shut like the snapping maw of a predator. The figure grunted in surprise and shook the bag violently. "No, no, no!" it spat, tossing the bag to the ground. Shaking hands hovered over it once more, preparing to begin the process again. Tendrils of silver light flowed down the black-clad wrists and into the fingers. Another grunt of pain escaped from behind the mask as a powerful will forced itself into the clasp. The sudden knock at the door jarred the figure.
"My lord, are you all right?"
came the voice of the steward. There was a pause, and then another, more urgent knock.
"Regent!"
The figure stood and looked around in panic. The job was unfinished, but even if the toll of breaking the soul-bound bag's protections had not drained the figure of much of its stamina, health, and mana, it would need time to force the bag open a second and third time to retrieve the arbaleth eggs. The handle to the door turned, and the figure cursed, berating itself for not locking the door.
"My lord, I am coming in,"
the steward said, and the door opened. The man's eyes widened when he saw the corpse of the regent cooling on the ground and the shrouded figure standing over him. The silver mask bore a horrid alien visage, and an inhuman howl of rage erupted from behind it. The form turned and ran towards the regent's sitting room and towards his bedchamber. Without hesitation, the steward raised a hand and fired a bolt of searing blue lightning at the murderer. It punched the fleeing form in the right shoulder, and a muffled grunt of pain emerged from behind the mask as the figure's arm seized. The bag, the soul-bound satchel that belonged to the player Griff, fell to the floor as the murderer dove into the regent's private sleeping chamber. The steward activated one of the powers of the amulet that hung from his neck. It was the badge of his office, and it would send a mental alert to every guardsman in the palace. Soon the room and the palace would swarm with fierce elvish warriors. But the steward could not wait for their aid.
"It is time I dusted off my own skills,"
the steward thought, and began a casting as he rushed after the assassin. The steward ran into the regent's private sleeping chamber, ready to send another bolt of jagged electric death at the shrouded figure. But the sight of the empty room stunned him.
"How?"
the steward asked himself in stunned incomprehension. Looking back and forth, he saw the armoire pulled away from the wall.
"Impossible,"
the shocked half-elf muttered. The regent's room had a secret door, one designed to allow the regent to come and go in secret should the need ever arise. It also provided an escape route in the unlikely event that anyone or anything ever got this far into the palace.
But the only two people on the face of Corin who knew about this door are me and the man now lying dead on the floor,
the steward thought, in shock and fear. The steward ran to the armoire and pushed it further open. Behind it was a dark passage that curved downwards. The steward knew the terminus to the secret passage lay far below and opened to a dozen more passages and hallways. Many led beyond the wall that protected the spire. Even if he alerted the guards now, they would not be able to seal every exit before the murderer escaped. Still, he sent the order. The steward conjured a glow sphere and entered the steep stairs of the passageway. He didn't even make it to the first turn when a hidden ward exploded under his foot, sending him flying backwards. He collapsed in a heap, unable to even scream as the energy scoured his body, and he was unconscious before he hit the ground. "11. The sudden smash of the doors to their suite flying open roused Griff from his trance. Within seconds, a dozen low globes surged to blinding life, and what seemed to be the entire palace guard surrounded them, all pointing deadly sharp spears right at him. The captain of the guard marched in. "Get to your feet, all of you!" he bellowed in a voice filled with barely contained anger. Griff and his friends stood, holding their hands before their eyes to shield them from the intense glare of the magical lights.
"What is going on?"
Griff asked.
"Come with us now. Make no aggressive moves. I will not hesitate to skewer you where you stand,"
the captain bellowed. Griff exchanged looks with Ovram, Wick, and Tifla. All returned glances of suspicion. They don't trust me, Griff thought. I guess I cannot blame him. He turned back to the captain, and several guards moved aside with practiced military perfection, opening a path for them to the door. Griff walked, and as he passed the captain, the man raised his spear and used it to push him in the back. Griff stumbled, but kept his footing. Several minutes later, they were back in the throne room. A large crowd stood around the dais, shrouding all but the twined throne from Griff's view. As the guardsmen approached, the crowd parted, giving them a clear path to the dais. They moved through the sea of faces. Some bore the red eyes of crying, while others the deep scowl of anger. All of them glared at Griff and his friends. The crowd parted, revealing the steward standing at the front of the dais. Mirthendir stood, tight-jawed and furious behind the empty throne where the regent should have been sitting. Griff's heart leapt into his throat when he noticed the regal elf was not in his customary place. Silendriel sat to the right of Mirthendir in a wooden chair. Her eyes were red from tears, and her already fragile mental state seemed near to breaking. Her urgent mental warning came back to Griff like a thunderclap. Something has happened, Griff thought. As they got close to the dais, the steward stepped forward. "Halt!" he yelled, and Griff and his companions stopped. The steward's gaze turned from Wick to Tifla to Ovram, and then settled on Griff, where he held his icy gaze for several long moments. Mirthendir walked down the dais and stood in front of Griff. Ice and flame filled the man's gaze as he stared into Griff's eyes. After a moment, he moved on to the others and took his place next to the steward.
My father is dead, the Prince Regent said. Murdered in his own chambers.
Tifila gasped, and Wick muttered a curse under his breath. Ovrim was predictably silent. Griff looked at Mirthandir and was about to speak when the Prince Regent's hand snapped up, silencing him.
I know that you did not commit this heinous act. Both the guards and the wards on your rooms prove you never left, but that does not mean you are not responsible.
A heavy silence hung in the throne room as several dozen pairs of eyes bored their anger into Griff. Mirthandir held Griff's bag aloft.
This was found near my father's body. The murderer used an unknown force to open the bag. The murderer took something from the bag despite your soul-bound protections.
The Prince Regent tossed the bag to Griff, who snatched it from the air.
You will tell me what?
Griff gazed around to see every eye in the room was glued to him. A nervous energy built within him, accompanied by a twinge of guilt. Am I responsible for this? He returned his gaze to Mirthandir and saw in him all the power of his father, yet precious little of the self-control. He is on a knife edge, and I cannot say I blame him. With no other option, Griff accessed his inventory. He first checked on the arbaleth eggs, and was more relieved than he would have believed was possible to find them still there. It did not take him long to discover what was missing.
The seal of the Stone King is gone, Griff said aloud as his eyes came back to Mirthandir.
Mirthandir's jaw clenched as he met Griff's steady gaze.
So it is true,
he said, and glanced down at the steward, whose jaw muscles tightened.
I do not believe it, my lord. I will not,
the steward said in an adamant tone.
It is the only conclusion that meets all the facts, Garthaniel. I am sorry,
Mirthandir said in a voice tinged with regret.
Barendiel is the only one of us unaccounted for. If he were innocent, then why is he not here?
A gasp of disbelief escaped from Griff before he calmed himself. The ranger captain? But why? Griff's mind flashed back to the argument between the regent and the intense ranger, and he could not make sense of the idea. Sure, Barendiel had been passionate, desperate even, but Griff had known many a warrior in his time, and every fiber of his being told him that the captain was a fierce protector of his people and his regent. That he would resort to murder was unthinkable. The Prince Regent descended the steps to the steward and placed a kind yet firm hand on the man's shoulder.
I am sorry, my old friend. Barendiel was a son to you, as he was a brother to me. But I need you with me. I need your counsel now, more than ever.
The steward seemed to deflate before Griff's eyes, as the truth of Mirthandir's words took root in his soul. After a moment, the half-elf regained his composure and stood tall once again. He looked to his new liege and nodded. Mirthandir turned his attention back to Griff and his companions, and the kindness he had shown the steward drained from him like water from a dropped bucket. He walked straight up to Griff.
You will give me the arbaleth eggs.
Griff's eyes flashed to Cylindriel, who had eased herself forward despite a whispered warning from the nurse at her side. Gone was the grief and the fear from those eyes, as the vision she had shared with Griff bored into his soul once again. He turned to his friend's eyes, which were upon him. With a deep sigh, he turned back to the Prince Regent.
I am sorry, but I cannot,
Gryph said. Fury bubbled up inside Mirthendir, and he took several steps forward and brought his mouth to Gryph's ear.
I will kill all of your friends, one at a time if I must, but you will give me the eggs.
The rage beneath the calm voice was like a coiled viper ready to strike, and Gryph knew the Prince Regent would follow through with his threat. Gryph looked with sadness to his friends. Ovrim's eyes narrowed as he understood the thoughts moving through Gryph's mind. Tifila gripped Wick tighter, but only Wick spoke. "What are you doing, man? Give this bastard the eggs, and maybe, just maybe, we'll be allowed to grow old and crotchety."
How can I trust in the vision she showed me? How can I trust her?
Gryph looked up at Silendriel once again. He wanted to cast telepathic bond so he could communicate with her, get her to offer him some assurance, some proof. But he suspected the guards would see any attempt to cast a spell as an attack. So instead, he stared into her eyes, imploring. Her eyes were glazed, and she gave him a wan smile.
She's sedated, Gryph realized. I'm on my own.
He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and searched his memories of his time in the soul revery. He'd seen himself as the Stone King. He'd felt himself as Prime, and he knew the devastation the eggs would bring to Corin if they matured. It went against all logic and sense, and every mote of his soul wanted to comply, to save his friends' lives. But deep down, where the real truths lay hidden, Gryph knew what he had seen had been the truth. He opened his eyes and stared into Mirthendir's eyes.
I am sorry, but I cannot.
Mirthendir's jaw twitched as he tried to control his anger. "Captain," he said over his shoulder, and the armor-clad captain of the palace guard came up behind him, rigid and at attention. "Take the gnome summoner and execute him on my order." "Yes, my lord," the captain of the guard said, and he snapped his fingers at two of his men. The guards marched forward and grabbed Wick, tearing him away from Tifila's grasp. Tifila's scream tore at Gryph's soul, and then her direct pleadings to him stabbed deep into his heart. "Gryph, please!" she begged. The guards pushed Wick to his knees, and one placed the tip of his spear at the nape of the shaking gnome's neck. Gryph wanted to launch himself at the guards, but he forced himself to stay rigid.
Please don't do this,
Gryph begged the Prince Regent.
The eggs are safest with me. I have seen what the Prime will do. If the eggs are taken from this bag by any hands but my own, the future will be a place of darkness and pain.
Gryph's eyes flashed to the elf maidens, and then back to the Prince Regent.
You have seen?
Mirthendir asked, and then turned towards Silendriel.
Or you have been shown?
The look in Gryph's eyes gave the tall elf the answer he needed.
Beware visions and portents, my friend. They have a way of being misinterpreted.
He turned away from Gryph.
Captain, on my command. Ready?
The captain of the guard bellowed, and Wick tensed as he felt the tip of his executioner's spear find its mark against his neck.
Griff, please!
Tifila begged in a voice that sounded like her spirit had been broken. Griff forced himself to look her in the eyes, and the same tears flowed from his as hers. "I'm sorry, but I cannot." "Captain," Mirthandir began, and tension lay heavy in the air. Ovrim's gaze burned into Griff, and Tifala's gasp of pain punched him in his heart. But it was Wick's calm voice that broke the silence, hovering like the stale hot air of a humid midsummer's day. "It's okay, Tiff. I will find you in the next life. Together. Forever." Tifala surged towards her love, but Ovrim's strong hands held her. "No! No! No!" she said, her voice broken and low. As the Prince Regent brought his hand down, a single word formed in his mouth, but then a thunderous command split the air. "Hold!" the steward yelled in a booming voice, "and lower your weapon!" The captain pulled his spear from the back of Wick's neck and slammed the butt onto the marble floor with a thud. Mirthandir turned on the steward in a fury. "How dare you countermand my order? I am regent now." "You are not yet," the steward said in a calm, almost warm voice, and placed a hand on the tall elf's shoulder. "We have yet to sit Girtera, the wait. You will not be regent for a week, not until your father is put to rest and your fury and anger has faded." "A foolish law," Mirthandir spat. "But the law nonetheless, my lord. And we do not execute anyone until the guilt has been proven. We are not the Dark Ascendancy." The Prince Regent shook as his despair and anger took a hold of him. The steward held him as the passions tore through the tall elf. Griff felt his pain, as did everyone else in the room. The steward looked at Griff, his face grim. "The eggs are not our primary concern at this moment, and Griff is right. There is no safer place for the Arbaleth eggs than with him. For the moment, we have larger concerns." The steward put a hand to Mirthandir's shoulder. "My heart is torn asunder at the idea that Barendiel could have done this, but all evidence points to his guilt," the steward said. "He has the seal, and he will use it. He will open the lost city. You know this to be true." Mirthandir hung his head and let his despair flow through him, and then stood tall. "Then I will go after him." "Your place is here. You are regent now," the steward said. A smug grin crossed Mirthandir's face. "Not yet. By your own words and the ancient law, I am not regent yet." The steward hung his head with a sigh, knowing his prince spoke truthfully. Mirthandir turned to the gathered crowd. "I do not understand what darkness has seeped into my brother Barendiel's soul, but I will stop him, no matter the cost." He looked at Griff. "I will also not endanger the lives of my people by taking them into the Forbidden City, so I offer you a choice. Fight alongside me, all of you, and I will grant you your freedom. Refuse, and you will face punishment for your crimes." You have been offered the quest, A Beacon in the Darkness. Mirthandir, Prince Regent of Silven Anor, has asked you to aid him in stopping his cousin Berendiel from unleashing a terrible horror on his people and the realms at large. You are to journey into the heart of the ancient Thalmir city Dar Thorim and secure the weapon it contains before the traitor Berendiel can get his hands upon it. Difficulty, extreme. Rewards, the safety of the realms and increased reputation with Mirthendir and the people of Sylvan Anor, and other unknown rewards. Price of refusal/failure. You will face punishment for your crimes. XP 500,000. Do you accept? Yes? No? Griff glanced at his friends. Wick ignored him. Tifla's eyes seemed to say, better or worse, we're in this together. Ovrim gave a simple, barely noticeable nod. It's the best I'm gonna get, and I'm lucky they've given me this much, Griff thought. He turned to Mirthendir and stepped forward. We will fight alongside you with all our abilities and all our honor. Mirthendir stared at Griff for a long moment, his eyes boring into Griff's as if he were trying to read his mind or his soul. After a long moment, Mirthendir nodded. He turned to Gartheniel and placed a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, my old friend. The steward nodded. If you are going to do this, I have one requirement, the steward said, warmly but firmly. Mirthendir looked at the smaller half-elf and then nodded. You will all wear rings of binding fellowship and be bound by their power. 12. The Prince Regent's expression told Griff that he was about to argue the steward's request, but then it eased, and he nodded. As you wish. The mood in the throne room relaxed, and the tension eased like the string of a drawn bow when a battle is avoided. Without another word, Mirthendir strode down the steps of the dais and passed by Griff. Come with me, the tall elf said. The steward held out a hand, indicating Griff and his friends should go first. One by one they followed, leaving Griff standing next to Gartheniel. As Griff went to follow, a firm hand held his left forearm. Griff looked from the hand to the steward's face. The man's expression was firm, unyielding, and gave no trace of the emotions contained inside him. Once the others were out of earshot, the steward turned to Griff. Be true to the vows you are about to make, man from another place. If you betray them and survive, you will face me. The steward looked up into Griff's eyes, and he was no longer a simple administrator, but something much more fearsome and much deadlier. My word is my bond, Griff said. After a few tense heartbeats, the steward nodded and held out his hand, indicating Griff should follow the others. They walked through several passageways and down several stairs, arriving at a room that Griff realized was an armory, both odd and wondrous. Griff's gear lay on a nearby table, armor repaired and weapons tended to. A stocky elf was handing out equipment to the others. Ovrim only took a few bundles of arrows. Griff knew the power of the Zidai's weapon and armor, so he was not surprised. Tifla graciously accepted a pair of curved daggers after the smith revealed they channeled life magic. Wick stood in front of an older elf woman. She held his staff, and a glow of pure mana flowed from her hands into the length of gnarled black wood.
"I've made a few improvements,"
the elf woman said, and handed the staff back to Wick. She looked up at Mirthandir and Griff and motioned them to come to her. "Good morning, Yriel. This is the player I'm sure you've heard about." The elf woman held out her hand to Griff, and, after a momentary confusion, Griff took it, wondering for the briefest of moments if she expected him to kiss it. He felt a flush move through his face as the thought pulsed through his mind, and Yriel smiled a knowing smile.
"Well met, Griff the player,"
Yriel said, and then turned to Mirthandir.
"I am so sorry for your loss, Mir. Your father was a great man. He and I knew each other well. Words cannot do your loss justice."
"Thank you, Yriel. He always spoke highly of you." Griff wondered at both the elf woman's use of a familiar nickname for the Prince Regent and her comment about knowing Lassendir well. Perhaps these high elves aren't as stodgy as they appear. Yriel sent a sideways glance at Griff, and he saw a small smirk turn the corner of her mouth. Once again, he felt a blush redden his cheeks. Then it faded, and she was all business.
"What have you brought me?"
Mirthandir nodded at Griff, and he placed the war stave of the Eladrin king on the table in front of her.
"Is that what I think it is?"
she said, eyes widening as Griff laid the spear on the workbench.
"By the ancients,"
she said, her hand hovering over the length of the shaft reverently.
"How did you come by this?"
"The Barrow," Griff said, an unexpected surge of pride bubbling up inside him.
"The Barrow? You are a mighty warrior to have survived such a place."
Before Griff could comment or flush any more, she turned to Mirthandir, as if seeking his permission. The Prince Regent nodded his head, and Yriel smiled.
"You cannot know how long I've dreamt of this day,"
she said, looking down on the artifact that was the symbol of authority for her people.
"May I?"
she asked, seeking Griff's permission. Panic surged through Griff. He understood the argument that the spear belonged to the elves of Silven Anor and not some random newcomer to the realms, but Griff had no desire to give up the amazing weapon. I wonder if this is how the curator of the British Museum felt when they returned the Rosetta Stone to Egypt. With a sense of dread, Griff nodded to Yriel. Yriel traced a reverent finger along the surface of the weapon, unwilling to touch it, as if she were examining the Holy Grail or Excalibur. After a moment, the elf exhaled, and Griff realized the woman had been holding her breath. At their side, Mirthandir watched, an inscrutable look on his face.
"An impressive weapon,"
Yriel said, not taking her eyes from it.
"Crafted by 3 grand masters out of materials so rare and precious they were worth more than most kingdoms."
She moved her hand down the shaft of the spear. Whorls of color seemed to flow along the silver-colored shaft of the weapon like oil on water.
"I never thought I'd see prismatic elementum in my lifetime. Thank you for letting me see it."
You're welcome," Griff said, and she grinned at him, then turned her attention back to the weapon with all the joy of a child on Christmas morning.
This one was one of 4 items made to seal the alliance against the Dark Ascendancy. The High King of Silven Anor was given the spear. The warlord of the High Orcs received a belt of power. The king of the Nemerian High Men a potent ring. And the Stone King, the dwarf lord of Dar Thorim, bore an amulet said to strengthen the powers of the mind. Each was powerful alone, but together their capabilities were vast beyond comprehension. If one leader of the alliance died in battle, the others would take command of their forces and possession of the artifact they bore. Thus, it was believed the surviving leaders of the alliance would be powerful enough to absorb the loss. During the Exodus, the artifacts were lost. I cannot help but think the discovery of this weapon is an omen of things to come.
Griff didn't want to interrupt the moment and gave Yriel the time she needed. Eventually, the elf looked up at him, smiling the abashed grin of a kid with a new toy. She handed the spear to Griff, the feeling of utter relief that passed through him as his fingers gripped the shaft of the weapon surprised and concerned him. Then a quest prompt filled his mind. You have been offered the quest, Weapons of the Alliance. Long ago, 4 wondrous artifacts were created to seal an alliance of ancient enemies. These items were of vast power, but if combined, they would make the bearer akin to a god. You have found 1 item. Find the other 3 and bring hope back to the realms. Difficulty: unearthly. Rewards: unknown. This is a multi-part quest. Each part has its own currently unknown rewards. Price of failure: none. XP: unknown. This quest cannot be refused. Holy crap, Griff thought. The level of difficulty of this quest was unlike any he'd yet seen, but the rewards were commensurate to the difficulty. He had no idea when or if he'd be able to start, much less complete this quest, but he sure as hell wanted to try.
I have something for you,
Yriel said, and motioned for Griff to approach. She turned and placed her hand atop what looked to be a solid block of metal. She closed her eyes, and the metal flowed aside like mercury under her hand. A small part of Griff panicked as he recognized the same technology that he'd seen in his soul reverie. But there was no buzzing, no malevolence, and Griff pushed his panic down. Inside lay a variety of items, but a row of rectangular gemstones engraved with intricate runes and symbols drew Griff's gaze. He wasn't much of a bling guy, and Finn had never worn so much as a watch, but his eyes widened.
I see you are a man of taste,
the elf woman said. She smiled, and then lifted an inch-long sapphire from the shelf. Delicate runes scrawled across its surface. Griff pouted when his gift of tongues ability failed to provide him with a translation. Perhaps it does not work on a written script? She handed the gemstone to Griff, and he felt a small shock as a low buzz filled his ears. Flashes of blue and white energy pulsed inside the sapphire depths. His identify ability flared, and Griff knew it was an icon.
Do you know what that is?
Yeriel asked, nodding at the icon.
An icon? Some kind of magical item,
Griff said in amazement, remembering that the stave had slots for icons. Yeriel grinned at Griff like he was a child who thought a fusion reactor was just a battery.
Yes, a very potent magical item.
She took the icon from his palm and looked down at the spear.
May I?
Griff nodded. She mumbled under her breath, and the icon floated off her hand. It spun in the air, and small sparks flowed across its surface. The flashes of blue mini-lightning illuminated the woman's eyes, and he realized that they were a deep, storm-colored gray.
Magic is an entropic force. It matters not whether it is life or death magic, or of the order, or the chaos sphere.
This last bit she said with a thinning of her lips and a slight look at Mirthandir. Apparently rumors of the chaos infection had spread.
Magic is virulent and unrelenting. It wears down anything that tries to constrain it. We use items to store this power. The stronger the item, the more resistant it is to the deprivations of magic. Icons are the pinnacle of this concept. They are rare and valuable gemstones infused with potent magics.
Her hand caressed the tip of the spear, and as her hands moved down the shaft, the adamantine tip sprang from its housing.
Do you see these slots carved right below the spearhead?
Griff nodded.
They are icon slots, meant to hold icons.
This last bit she said in a tone that made Griff think of the ancient earth saying, "Wait for it." She lowered her hand, and the icon spun and sparked above it. A faint blue glow rose behind her pupils, mirroring the discharges inside the sapphire. She grunted in concentration and effort, and Griff watched as the effort brought a sheen of sweat to her brow. She turned her hand upside down and gripped the spear tightly with her other hand, holding it down as if she expected it to lash out at her. The icon hovered below her hand as she moved her palm closer to the slot on the spear. Her hand shook as if the spear and the icon were two magnets of the same polarity. Neither wanted to be mated to the other, and Griff could feel the power raging to prevent this union. Yeriel grunted, forcing more mana and more willpower into the icon. It was spinning so fast it was a blur. Small bolts of lightning flashed from the surface, punching into the spear, the table, and even into Yeriel herself. Each discharge caused her to grunt in pain, but her focus never wavered. Griff's heart thundered as he watched. Then the light grew too bright to focus upon. A wind whipped through the room, and the glow globes grew brighter and flickered. Then, with a sudden clap of thunder and explosion of chill air, the icon snapped into the slot on the spear. All eyes in the room were on the spear as the icon flashed once, twice, 3 times, each flash surging tendrils of electricity up and down the weapon. A few moments passed, and the distant rumble of thunder stopped, and the flashes of blue eased as the blue gemstone drew them back into itself. With a satisfied grin, Yeriel picked the spear up and handed it to Griff.
What do you think?
Griff took the spear in his hands, and his mouth hung open as a prompt filled his vision. War stave of the Elven King,
Eladrin Warstave. Item class, artifact. Item category, passive, active. Base damage, 18, plus 8 artifact bonus. Passive powers. Power 1, plus 20% total mana. Power 2, store 200 points of mana. Power 3, plus 3 to all attributes. Power 4, plus 20% immunity to all spheres of magic. Active powers. Power 1, penetrating strike, damage added to strike. Mana limit, 10%, plus option for 20% of stored mana. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Icons slotted, 1 of 6. Icon 1, Maelstrom of Yriel. This is an icon of air magic. Icon category, passive, active. Charges, 125, 100 base plus 25 item power perk. Passive icon powers. Power, 1, 25%, 20% plus 5% item power perk, reduction to the mana requirements for air magic spells. Active icon powers. Power, 1, Yriel's Bite, plus 5 electrical damage added to strike, plus 1 per level of air magic mastery, times 1.25 item power perk. Cost, 1 charge. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Power, 2, Yriel's Maelstrom. Creates an explosion of electrical power reminiscent of a lightning strike that causes 12.5, 10 points times 1.25 item power perk. Points of damage per level of air magic mastery to everything in a 20-foot radius. The bolts will avoid hitting the user as well as any members of the adventure party, making them effectively immune. Cost, 25 charges. Cooldown, 1 hour. Icon regeneration, 1.25 charges per hour. This magnificent weapon was constructed by 3 Grand Masters, an Eladrin Smith, a Nimmerian Imbue Master, and a Thalmir Artificer, with a gift of ultra-rare prismatic elementum from the Ral Zanag, Orcs, to commemorate the alliance against the Dark Ascendancy. To create the war stave of the Elven King, 4 ingots of white mithril to construct the stave itself, 1 ingot of prismatic elementum, a mix of black, blue, and white elementum, entwined throughout. 6 draughts of ether wormblood to etch the slots for 6 icons, an ingot of adamant to make the adamantine spear tip, and 4 blood diamonds. Diamonds infused with the blood of powerful beings, in this case a willing offering from the 4 racial leaders of the Alliance. 1 icon has been added to the artifact. Holy shit, Griff said, unable to keep his amazement in check.
I thought you'd like it,
Yriel said with a sly smile. You made this?
It bears my name, does it not?
She said with a wry note. Can you teach me? Mirthandir snorted. Do you have decades to devote to the study of imbuing? He exchanged a grin with Yriel. If you even have the affinity for the skill? Imbuing. What is that? Griff asked, feeling relief wash over him. They have no idea I have 100% affinity in everything, thanks to the Godhead.
It is one of the rarer crafting skills. Essentially, it allows me to force my personal mana into an object, saving it until needed. Like I said before, magic can be corrosive to flesh and blood beings, so the gemstone takes the burden instead.
Griff ran his hand along the icon, stunned to discover that it had set perfectly inside the slot. The barely noticeable seam would not hinder his use of the weapon.
Can it be removed?
Griff asked.
Are you expecting to find a treasure trove of icons?
Yeriel asked, her hand on her hip, and her smile giving Griff the "you're an idiot" look that was the same for all women across all universes and all cultures.
Maybe,
Griff said with a grin, trying to regain some high ground in the relationship.
It is as difficult to remove as it is to slot, especially if you don't know what you're doing.
So I shouldn't just pry it out with the dagger?
Oh, not unless you want all the stored mana to explode in your face.
Griff was properly chastised.
what happens if I run out of charges?
You wait for it to recharge. Or you come back to me, or someone like me, and I place more mana into it.
That doesn't sound so bad. The older elf woman laughed at him.
Oh, youngling, you have so much to learn. Survive the Thalmir city, and I'll teach you, if you are pliable enough.
Yeriel said with a smile. Is it just me, or are the women of the realms a little more flirty and aggressive? I'll hold you to that, Griff said, trying to force snark into his tone. Yeriel tossed a quick glance at the loop of spider silk rope at his waist, and another flush of red flashed across his cheeks.
Good, she said. Now, Shu, the steward has one last thing for you.
Griff turned to see his companion standing in a semicircle as Gartheniel walked up with a velvet-padded box containing 5 ruby-laden platinum bands. Griff's mood soured at the sight of the rings. He wasn't sure what rings of binding fellowship were, but he suspected his life was about to get even more complicated. "13. Gartheniel held the box out to each of the 5 members of the group. Mirthendir took a ring and slipped it onto the ring finger of his right hand without hesitation. Ovrim eyed his platinum band with suspicion before slipping it on. Tifila examined hers with interest, and Griff suspected that she was trying to identify its properties. Griff had been unaware of just how powerful his ability to identify any object was. It was just another wondrous power granted to him by the Godhead. Tifila, satisfied with her examination, slipped the ring on her own finger. Wick just scowled at it, holding it as far from his body as he could, as if it were some kind of poisonous insect. The steward stopped in front of Griff, and his gaze was firm and steady. Griff picked up the last ring. Griff slipped the ring on, and it adjusted its size to fit.
These are the rings of binding fellowship. They are mystic bands used in the days of old to bind a group of people to a common purpose. Vows taken and accepted under the aegis of the bands will become binding. Failure to abide by the terms of the vow can lead to discomfort, pain, sickness, and even death. You will swear this vow under the leadership of Mirthendir, son of Lassendir, and you will join his adventure party. Do you understand?
One by one, The members of the group nodded that they understood. Wick glowered at Griff for several heartbeats before grudgingly nodding himself. You have been invited to join Mirthandir's adventure party. Do you accept? Yes, no. One by one, they all accepted. Even Wick barely grumbled. You have accepted an invitation to an adventure party while wearing rings of binding fellowship. The adventure party is upgraded to a fellowship. It doubles all boons granted by the adventure party leader in potency and duration. You have been granted the Boon 1 Lore Boost. Knowledge is the key to power. Lore Boost grants you a short-term connection to the Sea of Knowledge. This connection will increase the level of any one skill by 1 level for the duration of the adventure party. Fellowship bonus. Temporary increase is now 2 levels. Note: temporary skill boosts do not affect tier level. Well, that is amazing, Griff thought, and wondered if he could finagle keeping the rings after this current mission was over. Lore boost was a badass boon, although he had no idea what the hell the Sea of Knowledge was. Griff opened his skill sheets and tagged Spear's Staves, and his level jumped to 15. It upped his attack speed by 10% and his damage and chance to hit by an additional 4% each. It didn't sound like much, but Griff had seen enough combat in his life, many lives if his soul revery was legit, to know fate often turned on the slimmest of margins. Gartheniel waited for everyone to choose their bonus and then spoke again.
While I trust Celendriel with every fiber of my being, her visions are not always easy to decipher.
The steward cast a sideways glance at Mirthandir, and Griff saw the muscles of the Prince Regent's jaw tighten.
She has seen glimpses of a possible future, and I hope her visions come to pass. I hope that your presence, your actions, will help ensure our safety in these uncertain times. However, I am a man who likes certainty, even when I know it cannot be promised. So, to ensure you are trustworthy and to ease my mind, you will all swear a vow. These rings will bind you to a common purpose. If you stay true to the words you will soon swear to, then you will be rewarded. If you fail, then your lives are forfeit under the law, though it is unlikely that you'd resist the negative effects of breaking the vow long enough to see justice.
Wick grumbled and tried to pull the ring from his finger, but it would not budge. Gartheniel gave him a look of disapproval, and Tifala elbowed him in the ribs. Wick scowled at her, before noticing the half-elf's glare, and, despite the gnome's anger, a guilty look crossed his face, and he stopped tugging on the ring.
Now, bring your right fist to your hearts and repeat after me.
All 5 of them did as bidden. Griff felt a wave of warmth flow from the ring and into his hand. It swirled around his wrist and flowed up his arm, then into his chest and to the rest of his body. It felt like settling into a hot bath after a hard day's physical labor.
I, your name, swear to hold faith with the other members of this fellowship. I vow to do all that is in my power to prevent the dwellers in the dark from using any power found in the city of Dar Thorim for an ill purpose, whatever that purpose may be. I vow I will support the members of this fellowship with my weapons, my magic, my skills, and my life in all the ways I am able. I vow I shall hold faith with Mirthandir, the leader of this fellowship, for as long as he holds faith with me. I vow that my word is my bond, and that the words I now speak are true and honest."
They all repeated the vow, and the sense of warmth became a chill that flashed up from the ring and into Gryph's chest, where it seemed to grip his heart in an icy embrace. He closed his eyes and bent over with a grunt of pain, and heard the other four do the same. When he opened them again, the pain had abated, and the jewel on the ring flared a brilliant blue-white, and then faded. Gryph used his Identify talent. "You have been awarded a Ring of Binding Fellowship. This ring is a powerful magic item that helps ensure trustworthiness and fellowship in an adventure party that may otherwise lack such fidelity. Any vow sworn to while wearing this ring becomes binding. Stay true to your vow, and you will be rewarded with the following buffs. Break the vow, and you will suffer from the following debuffs. Powers. All adventure parties are upgraded to fellowships, plus 200% potency and duration of all boons granted by the fellowship leader. Buffs. Buff 1, plus 25% to health, stamina, mana, and spirit regeneration. Buff 2, 1 full heal per day. Buff 3, plus 20% to the likeliness of achieving a critical hit against any foe that opposes the mission of the Fellowship. Buff 4, plus 1 to each attribute. Debuffs. Debuff 1, minus 50% to health, stamina, mana, and spirit regeneration until the vow is honored. Debuff 2, health, stamina, mana, and spirit reduced by 50%. Debuff 3, minus 50% to hit. Debuff 4, you are afflicted by Traitor's Rot, a mystical disease that will lower all of your attributes by 1 point per hour. If any attribute reaches 0, you will die. Reward. Upon the successful completion of the fellowship, a reward may be granted by the vow taker. Gryph's eyes went wide in shock. The buffs were amazing, but the debuffs were terrifying. "This will end badly," Wick muttered under his breath.
"Only if you are a liar,"
Gartheniel countered.
"Stay true to your word, and great rewards will be yours."
A young male elf walked up and handed each of the members of the fellowship a small pouch.
"As a token of our appreciation for taking on this task, please accept these potions. May they serve you well in the coming trials."
Gryph opened the pouch to see 3 potions of healing, 3 potions of stamina, and 3 potions of mana. Another, smaller vial he had never seen before also lay in the pouch. "You have been awarded an elixir of mastery. Drinking this elixir will grant you a 25% bonus to all XP gained for 24 hours. It will also grant a 50% experience bonus to any one skill for 24 hours. Hold the name of the skill in the mind while drinking the elixir." Everyone murmured at the amazing power of the elixir of mastery, and the steward nodded.
These elixirs are incredibly rare and powerful. Use them wisely.
The group nodded their appreciation and made final preparations to leave. The steward walked up to Griff.
May I have a word with you in private?
Griff nodded, and the steward led him away from the others. The man hesitated, as if he were trying to figure out how to discuss a difficult and painful topic.
How can I help you, steward?
Griff asked. For several moments, the half-elf seemed deep in thought, before looking up at Griff.
I need you to give me your word. You'll do all you can to protect Mirthandir, especially from himself. He is a capable warrior and a master of secret knowledge, but he is rash and will sacrifice himself for the greater good.
Gartheniel paused and looked at his soon-to-be liege lord, and then back to Griff.
You cannot allow him to put himself in undue danger. He is regent now, regardless of what law and tradition states, and silven anor needs him, especially if what the adjudicator tells us is true. Word will soon spread, if it hasn't already, that the High King will never return to us.
The smaller half-elf gripped Griff's forearms tightly.
If I could, I would add this personal vow to the rings of binding fellowship, but they do not work in such a manner. So, I ask this as a man who cares very much for those under his care.
Both men glanced at Mirthandir again, as the tall elf lord joked with the others, even eliciting a small smile from Wick. Pride mixed with worry on the steward's face.
But I know that without Mirthandir, we will be lost. Will you help me help him?
I will do my best, Gartheniel. You have my word, Griff said, and gripped the shorter man by the shoulder.
That is all a man can ask of anyone.
He looked at Mirthandir once more, and then smiled up at Griff.
Let's get you down to the quay. It is time you crossed the deep water. Who knows how much of a head start the dwellers in the dark have on you?
XIV. The quay was a massive stone pier that knifed out into the thin lake. The dark blue, almost black of the deep water reminded Griff of the lochs scattered across Scotland. Ill thoughts of serpent-like creatures swam into his mind, and he grinned at his foolishness. No need to invent imaginary monsters. The realms have plenty of real ones. The fellowship climbed into a waiting boat that, like everything else in Silvan Anor, was as much a work of art as a functional piece of equipment. A tall human with sandy hair and deep blue eyes piloted the boat. He helped them stow their gear and pushed them off. Ovram eyed the lake warily. Griff came up beside him and whispered, "You okay?" Ovram's eyes snapped up, and Griff felt the fear in the stalwart warrior monk's eyes. "Water is a rare and precious resource in the Outer Realms. We adjudicators rarely see it in such quantities. It makes me uncomfortable." Griff nodded towards the boat. "It looks pretty solid. We should be fine." Ovram nodded. "I hope you are right." "Does anything live in this lake?" Wick asked. as the sail took the wind and the boat moved away from the quay. He dragged his fingers in the water, leaving small rivulets in their wake.
"Fish, mostly," said the boatman.
"Mostly," Wick said, turning towards the calm man at the tiller. "But not only."
"There are old tales," the boatman said, as the boat picked up speed. "Tales of a great serpentine beast named Denny."
"Denny?
"Oh, that doesn't sound so bad," Wick said.
"It is short for denizen," Mirthandir said with a grin. Wick jerked his hand up and looked into the deep black waters. "Just how old are these tales?"
"Something came to the surface a few mornings back as I was casting my nets. All glistening black scales and fins. The air turned frigid, and the water seemed to stop churning, despite the strong winds that morning."
Wick's eyes widened in alarm, and he stared at the boatman.
"Or it might have been an old tree,"
the boatman said, as if the difference made no difference at all. Wick clued into the fact that he'd been played. "I hate all of ya." Chuckles flowed from the boat and over the water as Tifala hugged Wick from behind. The boat cut through the water with barely a sound. Griff peered over the side, where the hull barely touched the water, like a hydrofoil back on Earth. He gave a glance to Mirthandir.
"Water and air masters have imbued the craft with spells that hasten the speed of the craft. We will be across the deep water in no time. It may be our one advantage. Hopefully it will help us catch Barendiel before he uses the seal."
The elf's eyes went dark at the mention of his cousin's name.
"You argued against opening the city. Why?"
Mirthandir sighed and sat down.
"The Thalmir were said to be greedy isolationists with a superiority complex. It was a well-deserved reputation, but they were peerless smiths and crafters, and the Eladrin and the Nemirians knew without their aid Corin would fall to the Dark Ascendancy. The High Elves and High Men each built cities, here in the valley, to force the Thalmir to engage them. A few skirmishes broke out, but eventually the Stone King faced the power of the Dark Ascendancy and agreed to join the alliance."
Mirthandir paused as he gazed across the water, squinting as if seeking something. Griff followed his gaze to a large peak that jutted from the glassy surface on the far side of the deep water.
"What we are about to do violates millennia-old tradition and sworn oath," Mirthandir said. "If you asked the common folk of Silven Anor why the Thalmir sunk their city below the earth, they would tell tales of the greed and jealousy of the dwarves, that they refused to share their wealth and their power even as the world burned around us all."
"But that is not the truth?" Griff asked.
"No. We allowed that fiction, that slur upon dwarven kind, to spread because it was a useful shield to protect the truth. Many of the Thalmir refugees in Silven Anor paid for that lie, with generations of slander and mistreatment."
The Prince Regent's concern with the inequities of race relations surprised Griff. The realms were dangerous, filled with far more diverse people and cultures than Earth, and he expected racial hatreds and stereotypes to be rampant. Perhaps the Eladrin truly are different. The realms grow more surprising every day.
"Why did they sink the city?"
Griff asked.
"The war against the Arbaleth was going badly. Each battle the Alliance lost gave the Dark Ascendancy more troops. They would take our people and enslave them. Or worse. The Fallen, Ovrim said, and the Illyrith. He gave a pointed glance at Griff, and the player stroked the back of his neck before realizing what he was doing. Mirthandir nodded. The Thalmir worked in secret on a weapon they lost control of. To prevent it from getting to the outside world, they sealed their city. Several hundred of their number escaped in boats. The rest, nobody knows. The survivors didn't know what the weapon was, Griff said. The Stone King had become erratic and secretive. It was said only he and his master artificer knew the true nature of the weapon. But there were rumors. What rumors? Ovrim asked. Some say they were building an army of constructs. Others that they had built a superweapon capable of turning the Arbaleth's potent psionic abilities against them. Still others claimed they'd created a mystical plague that mutated beyond their ability to control. What do you believe? Griff asked. I believe that some secrets should stay buried. The fear that sat behind Mirthandir's eyes sent an icy chill through Griff. He pulled his cowl a bit tighter around his face to shield himself from the suddenly potent wind. If the weapon is so dangerous, why did the dwarves make the seal? Seems a little odd to make a key that would unlock the city, Wick asked. Most of the Thalmir refugees that escaped the city left with the Exodus fleet under the leadership of the first Hammer of Da Thorim, a kind of warrior version of our steward. He was cousin to the Stone King and told the first regent, my great-grandfather, the seal was left with the city's master artificer. Together, these men prevented the Stone King from unleashing the weapon. They killed him. Killed me, if those memories are true. Yes, they say his need to protect his people drove him mad. Mirthandir paused, and the elf lord's eyes grew dark. Was his desire to avenge his father's murder rushing through his mind? The darkness was only there for a moment before he grinned, and a lightness returned to his eyes. The artificer stayed behind, locking the city from the inside. The seal hasn't been seen since. Nobody spoke for long moments as the wind whipped at hair and clothing. Mirthandir squinted into the distance and raised his arm and pointed. There! Griff squinted as well and shielded his eyes from the windswept spray with one of his bracer-laden forearms. In the distance, the deep water narrowed to an almost knife-like point. A tall mountain, whose peak lay shrouded in clouds, met the earth at the sharp tip of the lake. The metallic glint of brass and copper shimmered in the mid-morning sun, and Griff realized it came from a large round tower embedded into the side of the mountain. What looked to be a large pair of doors split the tower in half, and those doors were opening. We are too late, Mirthandir said in a hushed tone that sent pulses of alarm through the others. Cold dread grasped at Griff's heart as he remembered the thoughts that Celendriel had pushed into his mind. If they open the city, death will follow. Griff closed his eyes and turned his mind inwards once again, remembering his father's insistence he learned to control his fears. His breathing calmed as his mind traveled down familiar pathways, and he found ease. That's when the sledgehammer of psychic energy smashed into his skull.
Griff screamed and held his head, falling to one knee on the deck of the boat. Ovram quickly rushed to his side, but Griff could not hear the words that came from the Zidai's mouth. Something was assaulting him, something other. His mind became clouded by a fog of black, and then he was elsewhere. Had he not been a man of earth, Griff would not have been able to understand what he was seeing, but he knew space when he saw it. Griff was moving through space past a large, barren moon. Around him, hundreds of rounded diamond shapes were flying through the airlessness of the void. These are ships, Griff thought in shock. He passed by one as a fringe of tentacle-like appendages unfurled from the underside of the closest ship. The ship emerged from the umbra of the dark side of the moon, the scales of a king cobra glistening in the light. They are alive. Griff rolled and spun as he emerged from behind the shadow of the moon, over a spinning blue world. This is Corin. He did not know how he knew this to be true, but knew it was. He flew over another, much larger ship, and the dark scales cast a distorted reflection back at him. I am one of these ships. The armada surged forward towards the planet below and began to air brake as it entered the atmosphere. Griff's vision became a torrent of crimson light and orange flames as the atmosphere tore at his body. Around him were hundreds of similar fireballs, and the part of Griff's mind that was separate, human, knew the fear the ancient natives of Corin felt as their world was invaded. There was something else, an alien sensation that might have been purpose or elation. All of his human instincts told him to flee, but he could not. An other mind, akin to the one that had attacked Griff in the lake in the Barrow, sent tendrils into his limited alien consciousness, and he banked and slowed. We are Prime. A mind that was his and not his thought. Then a shudder, and a violent tearing sound pummeled him, and with it came a horrible pain. It was not his own pain, but the ship's. An explosion tore at the side of the ship, and it spun and tumbled. Griff felt his alien consciousness reach out in terror and agony to the Prime mind, and felt the same terror in that greater mind. The ship plummeted downwards, and the delta shape of its body, the part Griff thought of as a wing, slammed into the peak of a mountain. The ship that was and was not him spun out of control and slammed into the surface of a deep blue lake. Agony surged through the ship's semi-sentient mind as its Prime died. Then it was alone, sinking into the lightless depths of the deep black. It sent out frantic waves of thought seeking aid, but it touched nothing but simple creatures of scale and fin. Most were small and swam in large schools, but a few were large, slithering, and hungry. The ship landed on the bottom of the lake, disturbing silt that had lain undisturbed for millennia. The cloud drifted around the downed creature, and then settled. After an unknowable time of frantic psychic distress signals, the ship slept and healed. It would wait until the Prime returned.
You are Prime.
The thoughts punched Griff's mind like a rampaging elephant, and he screamed. His mind, his very being, was being consumed by the powerful primal thoughts of the ship, the other, the Prime.
No,
Griff yelled through the psychic link.
I am not Prime. I have killed Prime.
Rage surged through the link, and Griff screamed again. Time stretched, and Griff could no longer tell where his mind ended and the other's began. Then, like the distant cry of a friend waking one from a nightmare, Griff heard a voice. "Griff, focus. Come to me." The pain made it nearly impossible to focus, but then the other's mind receded, and a warmth flowed through him. He grasped towards the sound, and hands tugged him upwards. As Griff surged through the darkness towards reality, he heard a howl of rage in his mind. The ship was angry, alone, and afraid, as Griff abandoned it to become fully Griff once again. Griff's eyes snapped open, and his stomach emptied into the bottom of the boat. Ovrim was there, holding him, and Tifila rushed to his side, the golden glow of life magic enveloping her hands as she staunched a flow of blood that dripped from his nose. Even Wick's eyes showed concern. His anger at Griff temporarily shelved. The pain left Griff's mind, and his eyes moved in and out of focus. Mirthandir knelt near him, concern turning to surprise as a small trickle of blood flowed from his nose. The elf swiped a finger and looked at the blood in surprise.
"You're bleeding,"
Griff said to Mirthandir.
"You kicked out when you seized. A boot to the nose."
The elf grinned, as if to say, "No harm, no foul." Tifila wiped the blood from Griff's face with a small cloth and cast another healing spell. The pain faded, and the blood stopped flowing, and the small amount of health he'd lost pulsed back. Ovrim helped Griff to his feet.
"Are you all right?"
the yellow-eyed adjudicator asked. Griff nodded, his mind still weighed down.
"I felt something deep in the lake. It was Prime, one of the ships the Dark Ascendancy used to invade Corin. It crashed long ago and was critically damaged, but it is a living creature, enslaved. No, it adored the arbaleth that piloted it. It crashed on entry, and its pilot, its Prime, was killed. It has been trapped at the bottom, afraid and alone ever since. It thought I was Prime."
"Why would it think that?" Mirthandir said, his voice a coil of icy anger ready to strike. The Prince Regent's hand gripped the hilt of the sword at his belt.
"Because I almost was," Griff said. "15."
Deep in the lake, the ancient ship raged. Joy had turned to fear, and then to despair, as the mind touched by, but somehow not Prime, fled from its embrace. The semi-sentient neural structure that twined its way through the body of the ship did not understand what had happened. It had been alone in the dark for so long that it had lost all concept of time. It wanted to fly once more, to bond with a Prime. The pressure of the liquid black pressed down on it with a fiercer and more malevolent touch now that the ship had tasted the tease of integration, only to have it torn away. Vast pulses of raw psychic anger erupted from the ship, scattering the scaled and finned creatures that called the endless black home. The psychic power panicked the aquatic beasts, and as the waves flowed ever outward, they woke something large and ancient. Something that had swum these waters long before the ship had crashed. The ship only felt the beast for a moment before its limited attention once again sought the other. But the beast had woken, and its powerful muscles pushed it towards the light of the above world. Mirthandir half pulled his sword from the sheath at his waist before Ovram placed a hand on the man's wrist. The high elf's eyes snapped from Griff to the Zidai, and Griff wondered if the ancient racial hatreds had bubbled to the surface. But then Mirthandir's veneer of acceptance returned, and his eyes snapped back to Griff. How much of that acceptance is real, and how much is false? Griff wondered. Explain, Mirthandir said, in a low voice that demanded obedience. Griff felt the raw power of the Prince Regent's will, and knew that he was accustomed to being obeyed. With a sigh, Griff told his story. It was not one he liked reliving, but he suspected if he hoped to go on living, wanted his friends to go on living, he had to tell the whole truth. Griff recapped his battle with the Arbaleth and his taking of the eggs. Ovram interjected his own bits to the tale, culminating with the larva's assault on Griff, Ovram's fear that Griff had become Illerith, and his decision to kill Griff. Mirthandir nodded in approval at the adjudicator's decision, and then his eyes met Griff's. Not the best way to start a friendship, Griff said, shaking his head with a grin. That brought another surge of pain to his head. I disagree, Mirthandir said. There is no better proof of fellowship than ending another's life before that kind of vile corruption can take a hold. He turned to Ovram. Perhaps I was wrong about you. Ovram nodded, and Mirthandir snapped his partially drawn sword back into its sheath. The high elf stared towards the approaching shoreline and sighed heavily. An arbaleth hidden in dark places, a prime ship in our waters, the return of the seal. You are a harbinger of ill omens, Griff. Omens are but warnings of great danger, Tifla said. Would you rather we face that danger without knowing them? No, mistress. I just prefer that we could deal with them one at a time, Mirthandir said. Wick squeezed Tifla's hand lightly, and then gazed into the distance, his eyes going blank as he stared. He was pulled back by the sound of bubbles breaking the surface. The burbling grew fiercer, and his eyes went wide. Guys? The others turned to Wick just as a green tentacle, so dark it was nearly black, erupted from the maelstrom of bubbles and flung itself toward the chthonic summoner. Wick stumbled back, a less than manly squeal erupting from his mouth as he plopped onto his ass on the bottom of the boat. The tentacle flailed towards the gnome and wrapped itself around his right leg. Wick's hand flew up, and he sent a chthonic bolt flying in the general direction of the creature. The bolt missed, but whatever beast the tentacle belonged to took notice, and the tip of the rubbery appendage split in two, revealing several rows of needle-like teeth. A sound like the desperate shriek of car brakes poured forth from the horrific mouth, and Wick screamed. Wick's eyes widened in terror, and he kicked at the tentacle head with his free boot. The blow did minimal damage, but it got the beast's attention, and a dozen other razor-mouthed tentacles appeared on all sides of the boat. One wrapped itself around the boatman's neck, dragging him from the boat. Mirthandir grabbed the man's arm, but the cord of rubbery muscle was far too strong, and the poor man disappeared into the black of the water. Tifla slashed down with her life-imbued daggers. The tentacle parted under the green energy of the blades, exposing white flesh that reminded Griff of calamari. The other tentacles howled in an unearthly chorus of pain. They all whipped back below the water, and an odd silence hung over the lake as the boat, no longer possessing its boatman, bounced lightly to a stop.
Is it gone? Wick demanded, unfurling the severed appendage from his leg. He scowled in disgust and tossed the tentacle overboard.
I very much doubt it, Overham said. Griff, I think that breathing spell of yours is about to come in very handy.
Griff's eyes flashed to Overham, and he nodded.
Mirthandir, give me leadership of the adventure party. I have a spell that will help all of us.
The Prince Regent eyed Griff suspiciously. Then something large and strong buffeted the bottom of the idle boat, knocking everyone to their knees. Mirthandir's eyes flashed back to Griff, and after a short pause, he nodded. Mirthandir has given Griff temporary command of the adventure party. This command will last until the current crisis has passed or Mirthandir removes Griff as adventure party leader. As the adventure party did not originate with Griff, his Boon telepathic bond will not be gifted to all members of the adventure party. The original Boon lore boost will remain in effect. The waters calmed, but nobody was foolish enough to think they'd stay that way. They prepared their weapons, and Griff started casting Halo of Air for the entire group. Normally, the spell required a few simple gestures of the hand, and a rush of air swirled around his head. This time, the motions were much more complex, requiring him to point at each member of the adventure party. You have cast the air magic spell Halo of Air. As the leader of an adventure party, you can provide Halo of Air to those under your command for an additional mana cost of 1.25 spell cost per person. Total mana cost 144, 30 plus 4 times 37.5 times 0.8. Duration 18 minutes, 5 plus 1 per level of air magic mastery. Do you wish to cast? Yes, no. Griff hit yes, and he felt mana pour into the spell. A globe of solid air formed around all 5 of the Fellowship's heads. The mana cost had been high, but none of them would drown, at least not for the next 18 minutes. Another, more forceful blow hit the boat.
We need to jump from the boat in opposite directions. Then we can encircle this beast and come at it from all sides, Mirthandir yelled.
You want us to go into the water?
Wick exclaimed incredulously.
He's right. This thing will topple the boat any moment, and we'll all be concentrated in one place. Easy pickings for this water devil, Overham said.
I hate all of you,
Wick said, and grabbed his mop of blue hair and tugged in frustration. A moment later, a large beak bit into the enchanted wood of the boat, and the serrated chitin of the creature's main mouth tore at it. Wick's eyes went wide, and then he looked at Griff and nodded. As one, the entire group jumped from the boat and swam. Griff dove as a tentacle snapped at him. Halo of Air had saved his bacon more than once in the Barrow, and an unpleasant flash of déjà vu punched him in the brain as he swam down. He spun, his eyes adjusting to the dark water. He could see Wick and Tifla to his left and Mirthandir to his right. Overham was nowhere to be seen, but he suspected the giant sea monster was shielding the able warrior monk from his view. The creature looked like a bus-sized starfish with dozens of thin tentacles protruding from each of 5 short stumps connected to the beast's body. The creature's central core was a pentagonal shape that reminded Griff of the natural sponges that grew on reefs in the Caribbean. 5 large eyes surrounded a beak-like maw, and the whole body was ensconced in a giant conch shell. He used Analyze. Denizen of the Deep, Level 43, H 2211, S 2234, M 876, SP 0. Denizens of the deep are among the most ancient and deadly water monsters to lie in the deep watery places of Corin. They are believed to be remnants of ancient experiments merging spirits from the realm of water with native crustaceans. They grow throughout their lives, and a careful observer can use the layers of growth on their main shell to determine their age. That is, of course, if one can get close enough to inspect it without getting eaten. They are simple-minded omnivores prone to fits of uncontrolled rage, a product of once intelligent water spirits being bonded with animals with very low cranial capacity. Due to their ancient bond with these water elementals, they can instinctively cast simple water-based magical attacks. Strengths unknown. Immunities unknown. Weaknesses unknown. Great. Another water death monster, Griff thought. He sent a burst of mana into his bracers. They bore intricate scrollwork of the rare metal yellow elementum that gave Griff a modicum of magnetic control over anything made of ferrous metal. He gripped his spear in a light but firm grasp and tapped into the item's mana reserve. He'd learned the hard way to always power up the staff's reserves when he was not in a battle situation. Essentially, it acted like a battery that allowed him to store 200 points of mana. With his native pool, the artifact's power gave him over 500 points of spellcasting or weapon-powering might. While he was dying to try out Yiriel's icon, he suspected that sending massive amounts of electrical energy surging through the water was probably not the best option. However, the war staff's penetrating damage power was a perfect option. To his left, a scorching beam of crimson light rumbled through the water and punched into the denizen, where one of the thick masses of tentacles met the body. Several of the tentacles sheared off, and the beast shuddered in pained fury. Nice work, Wick, Griff thought. Mirthendir thrust forward with his staff, and a lance of blue-white light shot towards the creature. It zipped through the water, dragging a shining chain of icy links behind it. It impacted the denizen right below the snapping beak and sunk home. The barbs on the lance held fast, and Griff grinned as he realized what the Prince Regent had done. He harpooned the bastard. Mirthendir pulled back hard on the chain of ice, but the beast was in its element, and the elf could not get any purchase. The denizen wrapped several tentacles around the elf lord's waist and dragged him towards its mouth. Mirthendir let one hand slip from his staff, and he cast again. Damn, he is strong, Griff thought. Magical light flowed around the elf, and the lower half of his body transmogrified from legs into a mass of fin-laden tentacles. The appendages gyrated, and Mirthendir not only arrested his motion, but managed to pull back against the denizen's strength. Tifila finished her intricate casting, and a small fissure in reality opened between the gnome Lifemaster and the denizen. Emerald light poured from the fissure, and then a mass of vines pushed their way from the slit, like a mass of green spaghetti being birthed. The vines wrapped themselves around the denizen. Not only did they tangle dozens of the beast's tentacles, they also worked in concert with Mirthendir's attack to partially immobilize the monster. They tugged the creature in both directions, and it slowly turned its hard-shelled back to Griff. Griff had no idea how they'd coordinated their attack, or if they even had, but it gave Griff an idea. He unfurled the length of spider silk rope from his waist and cast Animate Rope. One end of the rope tied itself around his waist, and the other hung like a water snake, ready to strike. He tapped the stored mana and pumped it into penetrating strike. He then activated his bracers. Every other time he'd used the magnetic power of his bracers, it had been to add further power to a strike or to retrieve his weapon from a safe distance. This time, he had a new idea. He forced a magnetic charge through the bracers and into the spear, but this time he did not let go. The spear surged forward, and it pulled Gryph along like a man on water skis. An unexpected war cry erupted from him as he surged towards the creature's back. He aimed the adamantine tip at one of the striated lines that curved along the creature's shell. If it was like a conch shell, he hoped that spot was thinner and weaker. He activated his Impale perk a second before impact. The spear punched through the denizen's shell with a crunching snap, and the tip broke through the shell. Griff heaved with all his might, twisting and digging the spear deeper into the denizen's body. Even muted by the water, it sounded like a titan cracking a giant lobster shell for dinner. The denizen bucked in shock and agony, and Griff barely held on. He ordered the rope to twine itself around the beast, wrapping around two of the tentacles and the shell. The beast whipped one of its multi-pronged arms back towards Griff as he rode the beast like a champion rodeo rider. Ahead, Ovrim flailed wildly, his saber spinning in arcs of calculated death. Griff saw the fear in his friend's eyes and suspected it was as much a fear of drowning as of the beast he faced. Despite this, the Zidai's aim was true, and a dozen tentacles floated around him, leaking brackish ichor into the water. The Zidai slashed again, but the water slowed his movements, and this time a tentacle slipped around Ovrim's defenses and wrapped about his ankle. Griff saw the Zidai's eyes go wide in fear. Then the denizen spasmed and whipped the Zidai end over end at Griff. He tried to move out of the path of the man-sized missile, but moving in water was not like moving on land, and Griff's reaction was slow and ponderous. Ovrim smashed into Griff's side, and the sound of several ribs cracking came to both men's ears. Griff felt a spike of pain, and his spear slipped from his grasp. The two men flew end over end, away from the denizen. Griff's health dipped by 5%. Griff grabbed onto Ovrim's forearm just as they reached the limit of Griff's rope. Their motion came to a jarring stop, and both men grunted as the strain threatened to rip arms from their sockets. Ovrim's eyes edged on terror, and Griff knew he had to help his friend. He cast Mind Shield, a spell ironically taught to him by Ovrim, and he saw the adjudicator's yellow eyes calm. Griff tried to ask the man if he was okay, but the sound that pulsed through the halo of air became a jumbled mess. On a whim, Griff moved his head closer to Ovrim's, and when the two spheres of air met, Griff could hear the man's ragged breathing. "Easy, man," Griff said, and reached a hand up to grip the Zidai by the back of the neck. Griff saw control and calm come to Ovrim. "Thank you," he said. "What now?" "I have a plan," Griff said, his lips curling into a grin. "Why do I think I will hate your plan? Because you've spent too much time with Wick." Griff explained his idea, and Ovrim grumbled, but nodded. They pulled away from each other, separating their halos. Ovrim positioned himself behind Griff and grabbed his belt and the back of his breastplate. Griff then ordered the rope around his waist to pull them forwards, and they hurtled through the water back towards the denizen. As the water rushed by them, Griff checked on the others. Mirthandir was a blur. His tentacle-laden lower half gave him much greater maneuverability than any of his fellows. Why didn't he make that his boon? The tall elf still clutched his ice harpoon and zipped just out of the denizen's reach, casting wave after wave of icy spikes. They seemed to do little or no damage to the creature, but at least they were keeping its attention. Tifila was sending a stream of green light into her summoned vines. Each time the denizen snapped or severed a root, another burst from the throbbing mass to latch onto the beast. Griff knew that the gnome's mana had to be close to bottoming out, and when that happened, her vines would disappear. Wick's chthonic bolts seemed much more effective. Did the creature have a weakness to chthonic magic? We're running out of time, Griff thought. They were halfway to their target when a pulse of light flashed from the denizen's body and down all 5 tentacle arms. The arms began to spasm and shake, and the rope Griff had used to immobilize several of the tentacles snapped. Griff had no time to mourn the loss as waves of high-speed water pummeled into Griff. He felt like he'd run full force into a brick wall, and his health bar dipped. Griff saw a flash of motion in front of him and barely dodged a large chunk of the beast's shell. Whatever magical attack it had just unleashed had dislodged part of the beast's chitinous armor, damaged by Griff's spear. The chunk of shell scraped his neck as it moved past, and Griff heard a muffled grunt of pain as it hit Ovrim in the face. The Zidai lost his grip on Griff's back and was flung backwards head over heels, his dead weight dragging him deeper into the black deep.
Ovrim!
Griff yelled, and knew even if the Zidai was still conscious, he could not hear him. Without hesitation, Griff ordered the remaining rope to unfurl from his waist and rush after the warrior monk. Bring him to the surface, Griff thought at the rope, hoping the length of animated spider silk was aware enough to understand. He watched the rope zip after the adjudicator, looking for all the world like a silver-scaled water snake. Sending a silent plea to the universe to protect his friend, Griff turned back towards the battle. Wick and Tifila had stopped casting and clumsily swum backwards to get away from the denizen's much more agile attacks. Mirthandir was still on the attack, but he may as well have been a swarm of gnats for all the damage he was doing. Things were not looking good. Then they got worse. A crimson flash pulsed into Griff's vision, a 1-minute countdown before Halo of Air failed, and they all started drowning. Griff tried to cast the spell again, but got a flared warning telling him he was too far away from the members of the adventure party.
Shit!
Griff raged, and watched as his outburst passed through the sphere of air to become useless bubbles. The same panic seemed to grip his friends, and both Wick and Tifila's distraction allowed several of the denizens' tentacles to wrap themselves around the 2 gnomes. Griff saw their screams, made all the more eerie for not being able to hear them, and then he saw rivulets of blood leak into the water. Another tentacle arm slashed towards Mirthandir, and a dozen tooth-edged filaments wrapped around the Prince Regent. He drew his sword and hacked several in half before another half-dozen of the appendages slithered up and around his arm. They squeezed, and the elf lost his grip on the sword, which disappeared into the dark depths. The denizen pulled all 3 of his friends towards it, and Griff knew he had mere moments before one of them became fish food. He was the only one left free, and he had no rope and no weapon. His eyes flashed to his spear, still protruding from the beast's shell like a flagstaff claiming dominion of a new continent for a great empire. Griff grinned and pumped mana into his bracers. He reached out, felt the tug of metal from his spear, and gently pulled The pace was agonizing, but Griff dared not put more force into the spear for fear he'd rip his anchor free. The denizen dragged Tifla towards the front of its body, and Griff lost sight of her. From Wick's terrified reaction, he could see everything that was about to befall her. The gnome flailed desperately and slashed the tentacle with his dagger, nicking himself as often as he cut the tentacle. Griff pushed more of his will into the bracers and tugged harder. He had no choice. Tifla was just about out of time. He saw the shaft of his spear shake. He was dislodging it much faster than he'd hoped. Griff turned his body into a missile, hoping to reduce the drag of the water. His speed increased, and he stretched his hand out, grasping towards the shaft of his weapon. He felt the shaft and grabbed hard, but could not entirely arrest his motion, and impacted the shell with terrific force, knocking the air from his lungs. Griff lost consciousness. "16. Griff floated peacefully, detached and at ease. A part of his mind demanded his attention. It was a distant call through a haze of fog and static, and Griff pushed it away like an overtired child ignoring a parent's call to wake for school. A whip-like snap to his face brought him to full consciousness. The pain was severe, and he opened his eyes. Another snap hit him on the cheek, and he grasped up with his hand and stopped the attack. The denizen of the deep? It was not the denizen attacking him, but the other half of his own spider silk rope, still animated by the spell. He grabbed the rope, stopping it from slapping him again. I'm awake, he grumbled, and his eyes focused. His hand held the other end of his torn rope, and the silver filament was arching again, like a cobra ready to strike. Reality came rushing back to him, and he realized his halo of air spell was down to 10 seconds and blinking furiously. He was still on the denizen's back, held tight by the torn length of Empyrean spider silk. His brain spent a precious second thanking the oddly intelligent length of twine, and then his mind rushed back to its purpose. Griff grabbed the shaft of his spear and pulled himself up. He peered over the edge of the shell and saw Tifla being dragged closer and closer to the beast's beak of a mouth. She was screaming in silent horror. Griff placed both hands firmly on the shaft of his spear and pushed with all his might. It slid deeper into the shell, and Griff could feel it scraping against the jagged edges. The denizen began to spasm and flail, and it flung Tifla from its grasp. She flew head over heels past Wick and disappeared into the murk. Griff pushed harder and felt the tip of the spear snap through some kind of membrane deep inside the beast's body. The creature's flailing became much more intense as it let go of Wick and Mirthendir. Wick swam limply after Tifla, and Mirthendir shook his head, trying to regain focus. Griff grinned at the small victory, but it was short-lived. Desperate, the beast slammed all 5 of its tentacle arms back at Griff. He avoided several blows, but others pummeled him with incredible strength. Each blow stole nearly 10% of his health, and he'd taken at least 5. Griff pushed with the last of his strength, and the spear tip punctured something dense yet squishy. He activated the spear's new power, Lightning Storm. As he felt the charge pulsing from the spear, a part of his mind wondered whether sending millions of volts of electricity into a giant pool of water while he swam in it was the best of ideas. He knew the power would seek enemies and not friends, but that was on the surface, where there was air, and air was not the best conductor. Water, however, Gryph's entire world became pain as the surge of electricity arced through his body. It felt like the time his childhood friend Rob had convinced him that putting a fork into an electrical outlet would be real fun. His muscles clenched and his health plummeted. Dozens of flashes blinded him as bolts of lightning exploded from inside the denizen's shell. His muscles seized, but he refused to let the pain stop him. He pushed with all his strength, and the arcing spike of metal sunk deeper into the denizen's shell. He was close to passing out when the maelstrom ended. You have scored a critical attack on Denizen of the Deep. A critical attack is like a critical hit, but where a critical hit directly results from a skilled, lucky, or sneak attack with a weapon or unarmed skill, a critical attack is granted when a magical, poisonous, or similar attack is delivered to a particularly vulnerable area. You have scored a critical attack to the brain cluster of a Denizen of the Deep, plus 300% magical damage. You have done 1,050 points of electrical damage to the Denizen of the Deep. 25 base damage of Lightning Storm times 14 current air magic level times 3 critical attack bonus. Griff slumped in exhaustion as the last bits of the denizen's life bled into the water. The giant corpse drifted in slow, lazy arcs, its tentacle arms floating freely as black ichor spilled from innumerable wounds. He was barely alive. His health bar blared crimson fury as it hovered just above 10%. The halo of air flickered a dire warning. He went to cast the life-saving air spell again, but found that his hands would not make the complicated series of gestures necessary to control and focus the mana. His muscles seized and relaxed in random patterns, and his body would not obey his commands. Despite the pain surging through his body and his imminent death, he felt a ragged, uncontrolled chuckle in his throat. The denizen's body floated to a stop, and Griff could see the dim light of the surface several dozen feet above his head. Well, fuck, Griff thought. He was about to die. Again. On the bright side, I'll get to see Simon again. The stupidity of that idea brought a horrid rictus grin to his face as every muscle in his body seized and relaxed at random. Through the twitching pain, Griff felt a deep rumble build inside the denizen's shell. The rumble grew more powerful, and Griff's mind couldn't help flash back to the arbaleth larva that had attacked him in the barrow. He was just starting to wonder if this disgusting beast had something similar when his halo of air blinked out. He was drowning again, and this time he couldn't prevent it. They always said drowning was an easy way to go, but the burning and ripping sensations shredding his lungs made Griff want to slap the crap out of them, whoever the hell they were. The last of his air bubbled from his mouth, and his eyes glazed over, when suddenly the shell exploded like an over-microwaved hot dog. Griff shot upwards towards the surface like a cork from a champagne bottle. His health dropped further, but he couldn't know if it was due to the drowning debuff or damage from the denizen's exploding brain. He shot upwards towards the light, towards the surface. His eyes grew heavy, and he decided it was time to close them. "17. Griff coughed as a brackish liquid that was part lake water and part crustacean ichor erupted from his mouth like a geyser. He coughed again and again as strong hands held him up. The hazy gumminess in his eyes cleared, and he saw Tifila smiling down on him.
"He's good. Give him a moment to catch his breath."
Another smack pummeled Griff on the back, and another volley of rancid liquid bubbled past his lips. Griff waved his hand in a lame arc, trying to swat away the next back-smacking attack.
"I'm fine,"
Griff yelled, or tried to yell. It came out as more of a hoarse squeak, but it had the desired effect, and Ovrim stopped smacking him.
"Is everyone okay?"
Griff demanded, as Ovrim helped him lean against the side of the boat. He noted the boat had a few cracks and was missing a couple of planks, but was otherwise in good shape. These elves build to last, Griff thought, as he bounced gently as the boat continued its journey across the deep water.
"I feel like crap,"
Griff said.
"Crap is not something one wants to feel like," Ovrim said. No, it is not," Griff said wryly.
"Then maybe this will help to ease the feeling of crap," Ovrim said, and handed Griff his spear. Griff's eyes went wide. "Your rope brought us to the boat. It has quite the mind of its own." Griff vowed to investigate his oddly intelligent length of twine the first break he got.
Whenever the hell that happens.
He thanked the Zaidai. "Too bad it didn't drag the denizen of the deep's corpse up," Wick said, a slight pout on his face.
"Why in the hell would we want that stinking pile of fish guts up here with us?" Griff asked.
"Loot, man. That thing was a legendary beast. Do you have any idea what kind of sweet stuff we could have plundered from its corpse, eh? You're in the realms now, baby. You need to learn to love lootin'."
Griff knew Wick was right, if a little creepy and gross. He'd learned that lesson the hard way, after watching the warlock plunder a bunch of Worman corpses during their first fight.
"If we live through this, we'll backtrack and loot to your heart's desire."
"Deal," Wick said with a grin. "Maybe we'll find something that can fix your hair." Griff scowled, and then looked at the rest of his friends. The entire adventure party was soaked, bloody, and matted like a pack of homeless dogs, but they were alive. Then he realized the boatman, whose name he hadn't even known, was not on the boat.
"His name was Rageous,"
Mirthandir said, as if reading Griff's mind.
"We did not find his body."
A somber quiet hung over the group, interrupted only by the wind and the sound of their boat skipping across the water. "Guess he was right about Denny," Wick said in a sad and wry voice. Silence hung over the boat as Mirthandir glanced at the gnome. But then an uncontrolled smirk crossed his lips, and a chortle of laughter burst from his mouth. A few more snickers came from his other companions, but then Tifila unleashed a full-on belly laugh, and the entire group lost control and embraced the cathartic release. Tears and laughter rumbled across the lake, and a part of Griff's mind hoped the dwellers could hear them, and fear would bite into their souls at the sound. A few moments later, the laughter ended, and Wick held up a leather-bound flask. "Taragus," he said, and took a swig. The flask made the rounds, with each member of the fellowship taking a swig and toasting the dead boatman. The amber liquid reminded Griff of bourbon, if sweeter, and his mind flashed to a sunset drink on the porch of the house at Bow Lake. A drink shared by 3 people who barely talked as they toasted mother and wife who'd left them before her time. "We owe it to Mom to not drift apart," Bryn had said that day, and Griff, then still Finn, had nodded. The Colonel, ever incapable of sugarcoating anything, even when his children needed it the most, told them they were fools. Too much pain, anger, and betrayal had happened to keep them together, especially now that their linchpin was gone. Bryn, Griff thought, as guilt bit into him. It had been days since he had thought of his sister, and he was shocked at how quickly his entire reason for coming to the realms had slipped from his mind. Or perhaps my priorities have changed, he thought, looking around at the ragged group of people on the boat. Griff closed his eyes and pictured the goddess that Bryn had become. Ferencia, the messenger goddess, and the part of Griff that was still Finn Caldwell told him she was safe. For now. And there isn't a damn thing I can do about it at the moment, so focus on the mission at hand. Griff turned to Mirthandir, who looked as much drowned rat as Prince Regent. The tall elf noticed his gaze, and the man's pale blue eyes seemed to dig into Griff. It was odd. Griff had never been the trusting sort, but when he gazed upon the Prince Regent, he saw a man of conviction, a man who truly believed the path he was on was the right one, the noble one. In the back of his mind, a niggling voice bubbled to the surface. The colonel also thought he was on the right path, the noble path, a path that led him to leaving you for dead in a rat-infested alley. Mirthandir's eyes narrowed, as if he could see the conflict swirling inside Griff, and the player's heart rate grew more rapid. Griff forced a wry grin across his face and spoke. "You look like crap." A look of shock, tinged with anger, crossed the elf's face, and Griff knew that few had ever dared talk to the Prince Regent in this manner before. Several heartbeats thumped heavy in Griff's chest, and then a full-on belly laugh erupted from the man. After a few moments, he recovered. "You're one to talk." Griff reached up and realized he was covered in slime, ichor, and what was likely brain matter. Now that he was above water, he discovered that much of the muck that covered him smelled like ozone-charred seafood. "Yeah, you make me wish I was standing next to a goblin latrine," Wick said, in a tone that still clung to anger but was softening. "On a hot summer day." "And you look like something an umber beast passed through its colon. Twice," Griff retorted. Both men grinned, and Griff hoped it was the beginning of forgiveness he saw in the gnome's expression. "I do not understand this realm's fascination with bodily function jokes," Ovrim said with a bewildered huff. "It is the province of children," Mirthandir said, grinning. "You smell like a child who doesn't know how to wipe properly," Wick said under his breath. "We're here, children," Tifila said, her sweet yet exasperated tone reminding Griff of every matronly teacher he'd had as a child. All eyes looked up as the boat slowed on approach to the shore. Another stone quay jutted into the water, but unlike the one in silven anor, this one was in ill repair. Stonework battled creeping vines in a glacial battle, and, so far, the stone was losing the battle. Beyond was a cobbled courtyard tufted with weeds. The remnants of several dozen buildings jutted from the ground like the broken teeth of a long-dead giant. Trees and scrub brush encroached upon the grounds from a forest that clung to the foothills before thinning out as the hills turned to mountains. "Life thrives," Tifila said under her breath as she gazed upon the sprawling green. Tifila brought the boat up to the quay, and Ovrim leapt from it, dragging the mooring line behind him. He tied it to a rusty but still solid iron ring and tugged several times to ensure it held. Then he helped the rest of the group from the boat. Griff nodded his thanks to the Zidai, and then turned his attention towards the face of the mountain. It rose several thousand feet above them, a jagged peak crested by snow and veiled by wispy clouds. It would have reminded Griff of the Italian Alps if not for the two massive statues carved from the face of the mountain. They were powerfully built bearded men that Griff knew were the ancient Thalmir. The armored figures stood proudly and soared at least 200 feet into the air. The one on the right held a massive hammer, while the one on the left hefted a brutally double-edged axe. Both were adorned in overlapping plates of armor. Flecks of silver, gold, and platinum still clung to parts of the mighty warriors, suggesting that, in their prime, they'd been sheathed in the precious metals. This had been a rich and mighty city, and a deep sadness overcame Griff at its current state.
Nothing is permanent. Change is inevitable.
Griff scowled to himself as the phantom voice of his father recited one of his oft-repeated mantras. As he got closer, Griff saw that the statues also doubled as watchtowers. Hidden in the nooks and folds of the statues were battlements, balconies, and slits that once provided mighty dwarf warriors the ability to defend their city. Now the worn defenses were home to bird and beast. Between the two massive stone warriors, an artificial tunnel pushed into the face of the mountain. The wide thoroughfare cut at least 500 feet into the rock. A glance up showed Griff more defensive bulwarks.
Assaulting this place would be a suicide mission,
Griff thought. Ahead of them, a pair of stone doors lay open. Like the statues and the mountain itself, the doors were of a massive scale, reaching nearly to the waists of their guardian sentinels. The Thalmir had cut them from the living rock of the mountain, and wind and time had worn their once intricate carvings. The group did not speak as they approached the entrance, as if all of them understood the solemnity of this occasion. Griff used his racial ability, night vision, to peer inside the massive edifice and saw that the huge tunnel continued deep into the mountain. A rustling noise in the scrub brush to Griff's left drew his attention, and he held up a hand, stopping the others. His heart pounded in his chest as he sought the source of the noise. Silence reigned, and Griff realized that even the bird sounds so common in the valley had ceased. He was almost ready to move forward again when the rustling returned, louder this time, and the leaves of a nearby bush shook. Everyone took aim. Ovrim had his bow. Wick and Tifla held raised hands. Mirthandir held his staff at the ready, a low thrum of mana pulsing at its tip. Griff began the motions to cast Flying Stalactite. The rustling grew louder, and then a small red head popped between the leaves, and a pair of large yellow eyes peered at them. A wide grin split the creature's face, revealing far more teeth than it could possibly need. A hiss burbled from deep inside that mouth as the creature stepped further out onto the branch. The eyes went wide, and the beast disappeared with a pop of fire and smoke. A pulse of energy from Mirthandir's staff blasted the bush apart, and then another pop brought the smell of sulfur to the group's noses.
"Bad, bad, pale pretty man!"
came a high-pitched screech of a voice as Zeg, the imp of the Thonic realm, pummeled the side of Mirthandir's head with his tiny red fists.
"No try kill Zeg. Zeg just try say hi to ugly dumbheads."
Mirthandir was in shock, vainly swatting at the imp that was using his head as a punching bag. Each blow did little damage, but the hell beast's tiny claws and teeth were razor sharp. "Zeg, stop!" Wick yelled. "He is a friend!" Zeg did not seem to hear. Or perhaps, like a small child, the red beastie did not want to hear. It continued to pound its fists into the Prince Regent's head, occasionally slapping him across the face with its tail for added insult.
Bad try kill Zeg. Tall, pretty face feel wrath of Zeg.
Griff ran up and grabbed the squirming creature around the waist. The tail, which seemed to possess an ill will all of its own, smacked and poked at Griff.
Zeg, cut the crap!
The chthonic creature seemed no more interested in listening to him than he had Wick. I really need to talk with Wick about his control over this beast, Griff thought.
By Orthandir's blade, what the hell is that thing?
Mirthandir howled, trying to take aim with his staff again. Zeg squirmed in Griff's grasp like a cat desperate to avoid a bath, and Griff felt blood well from a dozen tiny cuts on his face, neck, and hands. The imp's clawed foot cut a deeper slice into Griff's cheek, and he was becoming pissed. Then Tifla's sweet voice cut through the cacophony.
Zeg, I have a tasty sweetie for you,
the gnome woman said in a calm voice, holding out a small item wrapped in paper. Zeg stopped instantly, as if his titanic battle versus Griff's face was a long-forgotten event, and he jumped from Griff's head to Tifla's shoulder. There he cooed as Tifla handed him the sweet and rubbed the underside of his chin.
This infernal demon belongs to you?
Mirthandir raged and glared at Wick.
Zeg no belong nobody, pretty dumb pointy.
Zeg hissed and looked ready to renew his attack on the tall elf. Tifla held the imp lightly and sang in a low voice, instantly calming the beast like a newborn baby.
Throw it aside, and I will send the demon back to the blasted city,
Mirthandir yelled as trickles of blood flowed from a dozen small wounds. His crazed eyes made him look like the last survivor of a massacre.
Zeg no want go back Bixrithgal yet. Too many tourists during Cruciata. Too many Zeg.
Wait, there's more than one of you?
Ovrim asked, his normally even tone showing a hint of alarm. Zeg whipped his beady-eyed head at the Zaidai.
Course, it is Zeg City. Many Zeg. None as good as this Zeg,
Zeg said, beating his chest proudly with a three-fingered fist. Ovrim looked at Wick.
Just how much do you know about this creature?
Enough, Wick said, with a casual wave of his hand that did nothing to hide his nervousness. He laid a small hand on Mirthandir's steady arm, and the tall elf's gray eyes snapped to the diminutive gnome. I know it may seem odd, but he is a friend, Wick said, looking Mirthandir straight in the eyes. After a moment, the Prince Regent relaxed and lowered his staff.
He is your responsibility, gnome, and you will pay for his ill actions.
He spun his staff and smacked the butt onto the stone with a snapping thud. Wick walked up to Griff, grinning like a fool, and examined the scratches that crisscrossed Griff's face like some drug-induced attempt at modern art. What, the hair wasn't enough for you? Needed to improve your face as well?
Shut up,
Griff muttered, and cast healing light on himself and then on the Prince Regent. The spell had been a gift from Tifla after they'd escaped the Barrow, a partial thank you for saving Wick's life. At this moment, Griff would give serious consideration to giving the spell back if it meant he never had to deal with the obnoxious imp again. Wick grinned again, and Griff extended his middle finger at the small, blue-haired man. The gnome grinned and returned the gesture. This somehow made Griff feel better, and he shook his head with a small smile. His health bar regained the small amount it had lost, and the tiny scratches disappeared, leaving no trace they had ever been there. Not for the first time, Griff was thankful for the incredible power of magic. On Earth, those minor wounds would have taken days, even weeks to heal, and would have left a patchwork of small scars in their wake. He was sure that kind of disfigurement to the Prince Regent's angelic face would have greatly shortened Wick's lifespan. Tifila calmed everyone down, and the group returned their attention back to their purpose. The entrance to the ancient city was eerily quiet as the group walked forward, eyes darting back and forth, seeking hidden dangers. As they came closer, their world was masked by shadows, and the air grew cooler. Griff saw Wick shiver and knew it was not due to the drop in temperature.
"We should all take the elixir of mastery. I suspect we will soon earn ample experience,"
Mirthandir said, taking the thin vial of thick silvery liquid from his pouch.
"Agreed,"
Griff said, and placed his hand into his satchel and called the potion to him.
"Remember to focus on the skill you want to be improved as you drink,"
the Elf Lord said, paused for a moment, and then downed his potion. The others did the same. Griff held the vial up to the light, and the multi-hued motes of light flickered and flowed inside the silvery mass. There were several skills that he thought would be best served by the potion's ability to add a 50% bonus to skill leveling speed. He considered air magic, staves, spears, and analyze. But he'd taken quite a beating since entering the realms, and decided that his light armor skill was the one he wanted to level the quickest. He had no idea what bonus reaching apprentice tier in the skill would grant him, but after receiving Soulbind when he'd reached apprentice tier in soul magic, he was drooling at the potential. Griff focused on light armor, popped the cork, and downed the liquid. It tasted, oddly enough, like a cinnamon roll, and as it hit his stomach, a surge of warmth and tendrils of possibility flowed through him.
"Yummy,"
he thought, and then looked to see the others were ready. Griff sent 200 mana points into the reservoirs of his spear, and then led the way into the chamber. A small change in air pressure caused his ears to pop as he crossed the threshold into a long, wide passageway that reminded Griff of an aircraft hangar. He looked up towards the arched roof, lost in shadows. A pair of large statues that had weathered time much better than the giant stone sentinels outside stood guard on either side of the massive gallery. They were made of a variety of metals, twined with wire and bore gemstones for eyes. It surprised him to see that they were free of dust and seemed to bear a well-polished sheen. Some kind of spell? Griff wondered, again amazed at the casual show of wealth. He tried to imagine what it would have been like to traverse this gallery during the height of the city's power. 100 feet ahead, the shadowed forms of 2 more statues were set into their own alcoves in the wall. They looked to be of a similar design to the ones they'd just passed, but the shadows hid their features. Once again, Mirthandir seemed to read his mind, and the tall elf conjured a large ball of silver light at the tip of his staff. He held the staff above his head, and the sphere hummed gently for a moment before zipping into the darkness of the ancient welcome hall. It traveled a dozen feet before it pulsed and fired 2 smaller globes towards each wall. The main sphere continued its journey, periodically firing other pairs. By the time the original sphere hit another set of huge doors, the entire chamber was illuminated. Griff estimated the distance to be at least 1,000 yards from the entrance to the far door. 20 feet inside the chamber, a shining strip of gold, nearly half a foot wide, traversed the chamber from wall to wall. Griff suspected it was an official border between the realms at large and this ancient city of a long-dead people. He felt as if he were being watched. Apprehension built inside him as he stepped over the line. He paused, as if waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. He inhaled deeply and took another step, then another, each one easing the phantom feeling of eyes upon him. He looked back with a small smile. Matching grins creased the lips of his fellows, but then a low rumble built in the floor and flowed up Griff's legs. Grins faded and eyes went wide. Of course, that was too simple, Griff thought. The rumbles built, augmented by the creaking of metallic machinery in dire need of maintenance. Griff saw metallic glints of motion ahead of him and heard Wick exclaim in surprise behind him. Griff spun towards his friend as the statue closest to Wick pulled itself from its alcove. It thundered forward on metallic feet and raised an arm, palm up, at the gnome. Bursts of steam pulsed from its back as the plates of its body shifted with each step. A thunking, grinding, shifting sound rose as the now mobile statue's arm split in half at the palm, creating a gap from which a nozzle protruded. A sound like a distant rush of wind built up, and a deep orange glow built inside the tube pointed at Wick. He stood rigid as shock made him freeze.
Wick, move!
Griff yelled and rushed towards the gnome. From the corner of his vision, Griff saw at least 3 other metal automatons coming towards the group. Fire erupted from the nozzle and snapped towards Wick like a grease-laden serpent. It seemed alive the way only fire can as it surged towards the gnome. The danger of imminent immolation finally overpowered Wick's shock, and the gnome dove aside, just as the flames turned the spot he'd been standing into a charred stain. The metal monster turned towards Wick again, and a second flare built inside the nozzle. Griff increased his speed, knowing his friend would not regain his feet before the flames enveloped him. Fear bit into him as the glow reached terminal brightness, and Wick covered his head with both hands. Both men knew it was a pathetic defense. Griff screamed, but then he heard a pop of air rushing into a vacuum, and the bitter tang of sulfur reached his nostrils. A flash of red and black soot exploded around the automaton's hand just as the flames erupted from the end of the tube. Razor-sharp clawed hands and feet dug into the splayed metal fingers of the statue's arms as the flames flowed around the crimson body of the tiny imp. Griff's mouth gaped open, and then a loud cheer pushed from his throat. Drawn by the unexpected sound, Wick opened his eyes and watched Zeg not only taking the full brunt of the flames, but somehow absorbing them. The scaled beast purred like a cat enjoying a good scratch from its human as the flames petered out. Then he laughed and crawled up the creature's arm.
"Shiny for Zeg,"
the imp said as he jumped from the massive construct's arm and onto its head. Zeg clawed at the ruby eyes, which now glowed with an internal light. Griff wasn't certain, but the imp seemed to have gotten larger. He rushed to Wick's side and pulled the gnome to his feet. "Did you know he could do that?"
"Never seen anything like it,"
Wick said, shock and elation battling in his voice.
"Did he get bigger?"
Neither man had any time to wonder, as the chamber suddenly exploded with the buzz of mechanical whirring. Griff spun to see 3 more of the large metal monsters had extricated themselves from their alcoves and joined the fray. Tifila had already cast her super-handy vine spell, and root-thick brambles twined about the machine's legs and dragged it to its knees. The mechanical whirring came from a fast-moving blade that vibrated faster than Gryph's eyes could follow.
It's a damn Realms version of a Sawzall reciprocating saw.
The automaton brought the blade down into the writhing vines, and they parted like grass under a lawnmower. Tifila was not standing idly by, however, as she unleashed her spell, Water Blast. The jet slammed into the metal creature with all the force of a fire hose, and it toppled backwards with a thunderous crash. Gryph turned towards the others. Ovrim was slashing and weaving, his curved red blade leaving deep scratches on the automaton's brass-colored carapace, but doing little real damage. Mirthandir had conjured a glowing spiked mace head on the end of his staff and swung it with ease. The basketball-sized sphere crushed into the shoulder of the metal monstrosity with a crushing thunk. The monster's arm went limp as a gush of clear golden oil erupted from the damaged joint.
This dude is a badass,
Gryph thought. Once again, the Prince Regent showed an uncanny talent for knowing what Gryph was thinking, and the tall elf turned to him.
"Return control of the adventure party to me,"
the regal elf yelled.
"I have a spell that will help."
With a mental flick, Gryph did as asked, and a moment later a prompt came to him. You have returned control of the adventure party to Mirthandir. Mirthandir has granted the adventure party the spell Blazing Armor, plus 20% to the effectiveness of all armor worn by the adventure party for 30 minutes, plus 20% to movement and attack speed for 30 minutes. A luminous aura of light enveloped Gryph and twined its way around and through his armor. He felt more agile and quicker as he spun back to see Wick had regained his feet. The crimson glow of chthonic magic surrounded the gnome's hands as he moved with heightened agility, avoiding the automaton's attacks. Gryph knew the power the gnome's chthonic bolt could unleash, but the gnome hesitated to fire for fear of hitting the imp who was spastically jumping about on the living statue's head. It was almost comical, watching the lumbering beast punch itself in the face repeatedly as it tried, yet failed, to crush the imp. Gryph took a moment to analyze their opponents. Thalmir Goliath, level 32, H 986, S 2500, M 585, SP 0. Thalmir Goliaths are among the largest and deadliest of the Thalmir constructs. These magically empowered automatons guarded Thalmir cities, fortresses, and treasure vaults. They are tireless protectors armed with blade and flame. While not intelligent in the standard sense, they will follow the simple commands of their masters. Given time, a destroyed Thalmir Goliath will regenerate and repair nearly any damage. Strengths unknown. Immunities unknown. Weaknesses unknown. Gryph grumbled under his breath. He really needed to level his analyze skill. His inability to know the strengths, immunities, and weaknesses of his opponents was becoming truly irritating. Well, I guess we'll just have to beat them up the old-fashioned way.
"These are Thalmir automatons!" Mirthandir yelled above the din. "Their armor is incredibly tough. Aim for the joints and spaces between their armored plates. If you can get between them, their inner workings are susceptible to electrical damage."
Gryph was thankful for the information, but couldn't shake the coincidence that, yet again, Mirthandir had offered the advice just as the question had come into Gryph's mind. A quick look around told him that Ovrim needed the most immediate help. The saber-wielding warrior monk was likely the deadliest of all of them under most circumstances, but his sword was ill-equipped to battle the heavily armored Goliaths. Griff poured mana into his spear and rushed to aid the Zaidai, just as the metal titan brought the whirring blade down upon the adjudicator. Ovrim parried the attack and dove aside. A trickle of blood dripped down his sword arm where he'd been less successful on a previous parry. And, despite Mirthandir's boon, Griff realized his friend wasn't moving as quickly as normal.
Ovrim, down!
Griff yelled as the Goliath took aim with its flame cannon. Without hesitation, the Zaidai threw himself aside, giving Griff a clear line of attack. Griff activated his Impale perk and the spear's own penetrating strike ability as he thrust his adamantine spear tip into the fiery orange nozzle. The spear tip sunk in nearly a foot, dealing incredible damage to the Goliath's arm. The automaton stumbled back as the torrent of magical fire tried to force itself past the lodged spear. The shaft vibrated in Griff's grasp as he struggled to hold on. Heat flared around the spear and up the shaft. Griff grimaced in pain as the metal cooked his hands. His health bar flared, and then a gout of flame pulsed from the nozzle and flowed over Griff. He screamed in pain, and his health dropped further. He pushed with all his strength, and the spear lodged itself deeper inside the Goliath's arm. The flames winked out, and Griff's health stopped dropping. The metal of the creature's arm turned orange, and then red, and then white-hot as the backdraft of fire built up inside the flamethrower's housing. Then an explosion tossed Griff backwards as whatever fuel powered the jet of flame exploded. Shards of the white-hot metal bit into Griff like the bite of dozens of fire ants, and his health sunk further. His head smacked hard against the stone wall, and his vision turned warbly. Through the haze of pain, a distant part of his mind suspected he had a concussion. He tried to stand, but toppled to his knees with all the grace of a drunk man during an earthquake. Suddenly, Ovrim was there, forcing a red health potion down his throat.
Get up,
the Zaidai mumbled through the ringing in Griff's ears. As the potion did its work, Griff realized that Ovrim had been yelling. Ovrim helped him to his feet and handed him his spear. Griff gave him a goofy grin of thanks.
That's one way to do it,
the Zaidai said with a grin, and then walked over to the crippled Goliath. Its arm had burst apart from the force of the explosion, and most of its chest plate was shorn off. It tried to bring its bladed arm up, but the servos that allowed the beast to move were too bent or melted. Ovrim grabbed the lame arm and held it at bay as he slid his sword into the exposed chest cavity towards a glowing red sphere. The sphere was made up of interlocking rings of bronze-colored metal that spun around a central core. Ovrim pushed the blade between the rings, arresting their motion to a grinding halt, and then shoved deeper into the crimson core. Griff watched as blue mana flowed up the blade and into Ovrim's body. Bleed metal was an incredibly rare variety of elementum from the outer realms, found in comets, asteroids, and meteorites that had passed through a magical null zone known as the Bleed. Weapons and armor made from the fantastic metal absorbed magical energy. Griff watched as the Zaidai recharged his mana pool like an earthling would a car battery.
I have to get me one of those,
Griff thought, and turned his attention back to the battle. Mirthandir bore several shallow wounds, but he avoided a clumsy swing of the Goliath's bladed arm and smashed his energy mace into the mechanical beast's side with a crunch of metal. Despite the force behind the blow, he moved the weapon with ease. Griff suspected the glowing sphere must have somehow added mass to the elf's attack while adding no real weight. The automaton's flame-throwing arm hung limply at the creature's side. It seemed to Griff that the Prince Regent was thoroughly enjoying himself. Griff turned to the gnomes. Tifla's battle wasn't going quite as well. The vine spell had all but failed, and the Goliath's legs ripped apart the few remaining vines. At some point, she'd switched from water blast to life bolt, and blasts of golden light exploded across the bronze beast's armor. She backed away slowly as the beast came forward 2 steps and fell back 1 with each blast. Wick wasn't doing much better. Zeg was gone, but the imp had torn one of the Goliath's eyes from its head. The good news was that losing half its vision was something the machine couldn't adjust to. It continued to blast away with both arms, but rarely came anywhere near Wick. The bad news was that apart from the missing eye and several dents and scratches on its head, likely from where it punched itself trying to dislodge the imp, the Goliath was undamaged. The rotten cherry on top of the crappy situation was Wick was slowing down. He only had a few scrapes and nicks, most likely from diving and rolling away from the Goliath's attacks, but he was not landing any blows, and he looked exhausted. Sooner rather than later, his stamina would bottom out, and then the mechanical monster would have him, no matter how slow it was.
Ovrim, help Tifla. I've got Wick's back.
The Zidai nodded, and before he turned away, Griff saw a purple halo of energy wrap itself around the adjudicator's blade. Griff ran towards Wick. He spun his spear and powered the weapon up, then got Wick's attention. The gnome dodged another clumsy blow as he looked to Griff. Griff twirled his finger in a clockwise manner, hoping the gnome understood his meaning. The gnome nodded, and then barely ducked under a saw-arm attack. Griff watched as the gnome moved clockwise, slowly drawing the Goliath after him and exposing its flank to Griff's attack. Griff's eyes scanned the beast as he ran towards it. The thick metal plating on its back would surely block any attack, but there was a weak spot, where the torso met the legs. Thick metal plates hung down from the automaton's back like the tails of a tuxedo. But as the construct moved, it revealed a space between the protective plates. Griff thrust his spear into the gap between the thick armor, and once again unleashed penetrating strike and impale. It awarded Griff a critical hit, and he watched as more than half of the automaton's health dropped in an instant. The thing fell forward onto its knees with a thunderous boom, servos squealing and golden oil flowing from the wound like blood. The creature was in serious trouble, but not yet down for the count, as its arms spun back and down in a motion that no flesh-and-blood arm could have managed. The Goliath's fist pummeled down into Griff's shoulder, and he fell to his knees, almost losing his grip on the spear. He twisted and pushed harder, taking more of the creature's health. Despite that, it got to its feet again.
I can't hold it,
Griff said as it pointed its flame-throwing arm at Wick again. The exhausted gnome slipped in the ever-widening pool of golden oil flowing from the bronze juggernaut, and his head hit the floor hard, dazing him. Griff knew he had only seconds before Wick would become a gnome kebab, and his brain scrambled for some way to save his friend. Old training came back, and he found clarity. A dozen options flashed through his mind, and then he saw the blue glint of the icon set into the shaft of his spear, and he smiled. He pushed the spear deeper under the armor on the automaton's back, pushing until he felt it pass between the spinning rings of the machine's dynamo core. While the Goliath did not seem self-aware in the traditional sense, it knew a mortal threat when it had impaled it in the back. Its head spun 180 degrees to look at Griff with its one malevolent eye. Its mouth opened, and then it exhaled a blast of superheated steam right into Griff's face. Griff screamed in agony as the skin of his face, neck, and arms blistered, and his health dropped by a quarter. But he did not let go of his spear, nor did the pain prevent him from unleashing his own attack. Griff triggered Yiriel's bite as the spear tip pierced the delicate whirring of the glowing dynamo's core. The bite didn't do nearly as much damage as Yiriel's maelstrom, but he'd slammed his spear into what he guessed amounted to the mechanical beast's brain. The Goliath shook and spasmed under the electrical assault, looking for all the world like a gigantic bronze man being tased. The Goliath wasn't dead, but the shock to its central core seemed to have stunned it. Griff just hoped it wouldn't recover before the 10-second cooldown on the weapon's ability passed. He looked up to see Wick double-fisting a health and stamina potion.
"Go help the others. I've got this,"
Griff told him, and the rejuvenated gnome nodded and rushed towards his fellows. Below him, the Goliath stirred as its core rebooted. It shuddered as it tried to get up, but Griff thrust the spear deeper, spearing the construct like a worm on a fishhook. His heartbeat mirrored the cooldown clock, and when it thumped to 0, he sent another surge of electricity into the monster. It took nearly a minute, but the method finally spelled the Goliath's doom. He heard a sound like the power-down cycle of an ancient desktop computer, and the core went dark. The Goliath was defeated. He turned towards the others just in time to see the Goliath Mirthendir was battling fall to its knees. Smoke and steam poured from cracks in its armor, and a metal-on-metal grinding rumbled through the room as it struggled to stand. The Prince Regent held his energy mace in both hands and took a home-run quality swing. The phantom spikes of the glowing sphere of energy crunched the automaton's neck and tore its head from its shoulders. The head bounced across the floor as the red light of life illuminating its ruby eyes faded and died. Steam gushed from the beast's neck, and then the body fell forward and hit the ground with a tremendous crash. The others were faring just as well, and Griff took a much-needed breather as he watched. Tifila had cast another vine-based spell and had the machine's left arm tangled. Some kind of crimson-colored bands erupted from Wick's hands and wrapped themselves around the dwarven war machine's right arm, looking for all the world like a massive glowing Christmas ribbon. Tifila yelled, and both gnomes magically tugged on the bonds, stretching the Goliath's arms wide and giving Ovrim a clear line of attack. In a last, desperate move, the Goliath sent a cone of superheated steam at Ovrim, but he dodged it by sliding to his knees and spinning by the attack. With a focused yell, reminiscent of a martial arts master channeling chi, Ovrim swung the blade of his saber in an arc. The deep red metal of the blade pulsed with a corona of pure blue mana, and Ovrim's blow sliced into and through the wire-muscled neck of the Goliath. Its head thunked to the floor, and it slumped over, looking to Griff like a giant crucified knight. Tifila and Wick released their binding spells, and the metal hulk fell forward with a boom. The group relaxed, exhausted from the battle.
"Well, that was fun,"
Wick said, sarcasm dripping from his voice as furiously as the sweat from his brow.
"Yes, it was invigorating,"
the Prince Regent said, missing or perhaps ignoring the tone of Wick's comment.
"But fear not, my friends. This battle was easy. Hopefully, the next foes we face will provide a more difficult challenge."
Wick looked at the tall elf in disbelief and alarm.
Easy? I don't think that word means what you think it means, Wick muttered under his breath. A moment later, Zeg ported onto Tifla's shoulder, still clutching the Goliath's ruby eye. Where the hell did you go?
Zeg stare at shiny pretty,
the imp said, as if it explained anything. You left us, you little bastard, Wick growled.
Zeg nor little, Zeg not bastard, Zeg nor birth moms and birth dads.
Wick scowled and looked at Griff.
Don't look at me, man. I have zero desire to learn about the mating customs of demons.
Zeg have no customs. Zeg just do what want do, when want do.
How do you even... Wick started, finding his eyes drawn to the imp's blank crotch. He quickly regretted it. No, never mind. I do not want to know. The fellowship came together, trying desperately to push the images of imp mating out of their minds. Tifla healed their wounds, and Griff nodded thanks as her soothing magic healed the blistered burns on his face, arms, and neck. While most of them were exhausted and ragged, Mirthendir seemed positively energized. Griff had known men like him back on Earth, adrenaline junkies who loved action. A trickle of concern bubbled inside Griff. Some of those men also got a charge at a killing, Griff thought. Let's hope this prince is not one of them. While Tifla tended to Ovrim's wounds, Wick used Harvest to loot the bodies of the fallen automatons. After Mirthendir confirmed that the Goliath would regenerate if their dynamo cores were left intact, Griff enthusiastically joined him. Wick was as excited as a kid on Christmas morning, and soon they had quite the pile of loot. Wick agreed to let Griff store it in exchange for the promise that, when the time came, they'd both get to play with their collection. You have found Large Imbued Ruby, times 7. Thalmir Artifice has changed these gemstones into imbued rubies. You suspect that it might be used to create a potion of far sight. You also get a sense that it could be used to craft various automatons. You have found Thalmir Oil, times 40. This valuable ingredient has many uses in both alchemy and crafting. You suspect that it could be used to create a potion of quick movement and other unidentified effects. You also get a sense that it could be used to craft various automatons. You have found Thalmir Dynamo Core, level 3, times 2. This mechanical device is the heart and the brain of a Thalmir Goliath. You suspect that it can be used to craft various automatons. You have found Broken Thalmir Dynamo Core, level 3, times 2. This mechanical device is the heart and the brain of a Thalmir Goliath. You suspect that it can be used to craft various automatons. Note, this dynamo core is broken. Griff had yet to try his hand at alchemy or crafting, what with being under attack since the moment he'd arrived in the realms. He promised himself that once he got through this, if he did, he would try his hand at both. And by the time I get the chance, I'll be stocked up on awesome stuff. Who knew corpse robbing and looting could be so fun and profitable? "19. Hands never meant for such delicate work gently pried open the metal carapace of the spider-like automaton. Blunt-tipped nails protected the tips of 3 fingers the color of unbaked bread. The fingers were thick and powerful,
better suited to holding a weapon than the thin tool they eased into the tiny gears and mechanisms inside the body of the six-legged construct. The machine shuddered as if it felt fear.
"Be calm,"
said a voice that was clinical yet held traces of warmth.
"You will be improved."
The thin metal tool parted a series of metallic wires and exposed the small, glowing core.
"Easy, little one,"
the voice cooed, and the rings spinning around the glowing core slowed and then settled, giving unfettered access to the device that was both heart and brain. The adventurers who had just defeated the 4 Goliaths at the city's entrance would have noticed a similarity to the more massive cores that powered those automatons. While those were the bright red of fresh blood, the surface of this smaller one swam with currents of deep crimson. The 3-fingered hand eased the tool under the glowing core, and, with a low click, it detached from the housing. The hand lifted the core as gently as a heart surgeon and examined it with a set of piercing black eyes. The face was plain but curious. 2 eyes sat in a flat face that had no nose and a thin slit of a mouth. The skin was the same color as the hands, a pale white, almost yellow, that bore no blemishes or variation. A wide grin split the man's face. He was called Erat. He was hairless and his features were bland. He held the core close to his face, and the irises seemed to flick open and close like the lens of a camera. The hand holding the core pulsed with a bright green light. A low hum built up in the man's throat, becoming an oddly melodious refrain as he slowly eased the magical energy into the core. If there had been anyone nearby to observe the delicate procedure, they would have said that he seemed unaware of the hypnotic nature of his song. The dominant red glow of the core resisted the influx of energy for just a moment before drawing it in like a dry sponge sucking up water. The bright green seemed to chase the deep red light, forcing it deeper into the core where it disappeared, leaving the core a shining emerald. A crooked smile crossed Erat's face. It was an uncomfortable grin, as if he had no experience with the facial expression, or, perhaps, like the melodic humming, was unaware what he was doing. He eased the core back into the housing and snapped it back into place.
"See, much better."
In response, the rings spun around the core once more, moving faster and faster, giving the shimmering core a mirage-like quality. He then snapped the outer armored shell back in place and lifted the mechanical arachnid down to the floor. It flexed and stretched each limb a few times, like a newborn testing its stability. After a moment, it shook, and a whistle came from somewhere underneath its body.
"You're welcome,"
Erat said, his lips parting once more in a quirky smile.
"Now, go fix your sister."
The construct shuddered, and then walked with precise, timed motions to another one of its kind. This construct was broken and twisted, limbs bent and askew. The altered arachnid walked up and slowly, almost hesitantly, extended one of its forelegs to touch its damaged sibling. A whirring noise rose from within, and emerald light flowed like molten steel down thin grooves set along the length of the spidery leg. The energy flowed into the damaged construct, and the metal morphed as if it were healing. Bent appendages became straight, and wires and joints returned to sockets. The light grew in intensity and would have blinded most mortals, but the man with the black eyes just stared and smiled. Soon the light faded, and the damaged arachnid hopped up and walked towards a small opening in the wall. It entered and disappeared, ready to return to duty. Eret swiveled in the stone bench and patted his leg. The altered arachnid leapt from the ground and landed in the man's lap. Eret scratched its body as if it were a house cat, and the automaton cooed again. The man closed his liquid black eyes and exhaled, satisfied at a job well done. His world felt whole once more. Then everything changed. It started with a low stone-on-stone grating and grew quickly to the rumble of an earthquake. Tools and bits of deconstructed automatons jumped and vibrated on the stone table in front of him. Eret's eyes snapped open, and the deep black swirled inside them like oil. Perhaps unhappy with the exposure to light, the blackness retreated deep into the man's irises. Eret pushed the stone block he'd been using as a chair backwards with incredible ease and placed his hands on the even larger slab of stone that was his work desk, and stood. The vibrations pulsed through his hands, causing his eyes to widen further.
"This city is awakening,"
he said aloud, perhaps to himself, perhaps to one automaton that scuttled near his feet. His tone held notes of anticipation mixed with surprise and a wink of fear. Eret wore no clothes, which made it clear that, in fact, he was not a man at all. Where genitalia would have been on all other bipedal sentient beings, this man had a featureless blank area. His body type was otherwise male. He was tall, packed with lean athletic muscle, and was completely hairless. It was as if an overly modest sculptor had made the perfect male form, bereft of any sexuality. He seemed neither aware nor self-conscious of his nakedness. The chill in the air also didn't seem to bother him at all. He scowled as bits of dislodged dust cascaded from high above, covering his work desk like dusty gray snow. After a few moments, the deep rumble ceased, and the city settled back to silence once more. The man looked down at the automaton he'd been working on.
"Let's go say hello."
The small machine chirped and followed Eret as he exited the laboratory through a stone archway. He moved down a long hallway illuminated by glowing globes embedded in the walls. Every dozen feet, a small aperture on the wall opened and deposited several of the arachnid automatons onto the floor. They would flex and unfurl their legs and fall in line behind Eret. Several minutes later, a small army of the skittering machines followed in the odd man's silent footsteps. The hundreds of metallic feet of his companions created a wave of metal on stone clacking. After several minutes, they reached a large gallery. The roof was 100 feet or more above the man's head, supported by large buttresses of metal and stone. At the far end of the room, a massive set of gilded doors lay closed, barred by massive bolts and cross braces. Like nearly everything else in the ancient city, the doors were polished and free of grime and dirt. Eret stopped, and the skittering grew quiet. Had he possessed a heart, it would have been pounding like an overworked piston. But he was not, in the strictly biological sense, alive. Like his metal companions, the man was a construct of magic and artifice. Silence hung heavy in the huge room. Each second stretched as the man waited. He knew his world was about to radically change. Then A metallic clang announced the withdrawal of the large cross braces. The massive black tungsten beams slid from brackets set into the doors with quiet ease into the housings in the walls. Things so large should not be capable of such eerie silence, and the sudden clang of the bolts retracting within the doors echoed like a thunderclap. At his feet, the emerald arachnid twitched, easing a tentative leg out to touch the man on the foot. He looked down and smiled.
Easy. It will be fine.
The distant sounds of gears working rose from somewhere behind the walls, and the doors opened. Conflicting feelings of fear and excitement built in the man. Apart from his metal friends, Eret had been alone for longer than he could remember. Distant memories of his father called from the corners of his mind.
Have father's people returned?
The doors opened and settled into alcoves in the walls. Dim light poured into the room from a dozen glow globes, backlighting 5 figures. Their long shadows crept across the floor, questing towards the man. Without realizing it, his mind reached out, and the arachnids moved into the room. The combination of light, cloak, and mask obscured the newcomers' features as they fanned out into defensive positions.
"Make way for the master of Dar Thorim!"
A tall, lithe figure shouted and brought the butt of a spear crashing down onto the stone floor with a snapping thud. The voice was deep, and it reminded Eret of his father.
Hello,
Eret said, raising a 3-fingered hand in a cheery, if stiff, wave. An arachnid moved towards the nearest cloaked form. It was a short and stocky figure, clutching a heavy 2-handed hammer in its thick-fingered hands. The automaton reached a tentative limb out towards the figure, but a violent burst of motion brought the hammer down on the arachnid, crushing it with ease. Eret heard a voice yell in pain and anger and realized the sound had come from him. Blazing coronas of blue light formed mystical shields around the arachnids, and the swarm surged forward. The hooded figures unleashed the power of magic and weapons. Despite their defensive shields, a dozen of the automatons fell in the first few moments. Hammer blows crushed some. Others were sliced by the whirring blade of a sword. Still others were pierced by spear tip and arrow. However, it was the flares of magic that did the most damage. Electrical surges erupted from fingers of one of the hooded figures and thrummed into the nearest arachnid's shield. After a few seconds, the shield blinked and failed, and the lightning slammed into the automaton's carapace. It shook and lost control of its body. Deep inside the armored shell, the electricity surged, charring the machine's dynamo core. An overload tore through it, and the core exploded, shredding the arachnid's body from the inside. The white-blue bolt erupted from the destroyed machine, split, and pummeled the shields of 2 more of the automatons. Soon their shields failed as well, and the cycle continued, 2 becoming 4. Eret felt every one of the arachnids as their existence blinked out. Each one caused a jarring bolt of pain to flash through his mind. Before he knew what he was doing, Eret had leapt into the air, the artificial muscle in his legs sending him higher and farther than any normal mortal. He brought a knee down onto the nearest of the attackers, the stocky one with the hammer. Eret heard a dull snap as something inside the cloaked figure's body snapped, and the man grunted in anguish and fell to one knee. Eret had no weapon, but he brought a fist downward into the man's silver-masked face. A small crack appeared in the mask, and the man grunted in further pain, one hand reaching behind him to prevent him from falling onto his back. His other hand gripped the hammer, and Eret saw a ring on the man's finger flare with golden light. The light twined up the man's arm like a coiling serpent, bringing healing magic to his body. The man sighed in relief. The stocky man smashed upwards with the head of his hammer, and a word of power snapped from him. The blow took Eret in the chest, and a thrum of force slammed up and into him. Eret flew backwards and hit the wall with a thwack. He slid to the floor and fell hard. His vision blinked red. The single strike delivered a major blow, and his health hovered a hair over 70%. Shaking his head to clear his vision, Eret saw the stocky man charging him. The hammer came down in an arc, and Eret stepped aside, grabbing the weapon's haft, and spun. He lifted the warrior full off his feet and tossed him towards his companion, who was still pouring electrical current into the ever-branching root system of deadly lightning. The hammer wielder's body smashed into the caster, and the lightning ceased. With a mental command, Eret pulled the swarm of arachnids back. He'd felt the loss of nearly 24, each one a tiny stab of pain in his mind. He could not, would not lose more of his friends. The swarm lined up, shields flaring into a defensive wall, and Eret backed from the room. Rage surged inside him, an emotion he had no experience with, and he felt tears flow down his face.
"I just wanted to be friends,"
he yelled, and he heard a sinister chuckle as another volley of electrical power slammed against the shield wall. Eret backed out of the room and ordered the swarm to scatter into a dozen of the small holes. The invaders were too large to follow his friends, and he hoped they would be safe. The cloaked figures advanced with an even pace, showing no concern over the departed arachnids. Eret turned a corner and placed his hand onto a section of wall indistinguishable from the rest. A small rectangle of stone pushed inward, and a section of the wall raised upwards with a near-silent swoosh. Eret stepped into the darkness and slapped his hand against the inside of the wall. The door closed just as silently, and a moment later, peering through a small peephole, Eret saw the invaders walk past. The hammer-wielding one paused for a moment, staring towards the wall that hid Eret. The silver visage glared at the wall without expression, and Eret eased tendrils of his thoughts through the ether. They twined invisibly around the mask and into the mind behind it. It felt wrong, stained, malicious. Eret wanted to pull out, but did not. He saw a dim light in the mind's depths and went deeper, pushing through a thick haze of solid fog. As he emerged into the glowing interior, his mind exploded with despair and pain.
"Help me!"
Eret pulled back in shock and confusion, and he saw the dwarf flinch and shake his head. He stood straight and turned back as one of his fellows barked a command at him.
"I'm coming,"
the dwarf said, and with one last glance at the wall, he followed the others. 20. Gryph's eyes scanned back and forth as they moved deeper into the ancient Thalmir city, eyeing every statue, depression, and alcove warily. They'd worked their way deeper into the city, encountering a wide variety of automatons. None had been as powerful as the Goliath, but the ever-present clank of metal or whining of gears was fraying Gryph's nerves. Mirthandir had been a fountain of information on the weaknesses of the various dwarven machines and the best tactics to attack and defend against them. With his aid, they'd moved through the city with only a few minor injuries. Wick was crushing hard on the regal elf, following on his heels like a precocious child, peppering the man with endless questions.
How do you know so much about the constructs? Where did you learn about the dwarves?
Griff was embarrassed for Wick, but saw no reason to rain on his small friend's parade. If Griff was being truthful, he also thought highly of the elf. Conversely, Ovrim had a deep distrust of the man, even taking Griff aside to warn him that something was off with the Prince Regent. Griff did not share the adjudicator's suspicions, but he trusted the Zaidai's instincts and promised to keep a constant eye on the tall elf. Griff walked up to Mirthendir, saving him from another bout of babbling curiosity from Wick.
This isn't the first Thalmir city you've explored, is it?
Mirthendir looked at Griff with a quizzical expression before shaking his head.
It is not. When I was younger, when my elder brother was the heir, I journeyed to the outside world with Berendiel.
The mention of his cousin's name brought a sour expression to the elf lord's face.
My father sent us to experience the world beyond our borders and learn about their people. He believed that to gain a true understanding of the realms, one must experience them firsthand. While in the outside world, I gained my specialty and my calling.
A specialty? A calling? Griff asked, once more finding he missed Lex. His banner NPC may have possessed an irritating sense of humor, but he had been a great source of information about this strange universe. Mirthendir looked at Griff in surprise and amusement.
Sometimes I forget that you are a player and new to this realm. I will try to explain.
He took a deep breath, and Ovrim stepped alongside him. Despite his mistrust of the elf, the Zaidai seemed intrigued by Mirthendir's last words.
You have a calling?
Ovrim said in a stunned voice. The Prince Regent looked at the Zaidai.
Yes, adjudicator. Like you, I am called to a higher purpose. I am a lore master of Zinthos.
Tifila gasped.
A lore master?
For a moment, Griff thought she would bow to the tall elf. Wick's mouth went slack, wanting to speak but unsure what to say. It hung open for several seconds before he closed it. In the time he had known the gnome summoner, he had never once seen him at a loss for words. Even Ovrim seemed impressed.
Okay. Can someone tell the new guy what the hell you're talking about?
Ovrim smiled.
All sentient of the realms can learn and master new skills based upon a wide variety of factors such as their intelligence, strength, wisdom, and their affinities for certain spheres of magic. Most people of the realms will focus on a few, and most of these are the simple skills: carpentry, farming, brewing, and the like. Those of greater abilities will sometimes become adventurers. You are already well on your way in that regard. Once you advance to level 20, you can choose a specialty. Think of it as specializing down into mastery of one niche. I am an arms magus, a warrior who specializes in using magic not to cast spells, but to enhance the effectiveness of my martial skills, armor, and weapons. He held his hand out to Tifila. Tifila, if I am not mistaken, is a life mage, well on her way to the calling in one of the druidic schools. The gnome woman nodded and smiled.
If the spirits of water, earth, and air will have me, that is indeed my choice.
Ovrim looked to Wick.
And our demon-loving friend here has obviously chosen the path of the warlock.
I made bad choices in my youth,
Wick said, as if that explained anything.
I'm working on a new path.
He reached out to grab Tifla's hand.
Okay, that makes sense, I guess,
Griff said, imagining it was like getting a college degree.
How does one get a specialty?
First, you must choose an area you want to specialize in, and then find someone willing to let you apprentice for them. A master will often spend years training you. Overham stared at Griff. But you're a quick study, so you'll likely achieve your specialty much quicker. Griff picked up on Overham's veiled reference to the godhead and cast a sideways glance at Mirthandir. He cannot know what I possess. Can he?
And a calling?
A calling is a further refining of your specialty. It requires intense study and quite often has a spiritual quality to it, Mirthandir said. I am a lore master, a seeker of lost knowledge. I trained in the Athenaeum in Zinthos, a haven of learning from before the time of the ruin. More than 1 million volumes are stored within the walls of the Athenaeum, some of them in languages so ancient that nobody alive understands them. It was there that I studied the Thalmir, learned of the world before the ruin, and rediscovered ancient knowledge. Then I went out into the world to discover and catalogue long-forgotten secrets. The lore masters of Zinthos believe in one thing over all others, that knowledge is power. A sense of déjà vu brought a chill to Griff's heart. He sounds like the Colonel. During my travels, Berendiel and I saw many wonders. Mirthandir paused, as if pained by some old memory. And a few abominations that haunt my dreams to this day. While adventuring in an ancient Egypt temple, Berendiel and I became separated, and everything changed after that. I didn't see how much until now. The elf lord gripped his staff in white-knuckled hands, and a look of regret painted his face. Griff suspected his cousin's betrayal was forcing memories of missed opportunities to the fore of his mind. I know that look, and I know that feeling. Eventually, I returned home, secrets left undiscovered, my purpose in life left unfinished. I'd always hoped I could return to my studies, but then my brother died, and my place was by my father's side. Griff could feel the pain swirling inside the Prince Regent. He knew a little something about obligations and broken dreams. He was now the man Griff because of obligation. A respectful silence hung in the air as the companions let the Prince Regent process his emotions. It did not last.
Zeg has calling?
The imp had shrunk back down to his normal size. No, you don't, you little red worm, Wick said in irritation at the imp's rudeness.
Does so, pea-brained grumpkin?
Zeg said, and scowled at Wick from his perch on Tifla's shoulder. She scratched lightly at his chin. What is your calling, Zeg? She asked, earning a glare from Wick that said, don't encourage him.
Zeg am a Zirgith of Bixrithigal,
the imp said, proudly pushing his chest out. That's not a ting, Wick muttered.
Is true thing, way better and more great thing than thing you do have,
Zeg said, like a pouting child who was told his art project was no good. I summoned you here, Wick said. I'd say that makes my ting better than your ting.
"Nuh-uh," Zeg said, sticking his tongue out at Wick. "Zeg here, 'cause want be."
Enough, children,
Tifila said.
"Zeg ain't no children,"
The imp said, turning angry eyes on Tifila.
"Zeg am be much ancient Zeg."
Tifila scratched the underside of his chin again.
Of course you are, my mighty Zeg.
"Mightiest Zeg of all Zeg,"
the imp said, standing tall with his hands on his hips. Wick scowled and muttered under his breath something to the tune of, "I need a new specialty." Griff repressed a grin and changed the subject. He turned to Mirthandir. "What else can you tell us about Thalmir?" The elf smiled and nodded a small thanks to Griff for ending the juvenile argument. "Few of the cities remain. Most are lost to the ravages of time, either plundered long ago or scuttled by their masters before leaving Corin. Barendiel was right about one thing. The Thalmir had a well-documented tendency to jealously guard their technology and wealth." Griff thought he saw a pained expression glaze over the man's face, but as soon as it formed, it was gone. "It was one reason the alliance was a surprise to many. Under normal circumstances, the Thalmir were more likely to seal themselves away in their mountain homes than get involved in the affairs of the world. They were a proud people, to the point of arrogance, and fought many an ancient war against my ancestors and the Nymerian high men and the orc tribes of Raz and Ag." "The dark ascendancy changed all that," Griff stated. "Yes. The Arboleth know. They do not think. They know that they are the realm's preeminent species, and that all others exist, either to serve them or die." Mirthandir sent a sideways glance at Ovrim. "That is why they call themselves the Prime, and they have made it their mission to bring order, their order, to the cosmos. Against such a foe, even the arrogant Thalmir realized they needed aid." "Do you think the Prime are responsible for the chaos infection in the Nymerian ruins?" Griff saw the Prince Regent's expression change, but he could not read it. Had the mention of chaos brought his thoughts to his murdered father? After all, it had been Lassendir who was the only one to recognize the corruption as the taint of chaos. Perhaps he was feeling overwhelmed by the pressure of taking over his father's position, scrambling to understand how to protect his people from the many dangers they faced. For a man born not to lead, but to advise, that was a terrible burden indeed. "No. While the Arboleth hate all life that is not prime, they are devotees of order. They hate and fear the princes of chaos above all others." He looked at Griff. "In that, the Prime and I agree." For just a moment, the Prince Regent's control dipped, and Griff saw the fear inside the man. Yet it soon dissipated, replaced by purpose. What frightens him so much? "We should reach the gate to the inner city soon," Mirthandir said, changing the subject. He moved ahead of Griff, lost in his own thoughts. Wick moved to follow him, but Tifila placed a hand lightly on his forearm, arresting his motion. Wick looked up at her in confusion. "Leave him be, my love. He still grieves." A look of understanding crossed Wick's face, followed by a flush of embarrassment, as if he'd just realized how much of the fanboy he'd been acting. He nodded to Tifila and kissed her hand lightly. A few minutes later, they came to a chamber easily as large as the biggest football stadiums of Earth. Seating for thousands lined the walls, all looking down on a central dais where a large stone chair sat in front of a massive statue of some ancient Thalmir king. The cracks and chips of time lay riven across the proud Thalmir's face, and he held a massive double-bladed axe.
Durgoth the Doombringer, Mirthandir said. He was the first stone king of the Thalmir. He reigned in this city for 1,000 years before he fell in battle against the last dragon king during the time before the ruin.
"Dragons aren't real," Wick said, his tone that of a know-it-all teen.
Not for many millennia, Mirthandir agreed, but they ruled Corin before the birth of all our peoples.
"So there is truth to the legends?" Tifala asked, amazed.
Nearly all legends grow from the seeds of truth, Mirthandir said. As do all lies, all betrayals, Ovrim said.
Mirthandir's gaze locked onto the Zaidai's yellow eyes, and for several moments Griff felt the air in the room become heavy. Then the Prince Regent nodded.
Quite correct, Adjudicator.
Mirthandir turned and walked around the base of the massive statue. After a moment, Tifala and Wick followed. Griff walked up to Ovrim, who was watching Mirthandir's back.
What is it? I am uncertain, the Zaidai said. I have known a lore master or two in my life. They portray themselves as scholars seeking great truths, but they are just as often rogues who were not above theft and murder to gain the knowledge they coveted. They were hoarders who used their knowledge to dominate others. This elf prince might differ from those men, but he may also be just like them. In my experiences, people are never just one thing, and sometimes even they don't understand why they do the things they do, Griff said. That has been my experience as well.
The Zaidai followed the rest of the group. Griff looked up at the towering figure of Durgoth the Doombringer and saw something in the long-dead king's expression that was somehow familiar, as if he had once known the man whose visage it portrayed.
Is this man an ancestor of the man I once was? Does that mean he is my ancestor?
Griff still didn't quite believe in the concept of past lives and eternally reborn souls, despite the evidence of his soul revery. The whole idea contradicted all that he had been taught, and, even though it was a cultural bias, he still found it hard to discount. After a moment, Griff shook his head, chasing the foolish thought from his mind, and followed his companions. He found them, all staring wide-eyed up at the largest pair of doors Griff had ever seen. These massive doors slid open on large tracks set into the ceiling and floor. Griff looked up at the towering slabs of stone and true iron, adorned with intricately carved portrayals of Thalmir warriors clad in heavy plate armor and bearing massive hammers, axes, and swords.
Quite an effective warning,
Griff thought, impressed by the design choice that allowed the Thalmir sentinels to look down upon and warn anyone who came into the room. Although they were mere carvings in stone, Griff could sense the capability in those visages, and he was glad he would not have to face off against the warriors they represented. Long trails scoured in the dust along the tracks suggested that they had recently been opened, and likely for the first time since they had sealed the city.
The sentinel gate guards the entrance to the inner city of Dar Thorim, Mirthandir said. In the ancient days, only the Thalmir were allowed beyond this point. The penalty for anyone foolish enough to ignore that law was death. Let's hope the landlords aren't home, Griff said.
Why would the dwellers leave these open? Wick asked. Everyone looked at the diminutive gnome. They have to know that we're coming after them, or that someone will. If they're trying to steal whatever secrets this place hides, why leave these doors open? Huh? Surely they must have used the seal of the Dwarven King to open the gates.
Agreed, Ovrim said.
Then why not close them after they entered? It makes no sense to let us follow them.
Unless they want us to follow them, Mirthandir suggested. Why would they wish that? Ovrim asked. I do not know, the elf prince said, a dour expression crossing his face.
Griff felt a chill run down his spine. Guess there's only one way to find out. The others looked at him with expressions that ranged from agreement to disbelief, and, after a moment, he gripped the shaft of his spear in a white-knuckled grasp and took a tentative step over the wide metal band built into the floor that marked the threshold to the inner city. Griff stood rigid as his pounding heart counted the passing seconds. There was no sound at all, no clanking of an approaching Goliath, no hiss of wall-mounted flamethrowers powering up, no grinding whine of approaching metallic spheres ready to unfurl ballista at him. After 10 furious beats, he let himself breathe once again. After 30 seconds, his shoulders lowered, easing the knots of tension throughout his body. At a full minute, he looked back to his fellows and shrugged. One by one, the rest of his companions also stepped over the metallic border. The silence of peace held for all of them, broken only by the exhalations of relief each of them made as their crossing failed to trigger an attack. That was fun, Wick said, easing the tension everyone had been holding in. Griff looked at Mirthandir and indicated he should take the lead again. The Prince Regent nodded, and the companions fell into position behind their party leader. The gallery they were in was nearly as high and long as the one beyond the Sentinel Gate, but it was half again as wide. Odd spheres lined the walls at even intervals, casting a warm, golden light that easily illuminated the entire chamber. Griff looked up to see a host of balconies lining the walls in tiers. Solid stone bridges spanned the distance between walls, cross-hatching the open air above him. His tactical mind could envision a host of defensive capabilities these structures could provide, and he was glad that he would not have to face the Thalmir on their home turf. As if defying his unspoken wish, the sound of hundreds of skittering metallic legs came at them from behind.
"21. Run! Griff yelled as he punched urgency into his own legs and rushed towards the far end of the massive gallery. Behind them, a swarm of spider-like automatons skittered after them on 8 metal legs. None were yet close enough to attack, but they moved much faster than the group and would soon catch them. Griff glanced back and used Analyze. Thalmir Arachnid, Level 6, H 150, S 300, M 100, SP 0. Thalmir arachnids are the most common of the Thalmir automaton constructs. They spend most of their time hidden in the small passages that parallel the main thoroughfares and passageways of Thalmir cities and provide maintenance services.
In cases of extreme emergency, they can defend the city. They are individually weak, but as a swarm, they can quickly overwhelm even the most powerful of adventuring parties. Strengths unknown. Immunities unknown. Weaknesses unknown.
Shit!
Wick exclaimed, using an earth swear word that Gryph had accidentally taught the gnome.
There are more of them ahead of us!
Gryph snapped his eyes to the front and then to each side and saw that Wick was only half right.
And to the left. They're hurting us,
Ovrim yelled above the ever-growing cacophony and sprinted towards an arched doorway to the right.
Successfully,
Gryph said, and followed the yellow-eyed Zaidai as fast as he was able. Mirthandir spun around and raised his staff over his head.
Keep moving,
he yelled, and then chanted in some incomprehensible language that even Gryph's gift of tongues could not translate. Perhaps I need to hear the language clearly to understand, Gryph thought, but put the need out of his mind as the sound of metal legs clacking on stone grew closer. Mirthandir brought the staff down onto the stone floor with an audible crack, and pulses of shimmering gray energy spread from the point of contact. The first pulse flowed over the advancing swarm, and their progress slowed as if the fabric of space-time was reaching up to grab the advancing automatons. A second pulse slowed the swarm ever more until another wave of the spider constructs hit the field, and then their speed increased as the added weight of the swarm pushed against the rubbery surface of the field. Tifala, Ovrim, Wick, and Zeg all reached the relative safety of the passageway and turned to guard the opening. Mirthandir grunted and forced more mana into his staff, and another wave flowed forth. Griff rushed to his side, skewering an automaton that had squeezed through the field. Mirthandir sent a sideways glance at Griff.
Get to the passage. I cannot hold them much longer.
I'm covering your back, Griff said, and saw the anger in the elf's shoulders. But his spell cost too much effort for him to turn his attention from the task.
We do not leave people behind. If I let go, they'll be on us before we reach the passage.
Griff cast flying stalactite from each hand, unleashing a pair of stone missiles at two of the spiders that had nearly eased their way through the field. The first stalactite smacked against the sturdy carapace, knocking the arachnid onto its back, but dealing more cosmetic damage than actual. The second missile of stone caught the arachnid at the joint between foreleg and shell and punished the construct with a critical hit. It slumped to the floor, leaking more of the same golden oil present in every automaton they'd encountered so far. Griff had no time to celebrate as more of the machines pushed their way through the reality distortion field. One scuttled towards Mirthandir, and Griff dumped mana into his elven boots of deafness. The soft leather boots seemed to thrum with energy as Griff felt his speed increase. He drew his spear from his back, snapped it to its full length, and leapt forward. He was a blur of motion as he thrust down again and again with his spear, puncturing arachnids that gushed oil like spurts of golden blood. The swarm kept coming.
We're running out of time,
Griff yelled, but his voice was drowned out by the clacking of several hundred metal legs smacking against the granite floor. Mirthandir couldn't hear him. Is the damn fool planning on sacrificing himself? Griff thought, and his mind flew back to the comment the steward had made on the Prince Regent. He is rash and will sacrifice himself for others.
Damn it,
Griff thought, as another gout of oil erupted from an impaled arachnid. Griff's eyes widened at the spreading pool, and an idea came to him. He gripped his spear like a hockey stick and slap-shot the downed construct towards the passageway. His aim was true, and it skittered across the granite floor to Ovrim, who arrested its passage with his foot. The Zaidai looked up in confusion, but Griff had no time to explain, as he harpooned another of the small bots. He shot that construct the other way, where it bumped lightly against the back of Mirthandir's boots, another line of oil left in its wake. Griff sheathed his spear again and grabbed the length of spider silk rope from his side. As his other hand moved through the motions of his air magic spell Animate Rope, he realized the two lengths of spider silk had rejoined. Cool. Self-healing rope. He threw the rope towards Mirthandir. It took on a life of its own, and, under Griff's direction, it snaked around the elf lord's waist. A small grunt of surprise came from the elf as Griff turned and tossed the other end to Ovrim. The Zaidai immediately understood what Griff intended and pulled on the rope. Mirthandir nearly toppled over backwards as the tension snapped the rope tight, but instinct took over and he leaned forward, letting the slick oil and the adjudicator's muscles do the work. Griff backed up and kept pace with the sliding elf lord, using his reality-wiping shield as cover. They reached the passage, and Ovrim commanded the rope to detach from the elf lord and coil itself back at his waist. Mirthandir nodded at Griff as the party backed down the passage. There was no door, but at least the swarm's numbers would be constrained by the limited space. Ovrim guarded their retreat as the group ran down the tunnel towards an unknown fate. Wick rounded a corner, and Griff heard the gnome yell, "Door! There's a door ahead!" The group increased their speed, turned the corner, and rushed to safety. Ovrim slipped in just before the closest arachnid's leg could become a doorstop. Wick tossed the crossbar into its slot, securing the door. Griff felt the artificial boost to his speed fade, and with it came the inevitable stamina hit. His breath came in ragged gasps, and he nearly threw up, feeling like a man who'd barely finished a marathon he hadn't properly trained for. "Everyone all right?" Mirthandir asked. Nods from all around assured him that everyone was in good health. "That was ethereal magic," Wick said, eyeing the Prince Regent with fearful awe. "Ethereal? Are you sure?" Ovrim asked, eyes snapping up to Mirthandir. Wick tapped the goggles he'd pulled over his eyes. "Top-of-the-line maker goggles. My pop spent a bundle on 'em. Add their cost to his disappointment in his son." Ovrim gave the elf lord an icy glare. "What's the big deal?" Griff asked. "After all, I have 100% affinity for every sphere, including ethereal." "Ethereal magic is Arbaleth magic," Ovrim said, his hand falling to the hilt of his sword and slipping a few inches of the red bleed metal from its sheath. "It is," Mirthandir said, with no hint of apology or nervousness in his tone. "I told you, I have studied many things commonly believed to be lost. Some are even considered taboo. I am a lore master. I seek knowledge wherever it is found." The explanation failed to soothe Ovrim's suspicions, and his hand never wavered from his weapon. Mirthandir eyed him levelly. "Are you going to kill me, Zaidai? Take my life because you do not understand something? Because ancient fears have poisoned your soul?" The Prince Regent said, somehow seeming to grow more regal. "I would have thought you, of all people, would not let ancient hatreds turn you down the path of darkness." Ovrim glared at the elf lord for several long heartbeats. Griff thought he could see the man shaking, trying desperately to control himself. Finally, the Zaidai released his weapon, and the snick of his blade finding its home was audible in the deep silence.
Zeg know ethereal magic too.
No, you don't, Wick said, and the imp scowled, but then hung his head.
No, Zeg no not. Zeg tell funny joke.
Then an unnerving bark that lay somewhere between a chihuahua and a flatulent seal erupted from the imp's mouth. Your jokes suck, Wick said, interrupting Zeg's disturbing laughter. Zeg just glared at Wick for a moment before the imp's eyes went wide.
Creepy man stare at Zeg.
All eyes turned in the direction that Zeg was looking. The wall on the far side of the room was a floor-to-ceiling pane of glass. Behind it stood the oddest man Griff had ever seen. He was tall, reaching nearly 7 feet, and muscled like an Olympic gymnast. Zeg had been right, as the deepest pair of black eyes he'd ever seen turned from Zeg to stare at Griff. He was hairless and wasn't wearing a stitch of clothing, revealing a blank area where his genitalia should be. Somehow that lack made the man more unnerving. He reminded Griff of the Ken doll Bryn had owned as a child, the one whose lustrous blonde hair had been shorn clean off when Finn had thought it would be fun to use the doll to stir a can of paint thinner. One of the arachnid automatons sat perched on the man's wide shoulder, like a parrot in a bad pirate movie. All around him, on the walls of the room beyond the glass, a dozen more of the spider constructs clung. The small slit that was the man's mouth turned upwards in an awkward, almost smile, and then the man waved at them.
Hi,
the man said, waving his hand back and forth in an unwitting caricature of the Queen of England. "22. The odd man continued to wave, and his eyes went from one to the other, each time his goony smile growing more absurd. "Did he just say hi?" Wick asked out of the side of his mouth, while returning the odd man's strange wave. The man turned to Wick and smiled again.
Yes. Hi, small blue-head man.
"Oh, great. Another Zeg," Wick grumbled, noting the newcomer's odd manner of speaking. The man looked from Wick to Zeg, a puzzled look crossing his face.
Erat is not a Zeg. Erat is just Erat.
"Erat means wrong in ancient Dalmir," Mirthandir said, cocking his head at the strange man.
Yes, correct. I am wrong. A funny joke. You are,
Erat said, mimicking the Prince Regent's cocked head.
Mirthandir, the Elf Lord.
Mirthandir's eyes grew to slits, and he gripped his staff tighter. "How?" Erat held his hand up, and dull gray energy flowed around his hand.
Things come to me through the ether,
Erat said, as if that simple explanation for the impossible made perfect sense. Ovrim drew his saber faster than the eye could follow, and Griff saw mana flow along the blade's edge before it flickered and blinked out, like an exploding light bulb. Griff did not know what perk or spell the adjudicator had just tried to activate, but its failure stunned Ovrim so deeply that the Zaidai seemed to have forgotten all about the unlikeliness of discovering a second ethereal mage in such a short time.
Erat is sorry. Magic will not work in there.
The odd man waved his hand around, drawing Gryph's eyes to the walls and ceiling. What had looked to be bare rock was, upon closer inspection, filled with tiny filaments of red, a web of thin red wire woven into the rock. Gryph tried to summon mana to his own hand, but got no further in the process than Overim. The mana sparked, jolting Gryph as if he'd touched an exposed wire. "A magical Faraday cage," Gryph said in wonder, as he traced his hands along the thin lattice of wire embedded in the walls of the chamber. To Gryph's eye, it looked the same as the bleed metal the Zydai's katana was forged from, and it shares the same magic nullifying powers. Eret smiled at Tifila and pointed at Zeg.
Is the Zeg your pet?
Zeg hissed at the window.
Zeg no pet, stupid man thing.
A slight stench of sulfur built in the air, and the imp tried to fold space with his crimson thonic energy. A small rift began to bend reality, but instantly it collapsed in on itself. Zeg flew back as if fired from a cannon. He smacked against the far wall, jumped to his feet unsteadily, and howled at Eret. The imp's eyes raged with actual flames. Griff had never seen the demon so livid, and he pulled more mana into his tiny body. Another puff of sulfur rose as the imp tried to port again. The second, third, and fourth times went no better for the tiny hell beast. Each time he slammed against the wall or the ceiling or the floor. Finally, the exhausted imp climbed back onto Tifila's shoulder and collapsed into a deep slumber. "So, guess that's that. We're trapped," Wick said in a matter-of-fact tone that almost hid the gnome's fear. He gave a sideways glance of concern at the exhausted imp before turning his gaze back to Erat. "What do you want?" Griff asked. Erat turned his gaze to Griff and smiled.
Griff, who is also Finn Caldwell, a player from Earth and a seeker of Bryn.
Erat smiled oddly again as the shock punched Griff in the stomach. How does he know so much? Does he know about the Godhead? Who Bryn is in the realms? Griff knew that he had to stop this odd man from revealing any more of his secrets, and panic took him as he realized he'd brought his worst fears to the surface of his mind. What if this Erat is just a thought mage? Did I just give him all my secrets?
Why did you hurt my friends?
Friends? Griff asked in confusion, and Erat stroked the arachnid perched on his shoulder again.
Father built them for me. Nobody wanted to be friends with Erat, so Father made me some. You broke many of my friends.
Several of the arachnids moved closer to the glass, responding to Erat's commands. The tension in the room rose. We are sorry. We did not know they were your friends. Erat seemed to consider for a moment, before nodding like an excited child.
Okay. Father said I should forgive when people say they are sorry.
That is a good philosophy, Griff said in a slow, bewildered voice. Where is your father? Can we speak with him? Erat's oddly blank face somehow showed sadness, and Griff felt sympathy for this odd creature.
Father went to sleep long ago.
You are alone here? Griff asked. Erat stared at him for a moment, and Griff noted that the man's chest did not move. He seemed alive, but he did not breathe.
I am not alone. I have my friends, and you are here.
Erat stared for a few more seconds, and Griff felt as if the essence of his being were being exposed one layer at a time.
Did Father build you too?
No, we were born, not built.
Born.
Erat mouthed the unfamiliar word.
Okay, but you will still help Erat with his mission.
What mission is that?
Father gave me control of the swarm to help keep the city clean. The others are very messy. You are not like the others.
Erat said, another one of those disturbing smiles turning his mouth upward.
What others? Mirthandir asked.
Those called the Dwellers in the Dark. They broke many of my friends.
He reached up and stroked the arachnid, which cooed in appreciation.
They are wrong. Up here.
Erat tapped the side of his head.
Wrong how? Ovrim asked.
They were many, and they were one. They cry out for help.
I don't understand,
Griff said.
That sounds like the method used by the Illerith to control Zaidai,
Ovrim said, a chill in his voice.
Yes, Ovrim the Adjudicator. It is very similar.
Erat said with an odd smile, and looked down, interlacing the 3 stubby fingers of each hand with those of the other, like the movements of a shy child. Griff glanced at Ovrim.
Is it possible?
Ovrim shrugged.
Even a week ago I would have said no, but after encountering you, the Arbaleth, and...
He glanced at Griff's satchel.
I do not know. But if the Dark Ascendancy has returned, then I fear for all of Corin.
Erat knocked on the glass, drawing everyone's attention.
Can we be friends now?
Griff could have made 100 guesses at what Erat wanted, and he would have guessed wrong with all of them.
You want to be friends? With us?
Yes, very much want to be friends. But...
Erat looked from one to the next, the same odd half-smile painted to his face, as if he didn't understand how to put people at ease. His gaze came to Zeg and back to Griff.
Erat is not sure if he can be friends with all of you.
Zeg,
Griff thought with a frown.
We're a package deal,
Griff said firmly. The smile fell from Erat's face, and behind the veneer of odd calm was something else. The half-smile returned, and Erat spoke.
Okay, we are all friends now.
He turned and pulled a large lever set into the wall. A low rumble rose, and the left wall of their cell slid open. Wick led the way, giving the slumbering imp a cross look.
I knew the damn imp would get me into trouble,
he muttered, and Zeg bared his teeth in his sleep. The others filed from the room. Griff gave one last glance through the window at Erat, who cocked his head, turned his half-smile to a 3/4 smile, and waved once again.
See you soon, friend.
Griff cast a final look at the red mesh embedded in the walls, and walked from the room. The moment he was outside, he pushed mana into his spear's reservoir, thrilled at the thrum of magical energy. He turned the corner to find his friend stood, tense, ready if need be to fight.
"I see you again, friend,"
Edit said, staring at Griff. Griff felt like a man meeting his girlfriend's needy kid for the first time. It was oddly complimentary, if unnerving, considering the kid in question was nearly 7 feet tall and controlled an army of mechanical spiders.
"Good to see ya, Eret,"
Griff said.
"Yes, good,"
The massive man smiled.
"I will help you. Now,
"Help us."
find those who hurt my friends, those who are wrong."
"Thank you. That will be very helpful,"
Griff said. You know what else would be very helpful? Wick asked. If you could put on some pants. In the cramped confines of the room, Wick's face was uncomfortably close to Edit's crotch. Griff stifled a laugh.
"Why?"
Edit asked, his head cocked curiously. Wick opened his mouth, but words must have escaped him, because he shut his mouth without commenting further. It is the custom of our people, Tifila said.
"But pants make Eret feel itchy down here."
Eret moved his hand in a circular motion that encompassed his blank groin. How can you be itchy when you don't have any... You know, I don't want to know, but I would really feel better if we all followed the, custom.
"Okay, friend Dinkwick."
Eret then turned and bent over to rummage through a chest. Everyone in the group, except Wick, turned their eyes away, not wanting to discover if the backside was as lacking as the front. A few minutes later, the group, followed by the swarm, walked through the large entrance chamber. At its far end, a long passage led deeper into the city. The group eased into the tunnel. The ground was no longer the smooth stone of the rest of the city. Here, individual slabs made up the floor, reminding Griff of paving stones. An eerie silence hung in the air, and the unease of his fellows built around him. Wick crept forward on light feet. He took exaggerated steps, like a man walking on thin ice. It was comical for a few seconds, until his foot came down onto one of the paving stones with a small click. "Stop!" Griff hissed, as an image of roadside bombs flashed through his head. "I think you've stepped on a trap."
"Yes, many traps this way,"
Eret said.
"Exploding traps, fire traps, traps that shoot lightning, traps that shoot darts filled with poison, traps that fall open and drop into pit with spike bottoms. All clean and neat."
"What?" Wick sputtered as he tried not to move. "Why didn't you tell us?"
"Eret no path through. Thought new friends know too,"
Eret said with simple innocence. "How could we know?" Wick growled each word slowly, so as not to set off the trap.
"Eret feels traps in ether. Wick cannot feel."
"No!" Wick yelled, and his knee shook with the effort. Another small click popped from beneath the floor. His eyes widened, and he turned his pleading gaze at Griff. "Help!" he mouthed.
"Everyone move back,"
Griff said. He pulled his locksmithing kit from his satchel and got onto his stomach. easing himself forward. As he got closer, his perception skill came into play, and he could see a faint red outline along the edge of the paving stone. He took a moment to inspect the edge, seeking a pinhole where he could insert the fine tools. This was the first time he'd made use of his trap skill since he'd face-planted on arrival in the Barrow. It had been one of the imported skills, assimilated from his real-world experiences. Let's hope this thing works the same as a claymore. Griff inserted the thin tool into the slot and searched. His fingers' tactile sense expanded along the thin tool to a tightly drawn wire attached to a triggering mechanism. Wick, stand very still. This thing is alive. What do you think I'm doing? The gnome grumbled. Griff knew standing as still as Wick needed to right now was much harder than it seemed. Muscles twitched and unconscious motions were the norm. Add in the stress of imminent death, and standing still was nearly impossible. Griff hoped that whatever mechanism controlled this trap was not as sensitive as modern armaments back on Earth. If they were, this would likely end very suddenly, for both of them. Sweat trickled down Griff's brow as he worked. He eased the tool in further, trying to find a latch holding the wire tight. If he was right, the pressure Wick was applying downward had released a pin designed to stop the wire from pulling a triggering mechanism. Now, the only thing stopping the trap from going off was the gnome's weight, and if he lifted his foot, the trap would go off. Griff tried to ease the tension off the wire, but could not get his second tool into the small hole to hold the trigger long enough to release the wire's tension.
You cannot disarm the trap,
Arat said in a casual tone. Wick scowled, but did not move. Griff glanced up and locked eyes with the gnome. He's right. I cannot disarm it. I'm sorry. Tifila gasped in fear, and from the corner of his eye, Griff saw Ovrim stop her from rushing forward. Great. Escaped the Barrow to end up murdered by a death floor. This place sucks, Wick said, and his fear turned to resignation. He looked down on Griff. Move back. I will not take you with me. Griff began to argue, but then nodded. He could hear Tifila weeping behind him as he slowly eased back, careful not to buffet Wick's legs. Maybe I can use animate rope to drag you off the pressure plate. I have encountered these devices before, Mirthandir said. They are too fast. You know what, Prince? I don't like you all that much, Wick said. The gnome's shoulders slumped, and he whispered, Tiff, my heart and stars, I love you, and I never deserved you. Shut up, you idiot! We're getting you out of this, Tifila said, trying to sound strong through her terror. Griff walked up to her and pulled her into an embrace. You take care of her, Griff. Promise me. I promise, Griff said. Eret walked up and eased one of his thick fingers under Tifila's eye, catching a tear. He pulled his finger close to his face, examining the small drop of liquid as it flowed down into his palm. He closed his hand around the tear and closed his eyes. A low hum came from inside him, and his eyes opened. He turned towards Wick, and two of the arachnids moved slowly up to each side of the gnome. Wick's legs started shaking. Soon, the motion would set off the trap. The automatons slowly lowered their forelegs onto the edges of the pressure plate. With all the care of a surgeon, They slowly pressed down.
"You can move now,"
Eret said. For a moment, Wick did not, or perhaps could not move. A tense pause built until he forced himself to ease his foot off the pressure plate. 5 hearts pounded as his weight came off the trap, fearing an imminent explosion. Wick's legs gave way, and he fell backwards onto his ass. Overham and Griff dragged him to safety. The 2 arachnids did not move. Eret bent down and stroked each one lightly, making sure not to add too much pressure to his farewell. The odd man stood and walked past Griff and the others.
"You should stand back."
They rushed back down the passageway, and an odd expression that may have been sadness crossed Eret's face.
"Goodbye."
The 2 arachnids released the pressure, and the world exploded with a blinding flash.